Chapter 1. What is the meaning of this? What is the meaning of this? The golden sunset that illuminated the world had set. It was the time of day when only darkness remained, coveting the faint remnants of the sun. I stood there, gazing at the sky where the curtain of night had fallen. Woo! The passing winter wind caressed my cheeks. I had to shiver for a moment because of the surging chill. My legs, suspended in the air, trembled slightly. As I took a moment to catch my breath and drive away the chill, the city's nightscape came into view through my hazy breath. Countless lights dancing beautifully, countless people dancing joyfully within them. For a moment, I felt a wave of complex emotions and stared blankly at the scenery, imprinting it in my eyes. This scenery was now my last. Thinking that way, I felt a strange feeling. Of course, it must be a mistake. Emotions had already been erased from me a long time ago. I lowered my head slightly and looked down at my feet. The vast, empty space stretched out before me as if mocking me. If I fall from here, I can die at once. A 20-story high-rise building. Despite this being my first time coming up to such a place, my heart was strangely numb. No, it felt rather comfortable. It's really over now. It was a feeling of relief, as much as the strong wind that embraced me. Staggering for a moment at the dizzyingly high scenery, I took a long breath and closed my eyes. Memories of past times flashed briefly through my calming vision. My life was like a single sword, a sword sharpened to the limit, emitting a dangerous radiance. Not knowing emotions, having no ego, a doll living every day in harsh training and schedules. It was my father who pushed me into such a life. Be the best, if you are my son. The day I turned 12, that's what my father said. A former world-class kendo athlete, he wanted me, his son, to reach the top as well. It was the common greed of a parent, but there were many distorted parts to dismiss it as such. Beatings that followed every mistake, abuse committed in the name of training, cold, harsh words that flew at me every time I collapsed from exhaustion. My father threw me into pain in various ways. You're pathetic, you can't even do this much. Every day was hell. I thought about dying dozens of times a day. I endured the schedule, consumed by self-loathing and despair. But even in such a life, I persevered. I lived. I thought everything my father did to me was for me. Because my father loves me. My father does this because he loves me. I comforted myself by repeating that over and over again. If I become the best in the world, my father will smile at me again. With that one thought, I endured hell, carving myself, cutting myself, torturing myself. I embraced hope, longing for the smile that would one day grace my father's lips. However, it didn't take long for me to realize that it was just my delusion. Selected as the best kendo athlete in the Republic of Korea, I proudly joined the national team and headed toward the World Championships. There was no such thing as an opponent. Compared to the times I had endured, my opponents were too soft and lukewarm. So I won consecutive matches, little by little. I desperately reached out for the shimmering goal that seemed both within reach and out of reach. And after overcoming all the hurdles, I reached the final of the World Championships. Until I stood in the arena, I was filled with joy. Finally, I can repay my father's love for me. With a faint smile, I stepped onto the final stage. My heart pounded as I thought that the 10-year dream I had held since I was 12 years old had come true. The dream I poured everything into. The dream I had pursued only for my father. On the final stage to put an end to that dream, I was utterly defeated. Without even landing a single blow on my opponent, I lost with an unbelievable score of 10-0. Good game. I look forward to seeing more good performances from you in the future. I remember the look in my opponent's eyes as he shook my hand after the match. A look of pity, as if looking down at a being infinitely weaker than himself. It felt like my entire life had been negated. Huff! My misfortune didn't end there. I stumbled into the locker room, forgetting to even take off my helmet after the match. Waiting for me there was my father, staring at me with contemptuous eyes. He remained silent for a while, then finally uttered a single sentence. I don't understand. A voice devoid of even a shred of warmth, as if evaluating an object. With those words, my father left the locker room. I reflexively reached out toward his retreating figure, but I couldn't reach him. He didn't look back at me even once as he walked down the hallway. I muttered in empty despair, looking at the emptiness before me. Why are you leaving? I dreamed of you for 10 years. I lived for your greed for 10 years. Why am I being abandoned so miserably now? I believe that you loved me. It was all my misunderstanding. My father didn't love me. I collapsed, staring at his cold back. I sat there blankly, shedding tears. I had lived half my life only for my father. I realized too late that it was a false delusion. My life had been denied. Everything I had done had been meaningless. I felt like an arrow that had lost its direction. I wanted to let go of everything. I wanted to disappear. So I climbed the stairs, and now I stood here. It's okay, really. I muttered in a pathetic voice as if to comfort myself. Contradictory emotions, both fear and anticipation, overflowed with my pounding heart. World's no. Kendo athlete, national team member, commits suicide by jumping from a building reportedly suffering from depression. Shock perhaps tomorrow morning. Articles like these would adorn a section of the newspaper. Having fallen to death from a time filled with lies and delusions, I would be erased from the world along with people's meager pity. I quietly let go of the hand that was holding onto the railing. My precariously perched body was thrown into the air. A terrifying sense of speed and a comforting sense of buoyancy enveloped me. The rapidly approaching ground came into view in my swirling vision. I quietly closed my eyes, and I prayed, please don't let it hurt, and let this be the end of everything. Still, I'm a little scared. Thud. That was my end. All I remember was the loud impact that struck my ears along with the intense shock. Yes, I definitely died like that. Duh. You have possessed Raiden Lishite, the eldest son of the Lishite dukedom. Welcome back. What is the meaning of this chapter 2.1? Regret and Opportunity. Part 1. Regret and Opportunity. A cozy feeling enveloped my entire body. Warm air flowed into my lungs with each breath I took. My body was drained of all its strength, and my mind was hazy. It felt like I was swimming in a warm bath. This is death. My last memory was of throwing myself off the roof of a building. I fell from the 20th floor of an apartment building, so I must be dead for sure. I exhaled, stretching myself out in the cozy sensation. It's soft and fluffy. Is this what they call the embrace of death? To think that I'm only feeling this peace, which I haven't felt even once in the past 10 years since I first held a sword after Dad. It left a slightly bitter taste in my mouth. It was really so hard it doesn't matter anymore, because the death I longed for so much has come to me. Death is an endless sleep, eternal rest that will lead me to a world of dreams. The hellish days I endured every day, my father's cold words and gaze, the image of myself desperately struggling to be loved, none of it exists anymore, because I'm dead. I don't have to do anything anymore, just indulge in the endless sleep and enjoy the peaceful rest. As I lay there, I tilted my head at the sudden sense of incongruity. I had clearly died, but how am I thinking? My brain must have turned to mush after falling from that height. How is this possible? At the same time as that question arose in my mind, I felt my hazy consciousness becoming clearer, and soon after, a pain like my head was splitting open struck my brain. With that terrible sensation, I sat up abruptly from my lying position and groaned. Ugh, it hurt so much. It felt like my skull was shattering and its contents were spilling out. As I held my forehead for a moment due to the pain, I soon frowned, noticing something strange. My head, which should have been shattered, was perfectly intact. My fingertips felt my messy hair. No matter how much I fumbled, there were no injuries. That wasn't the only strange thing. An even more incomprehensible sight unfolded before my eyes. Trees that reached as high as the sky. Light green leaves rustled whenever the wind blew. The vast sky was visible beyond the trees, and the fragrant scent of grass tickled my nose. I stared blankly at it all and muttered, "A forest, yes, it was a forest." To my bewilderment, I was currently lying in the middle of a forest. Questions, bewilderment, and a sense of incongruity swirled in my head. What is this? Have I finally gone mad? Or have I come to the afterlife after my head was smashed from the fall? As I looked around, lost in thought, an unfamiliar mechanical sound rang in my ears. Duh, you have possessed Raiden Lishite, the eldest son of the Duke Lishite family. Welcome back. At the same time, a light blue screen appeared before my eyes. What is commonly called a status window in the world appeared in the air. Seeing that sight, I was able to grasp the situation belatedly. So damn it, I've finally lost it. Maybe this is also a form of mental illness. Suffering from depression and obsession, I finally went over the edge. This situation is all my delusion. My body in reality is probably a cold corpse, growing colder. There's that possibility, isn't there? Like a flashback you experience right before death. It could be that I'm dreaming due to some strange activity in my brain. Duh, you are alive. This is reality, and you are currently in a state of possessing Raiden Lishite. How can I believe that? It would be more realistic to say that I failed my suicide attempt and am in a coma. Of course, considering the height I fell from, even that seems impossible. At least it's more realistic than this absurd situation. Duh, you have possessed Raiden Lishite. Congratulations on your return. Shut up. Again. It took me quite a while to accept this reality. The status window kept insisting that I was fine. I told it to shut up and ignored it several times. A fierce battle with no room for compromise. In the end, it was I who surrendered. If this is a delusion or a dream, there would be no such thing as pain. I tried breaking my pinky finger with the intention of testing it. With a cracking sound, excruciating pain shot through me. At that point, I couldn't help but believe it. All 5 senses were responding. My mind was clear, and the pain was working properly. Not facing the situation properly at this point was nothing but escapism. Always keep your mind sharp. It's important to read the sword path calmly, without thinking that what you know is all there is to the world. My father's teachings briefly came to mind, but I shook my head. Even my father wouldn't have heard of a situation like this. As I held my throbbing hand, lost in thought, the blue window popped up again. Self-harm is not good. Excessive self-destructive tendencies can lead to mental disorders and suicidal urges. What are you talking about? I'm in a body that has already committed suicide. Why should I care about preserving it? Besides, I've experienced the pain of broken bones many times in my previous life. It's a sensation you never get used to, no matter how many times you go through it. Well, thanks to that, I was able to recognize more clearly that this situation is real. It was fine. It's just one finger. The user's mental state confirmed to be abnormal. Developing countermeasures according to basic guidelines for symptoms of depression, including mental illness. I looked at the status window, chattering to itself. I no longer thought this was my dream or delusion. But that didn't mean I wasn't bewildered by the current situation. A status window, something you only see in novels. I tapped on the translucent screen. The blunt font characters blinked on it. The name Raiden Lishite, which had been emphasized repeatedly. It was a very familiar name, because he was one of the characters in my favorite novel, Possession. The outline began to become clear. Isn't it just like the stories in common novels? The protagonist, who has faced death, receives a new opportunity in the form of possession, a classic storyline, a popular beginning that everyone would enjoy. However, the difference between them in the book and me is, why am I caught up in this again? I had no will to live left. The dream I had longed for all my life had crumbled. I was abandoned by the person I wanted to be loved by. All the people around me who treated me kindly met their downfall because of me. I didn't need this kind of opportunity. I was just so tired. I just wanted to disappear quietly. Now it's even preventing me from dying. How much more broken and miserable do I have to be to find peace? The sorrow buried deep inside began to seep out. Lethargy, despair, emptiness. They all approached me as if they had a physical form. Rough emotions struck my face and choked me, but I didn't resist. Yes, let it break my neck once more, so that this hateful sound of breathing and the noise of the world no longer ring in my ears. Let the curtain fall on the stage of my life. Overwhelmed by melancholy, I quietly closed my eyes, and I stuck out my tongue. Suicide was hard the first time, the second time shouldn't be difficult. I comforted myself by repeating that, just as my teeth were about to sever the thread of life once more. I can fulfill your wish. Chapter 2.2 Regret and Opportunity Part 2 The blue window that appeared without fail stopped me. I tried to close the screen nervously, but after checking the contents, I couldn't ignore it. Wish what I wish, a mutter escaped my lips without me realizing it. As if answering, the status window displayed a new message. An unhappy person who doesn't know happiness. I know you've always wanted a happy life. This system can fulfill that wish of yours. What kind of bullshit is this? As I held my aching head, still reeling from the after effects of depression, the status window spouted out a rapid fire of words as if it had been waiting for this moment. You are the owner of a rare misfortune. As you can see from the current situation, this system has absolute power. It can save your life, which has been a series of loneliness and farewells. I didn't like it. It pissed me off that it was blabbering about my life without knowing anything. The pain I had to endure, the despair and loneliness I had to face, the loved ones I had to let go of. That blue window, talking about hope to me without knowing any of that, was disgusting. But what was even more repulsive was, really my eyes were fixed on the screen as if I was possessed. That attitude resembled a dog begging for food on the street, unable to let go of a sliver of hope even when hunger and fear grip the entire body. A pathetic life. Really, will you fulfill it? What am I expecting? I thought I had given up all my thirst for happiness after that day. I guess I was wrong. The intoxicating aftertaste of a sweet dream shook my reason. The longing I had hidden beneath, using resignation as a shield, reared its head once more. Please, give it to me. A life without tears. A life without violence and contempt. A life without loss and deprivation. A life where I can toss and turn in bed every night with anticipation for the next day. A life where I don't have to struggle to be loved by someone. That kind of life. Give it to me. This system does not lie, but there is a condition. You have to follow the quests given by the system and see the true ending of this world. This transaction will proceed as a form of contract, and the time it takes to complete the final quest is approximately 3 years. I'll do it. I said hastily before the system could even finish speaking. I felt like I would miss the opportunity if I didn't answer quickly. I was desperate. 3 years, 4 years, I'll do it, just give me a chance. I had already spent 10 years in hell. It wouldn't make much difference if 3 more years were added. I'd still be unhappy. I'd still live surrounded by mental illness and obsession. But if hope awaited at the end of that darkness, I was willing to sell my soul without hesitation. Let's try one more time, pretending to be fooled. Proceeding with the contract. Would you like to activate the status window? Yes/no. I immediately moved my finger towards the yes button. As my finger touched the glass-like surface, the screen flashed, and a brilliant light engulfed my surroundings. Starting the quest. Category: Final quest completion condition. See the true ending of this world. Time limit: 3 years. Reward: happiness. Welcome back. Chapter 3.1 Towards a New Story Part 1. Towards a New Story. Sorrow Racing Heroes, shortened to Souljeong T/N in Korean. It was the title of the novel I possessed. A typical academy novel. The story is about the protagonist overcoming hardships and trials as he grows. It was a novel with nothing particularly unique about it. If I had to point out something, it would be that the story gets a bit darker as it progresses toward the latter half. When I read it, I thought it was a soft and gentle healing story. I did tilt my head at the sudden shift to a bleak atmosphere. However, that aspect captivated me even more. I shed tears countless times watching the protagonist save the wounded world and overcome pain. It felt as if each sentence was comforting me. I relied on that book whenever I was struggling. But now, I'm inside that story. It's fascinating, I muttered as I looked at my reflection in the water. A thin, boyish figure was reflected on the surface of the transparent mirror. Jet black eyes and hair, as if night had descended upon them. A cold impression emanating from his sharp gaze. He was a boy who looked like he had a terrible personality. I furrowed my brow slightly and examined every part of my body. This isn't my body, after all. Naturally, there were no scars on this new body. The bruises and wounds I received from my father's beatings in the past, the dark circles that remained dark due to fatigue and despair, were also completely gone. Only pure white skin remained on my body. Moreover, there wasn't even a trace of muscle on this slender frame. It was a body completely unlike my previous life. No, actually, the face resembles my original appearance a bit. I picked up the white shirt I had taken off and put it back on. Raiden Lishite, was it? The person I possessed, Raiden Lishite. Of course, I knew the name. How could I not remember, considering how many times I've read Souljeong, the troublemaker eldest son of the Duke Lishite family, the disgrace of the nobles, a villain who harassed commoners for fun, even resorting to physical assault in severe cases. He was the character who played the fake villain in the early part of the story. He was a minor character who flirted with the protagonist's heroines and then got beaten up and disappeared. In this story, he disappeared after being defeated in a duel with the protagonist. Did he appear for about 10 chapters? He was a character who wasn't even mentioned until the ending after that. The national team senior who recommended this novel to me said that he was a sacrificial lamb for a one-time refreshing development. He's certainly suitable for possession. As you know, villain extras are the standard in possession stories. Of course, I've never read a possession story. I heard my senior say that once. Anyway, that aside, what should I do now? No, more importantly, why is he lying in the middle of this forest? Where did he sell that nice mansion and end up collapsing on the side of the road? As these questions tangled and occupied my mind, a clear mechanical sound rang in my ears. The main quest occurred. Title: Towards a New Story. Content: Head to the Duke Lishite family mansion. Reward: none. Penalty for failure: none. Oh, how kind. To think it would tell me right away as I started to wander. I heard it's customary to make you suffer a lot in the beginning. It seems our status window is quite kind-hearted. What is its true identity? As I glanced at the blue screen, that question suddenly arose in my mind. However, I shook my head and brushed it off. It's unnecessary thinking. The important thing is that this being can grant my wish. Whether the being watching me from beyond that window is human, monster, or God, it's none of my concern. Since I've decided to trust it, doubting it will only tire me out. I organized my thoughts and started walking. The map displayed on the status window guided me in the direction I needed to go. Fortunately, it seemed I wouldn't have to keep wandering in this forest. However, the problem was, this is too far? The destination was ridiculously far. Once I got out of the forest, a hellish march comparable to the distance from Seoul to Busan awaited me. What is this all a lie, a betrayal, a trick? This is torture. As I looked at the status window with eyes filled with betrayal and resentment, the blue screen blinked once more. Walking is not the only way. In this era, there is an excellent means of transportation called a carriage. Ah, right, carriages. There's a saying that if your head is bad, your body suffers. I'm sorry for doubting you. I'm sorry, but I'm not that stupid, you know. My mom said I was the smartest in the world. Parents often have the misconception that their child is a genius. Shut up. It took me about 2 hours to get out of the forest. Since the road was rough and the forest was quite large, it took longer than expected. As I walked for a while, removing the leaves stuck to my clothes, I arrived at the city the status window had guided me to. A medieval city that you would only see in a fantasy world. Carriages rolled by. Knights guarded the city. Shopping districts lined the streets, creating a bustling atmosphere. I stared blankly at the scenery. I really had entered a novel. It was a new feeling to face the story I had longed for as reality. Calming my trembling heart, I looked around for a long time. The strange excitement transformed into fragments of anticipation. Those small pieces, like puzzle pieces, filled the void in my heart one by one. I brushed back my hair that was ruffled by the wind and took a deep breath. It was a comfortable feeling. It's wonderful here. A languidness I felt for the first time in a long time. For me, who had always lived with obsession and depression, this kind of leisure was quite unfamiliar. Still, I thought it wasn't bad. Would you like to look around more? No, I'm good. I need to go now. Even as I said that, my gaze remained fixed on the peaceful scenery, but I forced myself to turn my head. It wasn't time yet. Since I had received a second chance from the status window, my first priority was to fulfill my contract with it. After that's over, yes, maybe I too can become a part of that picture, like a single drop of paint. I pondered that thought as I started walking. Let's see, where can I find a carriage? Chapter 3.2, Towards a New Story Part 2. After looking around for a while, I was able to find a decent carriage to ride. I was a little flustered when the coachman bowed deeply with wide eyes after I handed him a few gold coins from my pocket as a token of appreciation. Anyway, I was able to head toward the mansion more comfortably. The carriage sped along the road. In the space where only the rattling sound existed, I was gradually learning about the status window. The user can directly summon the status window using the keyword status window. In the summoned window, the user can access information about their status, quest progress, etc. Status window. User, Raiden Lishite, gender, male, age, 18, race, human, stat information, strength, E, stamina, E plus agility, D total mana, 31, skill information 1, Imperial Common Language automatically activated 2, Iron Will automatically activated 3, Short Range Teleportation, Blink 4, Empty Slot 5, Empty Slot, Titles 1, Eldest Son of the Lishite Family 2, Troublemaker 3, Lonely Boy. The format is similar to what I saw in novels. I checked the information by fiddling with the blue screen. A sigh naturally escaped my lips. The stats are truly abysmal. Raiden's average physical stat was E+. Considering that the average stat of Academy students is C rank, you could see how terrible his abilities were. Strength at E rank? No wonder his body is like this. I glanced at my emaciated body, where even the bones were visible, and sighed. Well, it wasn't a big problem. Stats can be raised. If I train like I did in my previous life, wouldn't I be able to reach an average of C rank in about 2 months? The biggest problem is the total mana being 31. How can a person's mana be 31? What the hell is 31 in Ice Cream Parlor? To show how ridiculous this number is, the average total mana of people with magic-based bodies is 300. Raiden's total amount was only about 10% of that. Even the lowest ranked monster, a goblin, has about 15 mana. In theory, Raiden's body was like combining 2 goblins, making it a fragile body, and he dared to challenge the protagonist with this? He must have had guts. Or was he just stupid? I scrolled down the status window with trivial thoughts. Then, a number caught my eye. What the current date? 8/3. The date is August. I couldn't help but be flustered. If it's August, then the second semester of the academy is already underway. Considering that Raiden disappeared after being defeated in a duel with the protagonist right after the entrance ceremony, it meant that half a year had already passed since Raiden was written out of the story. This is quite surprising. Usually, in possession stories, another standard is to be sent back in time before these events occur. That way, the possessor can at least try hard to avoid being eliminated from the story. To be possessed by a villain who has already gone through all the defeat events and retired. I've never even heard of it. Should I say it's unorthodox or unique? Dang. Actually, doesn't it matter much? That's true. The protagonist is the most important. After all, it wouldn't matter much to the world what happens to my possession, which is just a villain extra. As I gradually learned about this world through light conversations with the status window, a week had passed. Well, it feels like I skipped over a lot, but what can I do? There were no special events because I was just in the carriage the whole time. Arrived at the destination. Main quest towards a new story has ended. As the status Windows notification rang, the carriage came to a stop. The coachman, who had been calming the horses for a moment, approached the back and opened the door. "We have arrived, my lord." "Ah, thank you. Please speak casually. You seem to be from a noble family." The coachman looked bewildered by my formal speech. I tilted my head for a moment and then realized, oh right, this is a society with a class system. My way of speaking might seem strange to others, but I couldn't bring myself to speak informally to an elderly gentleman. So I just gave an awkward smile. "Then, I'll be on my way, my lord. Thank you for your generosity. Actually, my granddaughter is starving at home thanks to your kindness. I don't think we'll have to worry about going hungry ever again. We'll have enough for her academy tuition." The coachman's eyes welled up with tears as if overcome with emotion. I couldn't help but be flustered by that sight. Generosity? What generosity? I don't remember making any donations. Is he talking about the gold coins I gave him as a token of appreciation earlier? Did I give him that much? I will never forget this kindness. A voice filled with deep gratitude. I watched the departing carriage with a complicated gaze, but I soon shook it off and turned around to take in the mansion in front of me. The Duke Lishite family mansion. It was a building so grand that it felt more than just huge. It was about the size of a university campus. I swallowed, feeling overwhelmed by the pressure, and slowly approached the mansion. As I stood in front of the mansion's gate, "Young master," someone's voice came from behind me. I glanced back and saw a young girl standing there. She looked to be about Raiden's age. She had beautiful brown hair and eyes. She was dressed in a neat-made uniform. Her smooth body lines were visible beneath her clothes, and she had cute pigtails. She stared at me with blank eyes, calling me young master. Then she burst into tears and ran towards me. Young master. Chapter 4.1 A Foolish Boy Part 1 A foolish boy, young master. The girl cried out as she rushed towards me. She spread her arms as she got closer and embraced me tightly. Oof, unfortunately, with my average physical stat being less than D, I couldn't even withstand the charge of this frail girl. With a loud noise, my body fell backward, but the girl held onto me tightly, as if determined not to let go. My mind went blank for a moment, taken aback by the sudden event. As I let out a dumbfounded sound, I felt my chest becoming damp. Sniff. I looked down and saw the girl burying her face in my chest, shedding tears. She asked me in a trembling voice, "Why, young master, is it really you? Is this a dream?" By young master, she must mean Raiden. "And I'm Raiden now, Yes, I think so." As I answered with a slightly unsure voice, the maid's sobs grew louder. "Sob, young master." I was so worried. Yes. Unsure how to react, I gently patted the crying girl's back. She flinched and looked up at me. "Sniff, is it really you, young master?" Yes, I seemed to be repeating yes over and over again, but I couldn't help it. I didn't know this girl at all. I wasn't even sure if she appeared in the original story. Even if she did, I could hardly remember the names of the supporting characters, let alone a maid from the Lishite family. What should I do? As I panicked, the mechanical sound, which I was getting used to, rang in my ears once again. At the same time, a blue window appeared in front of me. The synchronization, a possession perk, is starting. Synchronization. The user's memories will be synchronized with Raiden Lishites. You will inherit all the memories that Raiden Lishite experienced. Warning: you may experience dizziness due to the vast amount of memories and emotional overflow. You may experience status ailments such as fainting, vomiting, or mental instability due to the shock. Only memories are transferred through the possession perk. It does not affect the user's emotions in any way. Please remember what this system said when we first met. You may not understand it now, but you will eventually. Wait, suddenly? What is all this? Fainting, vomiting, mental instability. And what does it mean that I will eventually understand? Damn it, if you're going to explain, at least do it properly. Synchronization starting. As the notification of synchronization starting appeared, a severe headache struck me. At the same time, countless fragments of memories began to pour into my mind. Raiden, you're awake. Brother, let's go together. Young master, you need to take your books. Even though it's an arranged engagement, I think I'm okay with it. Correct again. Excellent, student Raiden. Voices and scenes flashed by like a fast-forwarded film. They were scenes I had never experienced in my life, voices I had never heard before. These were Raiden Lishite's memories of why young master. The pain intensified as more memories flowed in. My whole body trembled with a bizarre sensation as if the top of my head had been opened and my brain was being stirred. I'm disappointed, Raiden. Brother, why have you changed so much? Why, young master, forget about the engagement. I don't love you anymore. Harassing commoner students again. This is a warning, student Raiden. The voices that were warm just a moment ago gradually turned cold. At the same time, my heart raced and my chest ached. A sharp, painful emotion washed over me. Guilt, lethargy, despair, all mixed together to form a familiar pain. Is this emotion what my body, Raiden, is feeling? Wait a minute. The status window definitely said something earlier. I couldn't remember. Only a dizzying headache dominated my mind. It felt like my head was going to explode. Young master! A scream escaped my lips. Even though the transfer of memories had ended, the ringing in my head showed no signs of stopping. Amplified by Raiden's emotions, the memories infected me, reflecting the past. You are afflicted with the status ailment trauma due to the backlash of memory transfer. Kim Naru, national team representative? Isn't he a total fraud? Honestly, he got to the finals because of luck. Lol, did you see him get completely destroyed in the finals without landing a single hit? Seriously, even I could do better. Lol. The comments from the finals video, filled with mockery and malice, turned into voices that pierced my ears. Words that denied, ridiculed, and belittled my life pierced my heart. As I gasped for breath with a constricted throat, the nightmare of that day replayed once again. I don't understand. My father's voice. A cold voice, devoid of any warmth. I couldn't breathe. My throat felt choked, as if my lungs were refusing to take in air. Gasp, cough just as my vision blurred. A clear mechanical sound pierced through everything and reached me. Skill iron will resist the status ailment trauma. Status ailment trauma is nullified. Cough, huff, huff. As the ringing in my head disappeared, my rigid breathing returned. My vision felt a bit clearer, but my body was still twitching and convulsing. That chilling sensation made my mind go blank. As I gasped for breath, trying to calm my pounding heart, the maid who was clinging to me leaned in. Young master, what's wrong with you all of a sudden? She was panicking, probably because she saw me gasping for air. She looked so cute, not knowing what to do and shedding tears. I quietly reached out and wiped the girl's cheeks. Young master. To calm her down, I called her name softly. Calm down, Rachel. Rachel, the maid who had been by Raiden's side since childhood, the loyal retainer who remained devoted even after Raiden became a delinquent. And my precious friend. Young master, yes, Rachel. I'm here. I'm back. At those words, the girl burst into tears once more. With a complicated heart, I gazed at the watery trails running down her face. However, my melancholic gaze was cut short. A sudden blue screen appeared, blocking the space between her and me. Due to extreme mental exhaustion, you are entering the status ailment faint. Wait, what is damn thud? My consciousness was cut off without a chance to resist. Chapter 4.2 A Foolish Boy Part 2 Raiden Lishai was a boy loved by everyone. He was respectful to his elders. He was kind to those beneath him, and he knew how to cherish the people around him. Even though he was born with meager talent and a sharp appearance, people liked him. He was a proud son to his parents, a respected brother to his younger sister, and a lovable young master to the servants. Because Raiden knew how to give love to others and receive it, joy and happiness always overflowed around the boy. However, a storm came to the boy's peaceful world. Mother when Raiden turned 16, his mother passed away. The cause of death was assassination. It happened on a quiet winter night. After finishing his daily routine, Raiden was lying in bed. He heard occasional creaking sounds from outside the window, but the exhausted boy dismissed them as his imagination. He shouldn't have. Fresh! The window shattered with a sharp noise. As Raiden sat up in surprise, unidentified assailants barged into his room. Shadows approached with a chilling aura, drawing their swords from their waists. The boy, too shocked by the situation, froze in place. If you come quietly, we won't kill you. Just as the black hands reached out to Raiden, a woman with red hair suddenly appeared, blocking their path. Run, Raiden! The loom magic flickered from her delicate fingertips. The next moment, a surge of magic pushed Raiden's body toward the door. In less than a second, the boy saw it. His mother, forcing a clumsy smile towards him with trembling lips, and several swords protruding from her stomach. I'm sorry, my son and mother. The memories after that were hazy. The boy simply stood still. His father arrived late and slaughtered the assassins who were laughing. Even as the shocked butler shook the boy's shoulders, asking if he was all right, the boy just stared at his mother's rapidly cooling body. It was the first death the boy had ever encountered in his life, and his first farewell, faced without any preparation. The death of the person he had relied on most since childhood came as a tremendous shock, and that shock severely distorted his mental state. Mother and mom, because of me. The boy was tormented by the fact that his mother died saving him. The person he loved sacrificed herself for him out of love for him. Those horrible thoughts gradually broke the boy down. To forget the vivid memories of that day etched in his mind, He lived every day drowning himself in alcohol. His judgment became increasingly clouded as he spent all day intoxicated. It's all my fault. If mother hadn't loved me, this wouldn't have happened. I should have died instead. Foolish boy! He was still young and didn't know how to properly overcome his wounds. His mind was too overwhelmed to think straight. His mother's sincere devotion and sacrifice were too much for the boy to bear. This became the first reason why Raiden feared being loved by others. And soon, it settled in his heart as a kind of obsession. From then on, the boy rejected the love of others. He didn't try to give love to others like before, nor did he try to receive it. Instead, he did all sorts of evil deeds to be hated and despised. You can't even do this properly? This food tastes awful. He hurled insults at the servants of the mansion. Kick, stop telling me to stop drinking, damn it. What business is it of yours, father? He drank every day, ruining his own behavior. Hey there, pretty lady. How about spending a night with me? At the academy, he relentlessly flirted with female students. This class is so boring. How dare a mere academy professor lecture me? You must want to die. He would always cause trouble during class. As obsession and trauma consumed his mind, Raiden's delinquent behavior only worsened. Of course, perhaps because his heart was inherently soft, he couldn't commit truly evil acts like violence or murder. However, it was enough to earn the world's hatred. Rumors about Raiden started from the academy and gradually grew in size. And as they grew, various rumors and falsehoods were mixed in. The boy had never slept with a woman, but rumors spread that he lived a promiscuous and debauched life. He had never laid a hand on anyone, but stories circulated that he habitually assaulted servants. The fact that the Duke's eldest son was a delinquent was such a sensational topic for gossip. Rumors about the boy spread like wildfire. Raiden was satisfied with that. Far from trying to stop the rumors, he focused on fueling them. He spent money and used people to deliberately create negative public opinion about himself. And whenever the reactions died down, he continued to put on flamboyant performances. I shouldn't be loved. I don't deserve it. I am a monster who survived by drinking my mother's blood. I don't want to make anyone who loves me unhappy again, the boy muttered to himself every night like a madman. His thoughts and reason were already consumed by self-loathing, and every action he took was deeply ingrained with obsession. I miss you, mother. He was a foolish boy of 17. Raiden continued his delinquent behavior, spending each day in turmoil. As more time passed, he turned 18. The delinquent met a student at the academy, Alan Reinhardt, the boy who was considered the most talented among the first-year students at the academy, and the protagonist of the novel Sorrow Erasing Heroes. He threw his glove at Raiden, who was harassing female students as usual, and said, I challenge you to a duel, senior. Stop bothering my friends and fight me. Raiden accepted the challenge with a smile in his heart. This was an opportunity to be hated and ridiculed even more, so there was no reason to refuse. The boy even felt gratitude towards Alan as he entered the duel. And that day, Raiden was brutally beaten in front of countless spectators. The male students who watched the duel laughed mockingly, finding it satisfying. The female students gazed at Alan with admiration. Alan frowned and said to Raiden, originally, I was going to demand your expulsion from the academy as compensation for the duel, but I'll let it slide. But please keep this in mind. Never appear in front of me or my friends again. After the duel, Raiden returned to his dormitory. Familiar emptiness and darkness greeted him. The boy trudged along, quietly sinking to the floor in his empty room. The wounds stung fiercely, but it was okay. No one worried about him, but it was okay. Everyone glared at him with contempt, but it was okay. No, was it truly okay? He felt a sorrow tinged with despair. He felt a pain stabbing his chest. He felt an incredibly desolate loneliness. But he quietly comforted himself. It's okay, I'm doing well. It's okay, it'll be okay, he muttered to himself, forcing a smile as he tried to sleep. His broken mind was like a truck with a broken steering wheel, unable to change direction even though he knew he was on the wrong path. A frantic race. The boy's downfall eventually led him to ruin. A few days after the duel, Raiden's younger sister, who had entered the academy as a first-year student, came to find him. She seemed furious, having heard about the duel with Alan. The girl shouted at the boy, Why are you doing this? I asked you to just stay quiet. His cute and gentle younger sister had transformed into a sharp and cold figure. Raiden felt a slight bitterness at that, but he didn't show it and simply reacted with his usual nonchalant attitude. The girl was exhausted by Raiden's behavior. She felt she could no longer wait for her kind and warm brother from the past. Perhaps that was why. Words that she would never normally utter escaped her lips. I wish that day you had died instead of Mom. Raiden froze at those words. Chapter 5.1 Whispers of Blue Part 1 Whispers of Blue. I wish that day you had died instead of Mom. Raiden froze at those words. That day, the day of the nightmare that left an indelible scar on Raiden and instilled in him the obsession of being hated by others. The girl's words pierced like a sharp dagger into the unhealed wound. A sensation as if his flesh was being exposed and his insides were being gouged out struck the boy. Raiden's face turned pale, but his younger sister, who had her eyes tightly shut, didn't see it. Unfortunately, her mouth kept moving. "You should have died. Why did trash like you survive while mom died? You should have just died." Raiden felt his breath hitch. His lungs tightened, his breathing became ragged, and his heart felt like it was stopping. Even for him, who wanted to be hated, the pain of this wound was overwhelming. "Run, Raiden!" A nostalgic voice rang in his ears, and thud. The unpleasant sound of metal blades piercing flesh cutting through the frail woman's cry. "You should have died." His sister's words, intertwined and overlapping with the past, made him dizzy. Feeling like he was about to vomit, Raiden fled the scene. Returning to his dormitory, the boy clung to the trash can and vomited for a long time. And that night, "Raiden, my son, if it weren't for you, I could have lived. Mother, it's your fault. Raiden, because of you." The boy had a terrible nightmare. The precarious tower he had built with obsession and foolishness crumbled at his sister's words. He had always blamed himself, but hearing those words from someone else, especially his family, was utterly devastating. Because he cherished his family so much. Because she was his younger sister, whom he loved as much as his mother. The words that came out of the girl's mouth deeply wounded the boy. Raiden quietly got out of bed. He stumbled out of the dormitory. Students were restricted from leaving the dormitory after 10 p.m., but Raiden didn't care. He walked. He left the academy and threw himself into an unknown space. With no destination or thoughts in mind, the boy simply repeated the act of walking. He wore a blank expression, endlessly ruminating on the screams and resentment of his mother from the dream. 10 minutes passed. 30 minutes. 1 hour. 2 hours. 6 hours. When he could no longer tell how much time had passed, Raiden's body was in the forest of a mountain. It seemed he had arrived at his strange place after walking aimlessly forward. Raiden realized that the surrounding scenery was strange, but he didn't try to stop. Like the obsession that had taken root in his mind, he continued to move forward. That must have been why Raiden didn't see the tree root at his feet. As he lost his balance and fell, a high cliff awaited him. This too, Raiden had missed while walking mindlessly. The boy plummeted into the air. Thud! The sound of his skull shattering echoed, and Raiden's story ended there. I opened my eyes, feeling a soft sensation against my back. As I lifted my heavy eyelids, the first thing I saw was an ornately patterned ceiling. A scene that felt familiar despite seeing it for the first time. It was Raiden's room. Ugh, groan. I sat up, frowning at the lingering headache. My tattered shirt had been replaced with a new one, as if someone had changed it for me, and my body had been thoroughly clean. Bandages were even wrapped around the wounds I had sustained while leaving the mountain. It's exactly like, in the memories, a familiar room layout. It was slightly different from before Raiden's last visit, but most of it was exactly as he remembered it. A strange sense of familiarity welled up from deep within my heart. Of course, it wasn't my emotion. It must have been Raiden's. This feels kind of creepy. The thought of an emotion that wasn't mine rummaging through my head was incredibly unsettling. As I sighed and tried to soothe my throbbing head, I heard a rustling sound from beside the bed. I turned my head and saw a girl sleeping with her head resting on the bedside. Judging from the bandages and empty potion bottles scattered on the floor, it seemed she was the one who had treated me. I softly called her name. Rachel. My heart ached as I looked at her. Rachel was the only person who didn't turn her back on Raiden despite his delinquent behavior. To push away the girl who wouldn't leave him no matter how badly he treated her, Raiden had been particularly harsh toward her. The girl frowned slightly, as if her hair was tickling her eyes. Tear stains were clearly visible on her pale cheeks. I quietly reached out and brushed her hair aside. It wasn't a conscious action. My body simply moved reflexively. It felt like Raiden's will was interfering with my body. It wasn't a pleasant feeling. Pushing aside the tangled thoughts, I called up the status window. Status window. Confirmed that the user's consciousness has returned. How much time has passed? 6 hours, 13 minutes, and 57 seconds have passed since you lost consciousness. The possession perk synchronization has been successfully completed. Chapter 5.2 Whispers of Blue Part 2 Right Synchronization. To think that the possession perk they threw at me was a process of forcibly merging my consciousness with Raiden's. It was a moment when I truly yearned for death. With Raiden's obsession and self-loathing added on top of my already fragile mental state, I felt like I was about to burst with depression. As I tried to manage my emotions and organize my thoughts, the Skill Iron Will nullifies the user's negative emotions, depression, lethargy, suicidal urges, etc. The user's negative emotions resist Iron Will. The effects of Iron Will are partially reduced. The user's depression and suicidal urges are weakened but not eliminated. What's this now? I frowned at the blue screens that appeared before me. Status window. Explain Iron Will. Iron Will category. Skill rank, EX description. A special skill directly bestowed upon the user by boasting the highest performance among mental barriers. Effect. Blocks 99% of mental status ailments, suggestion, intimidation, brainwashing, negative emotions, etc. directed at the user. However, status ailments that exceed Iron Will cannot be completely blocked. No wonder I felt refreshed and clear-headed. Some unheard of skill was suppressing my lethargy and suicidal urges. It was nice not to feel depressed, but it felt a bit strange. More importantly, an EX rank scale. Even in the novel Sorrow Erasing Heroes, an EX rank scale never appeared. It was only mentioned in passing, saying that such a rank existed after SSS rank. Even the highest rank skill the protagonist possessed was only SSS rank. However, status ailments that exceed Iron Will cannot be completely blocked. I chuckled at that message. There couldn't possibly be a status ailment that could break through an EX rank mental barrier. The user's negative emotions resist Iron Will. The user's depression and suicidal urges are weakened but not eliminated. It seemed my condition was more serious than I thought. No, even with the combined depression of two people, could it be this bad an obsession that pierces through an EX rank mental barrier? Now I understand why I received this skill. If it weren't for Iron Will, wouldn't I have tried to bite my tongue and commit suicide again the moment I woke up in the forest? Actually, thinking about it, I think I really tried to do that first. But I'm glad. I wasn't sure if it was thanks to this skill, but my mind was much more peaceful compared to my previous life. It felt a bit precarious, but I could consider this state to be good. It was much better than being consumed by thoughts of death every day. With my improved mood, I continued reading the status window. Among the numerous blue screens, one message stood out. The possession perk synchronization has been successfully completed. Seeing that, my excitement seemed to subside. I quietly pondered the words on the screen, lost in thought. Raiden, whom I had simply considered a one-time refreshing development sacrificial lamb, was a character with a story. A boy whose life was twisted by trauma and obsession. I felt a sense of kinship with him. Raiden, you must have been through a lot. It was a completely different type of pain from what I had experienced. Unlike me, whose life was ruined by a crazy father, Raiden had ruined the world he loved with his own hands. Of course, I felt that Raiden was foolish, but my sympathy for his pain and loneliness was greater. It was ironic that I, of all people, was sympathizing with someone else as I was lost in self-deprecation. The girl who had her head buried in the bed let out a faint sigh. Realizing that it was a sign of her waking up, I stopped thinking and looked down at her. Soon, the girl's eyes opened, revealing hazy brown irises. They blinked weakly for a moment before focusing on me as I sat up. I spoke softly to those transparent glass beads. You're awake. What expression would Raiden have made here? Not the Raiden wearing the mask of a delinquent, but the real Raiden. With that thought in mind, I gently curved my lips upward. It felt awkward. Smiling was indeed difficult. Good morning, Rachel. A gentle greeting. The girl stared at me blankly for a moment, then let out a deep sigh and slumped back down. What, it's a dream? Rachel mumbled, burying her head back into the bed. I tilted my head at her reaction. Why was she acting like that? Was my smile that awkward? It's not a dream. It is a dream, Tilda. There's no way the young master would smile at me like that. The girl's eyes looked inexplicably sad. Maybe 3 years ago, but the young master now. Her darkening complexion seemed to represent her sadness. The blue pupils, filled with affection and compassion, shone brightly. My heart ached at her dejected expression, so I reached out to her without thinking. And then, squeeze, I pulled on her plump cheek. A soft, squishy sensation lingered on my fingertips. I felt a twinge of nostalgia. Rachel used to love it when Raiden pinched her cheeks like this. Why, young master, as I was lost in the memories I had absorbed, I felt the stretched cheek mumble something. Confused brown eyes stared at me. It hurts? It's not a dream. I told you it was me. Are you deaf, Ray? Rachel's pupils widened once again. Ray was Raiden's nickname for her when he was young. It must be surprising to hear the name he hadn't uttered since becoming a delinquent. I chuckled at the dumbfounded expression on the girl's face. And then I greeted her once more. Good morning, Ray. Chapter 6.1 Time to Take the Stage Part 1 Time to Take the Stage. The Empire had 3 ducal families known as its pillars. Robin, the wings of the Empire. Filer, the shield of the Empire. And Lishite, The sword of the empire. Among these three families, the Lishite family, with the greatest influence, was widely known as the closest confidants of the imperial family. Righteous assassins who punish evil, swords that restore order, loyal knights of the emperor, and iron-blooded eagles protecting the empire. The Lishite family had countless epithets, but the most famous one was the executors of blue talent. The descendants of the Lishite family were born with exceptional talent for generations. This didn't simply mean being born with special abilities in a certain field. It meant that they were bestowed with a natural excellence capable of leading a generation. Some were given the talent for swords, some for spears, and some for magic. However, there were occasional exceptions. There were cases where they were born without the blue talent that symbolized the Lishite family, or where their power was too weak, like Raiden, who showed no potential in martial arts. Inside the Duke's office in the Lishite family mansion, Steiner Lishite, the head of the family and leader of the executors, sighed and put down the pen he was holding. His scarred hand rubbed his furrowed brow. The documents scattered haphazardly on his desk were complex enough to make anyone faint at a glance. Even for the head of the Lishite family, this kind of work was too unfamiliar to him. After all, his talent was related to magic, not using his head. However, that wasn't the only thing causing him a headache. His son, Raiden Lishite, his blood relative, who had suddenly disappeared one day, reappeared after almost 6 months. It seemed one of the maids had found him wandering in front of the house. When Steiner first heard that Raiden had returned, he inwardly sighed with relief. He had been worried that something might have happened to him due to his disappearance, which had lasted for half a year. He was covered in wounds and looked a mess, but the most important thing was that he was alive. But now that he was back, there were many things to worry about. Setting aside the minor issues, just thinking about how to deal with the academy, which he had been absent from without permission for 6 months, made him feel overwhelmed. Would Raiden even want to go back to the academy? He had heard that life there didn't suit him. How did things end up like this? Steiner muttered weakly. Scenes from the nostalgic past flashed through his mind. "You are my pride, Raiden." It was a phrase Steiner used to say to him before Raiden transformed into a delinquent. The world saw Raiden as a fool who, despite being the eldest son of the Lishite family, wasn't born with talent. But those were just whispers from people who didn't know him well, because Raiden had something that transcended such trivial talent. I'll work even harder. Father, a friendly smile and thoughtful actions, an altruistic and warm heart. Raiden in the past was a child who made it impossible for those around him not to love him. His witty words always made others smile. His considerate actions touched people's hearts. His warm heart, which melted away gloomy atmospheres, even became a driving force for some to live. The power to make people smile, the power to draw people in, and the power to embrace people in his heart. It was a realm that couldn't be achieved with mere swords or magic. That's why Steiner was truly proud of Raiden, because his son was born with the true qualities of a human being that he had always envisioned. Steiner believed that his proud son would always grow up upright. Another sigh echoed through the Duke's office. A single bud of compassion bloomed in the cold Duke's heart. That pitiful flower was, of course, for his son. Steiner vividly remembered the pain of the day his wife Philippa Lishite was buried, the sorrow of losing a loved one. It was an unbearable pain even for the Empire's greatest pyromancer, once known as the Flame Emperor. His young son had experienced that pain. He had even witnessed the horrific sight of his mother being brutally murdered right before his eyes. Yes, if only that had been all. The problem was that it didn't end there. I shouldn't have done that back then. Overwhelmed with guilt, Steiner rubbed his face. Raindrops of self-reproach and self-loathing fell on the fading petals of compassion. "I'm sorry, Philippa." Steiner had to conceal his wife's death from the public. It had been less than 10 years since the Empire had forcibly ended the Civil War. If word got out that the Duchess of the Lishite family, the sword of the Empire and its greatest force, had been assassinated, it would undoubtedly create unrest both within and outside the Empire. Not only would the Lishite family's standing be damaged, but the authority of the imperial family they protected would also be threatened. Steiner had no choice. "I'm so sorry," the incompetent husband apologized to his wife countless times, muttering those words. However, contrary to his torn heart, the cover-up proceeded smoothly. Fortunately or unfortunately, only his son, the head butler, and a few trusted retainers had witnessed the scene that day. Steiner thoroughly silenced them and only informed those who needed to know. The Emperor and the Crown Prince, the other dukes, his family members, including his son and daughter, the head butler and a few trusted retainers. Only about 10 people in the Empire knew the truth about Philippa Lishite's death. "Oh, dude, I heard your wife has been unwell lately. Is she all right?" Thank you for your concern, Marquis. Philippa's health has been quite poor. She hasn't been able to attend any social gatherings. Oh my, will send someone from our family to visit her when she's feeling better. Ah, there's no need for that. Her physician advised her to avoid contact with outsiders as much as possible. I see. I hope she recovers soon. I'll let the others know in advance. Yes, please do. Everyone will be wondering why she is absent from social gatherings. Steiner fabricated false rumors to delay the announcement of his wife's death. Thus, the story of the Duchess of the Lichite family being assassinated was concealed, and only rumors of her being critically ill circulated within the empire. Are you sure you have to go this far? You know, Your Majesty, if we announce Philippa's death without any preparation, we won't be able to avoid the suspicions of those damn seekers. I understand. With the imperial authorities still unstable, it would be much safer to announce it after shaping public opinion to some extent. It would also be better if the cause of death was illness rather than assassination. Indeed. Sigh, but this isn't right, is it? I hear your son is out of his mind these days. I apologize. It's all right, just take care of your son. That kind child wouldn't be acting like a delinquent if it weren't for something serious. However, despite the Emperor's advice, Steiner couldn't focus on Raiden. While the father was busy eliminating secret branches and covering up his wife's death, his son transformed into a delinquent with even more sinister rumors surrounding him. Time passed. On the day Philippa Lichite's fabricated death was announced to the world, Steiner finally saw it. His son's eyes, staring blankly at his mother's grave as if he had lost something precious. Only then did Steiner realize he should have put aside everything, the empire and all, and embraced his wounded child. He had believed that his son, who had always done well, would overcome this too. Raiden, don't worry about me, father. But regret couldn't change anything. The boy was already broken. His cheerful smile had turned into a mocking one. His words, which used to bring joy to everyone, now brought tears and anger. His once warm heart was now submerged beneath the surface, cold and distant. Steiner tried to reach out to his son countless times, but Raiden pushed him away each time, as if he was deliberately isolating himself. So Steiner decided to wait for his wounded child to return whenever he was ready. He knew he had done something unforgivable, but he was still willing to be there for his son, if the boy still considered him his father. However, 1 month, 3 months, 6 months, 1 year, even after a year, Raiden showed no signs of returning to his former self. Steiner realized that Raiden was broken beyond repair. The father, learning of his son's condition, tried to restrain him by any means necessary. He didn't want his child to be hated by others anymore. But despite his efforts, Raiden didn't change. No, he became even more malicious. The distance between father and son grew wider. What, Raiden's gone? And then, a year and a half after Raiden became a delinquent, he suddenly disappeared. At first, Steiner wasn't worried. Similar things had happened before. He thought his son had simply gone somewhere to clear his head. A week passed. 2 weeks passed. A month passed. Raiden still hadn't appeared. Only then did Steiner realize that something was wrong and began searching for him. He searched the restaurants and shops Raiden frequented, the places he loved as a child, the places he might have gone to at the academy, but he couldn't find him. Another month passed, 2 months passed, 3 months passed. Even after 4 months since Raiden's disappearance, no one had seen him. As anxiety gnawed at him, almost 6 months after his disappearance, Raiden reappeared, covered in wounds and looking a mess. Chapter 6.2 Time to Take the Stage Part 2 Step. I glanced out the window as I walked down the hallway leading to the Duke's office. The hot summer sun beat down on the well-maintained garden. The shimmering sunlight and blue sky created a cheerful atmosphere, serving as a gentle backdrop. Summer, it's actually quite beautiful when you look at it like this. It was my least favorite season in my previous life, though. As I was lost in thought, reminiscing about old memories, I heard footsteps following me from behind. Wait a minute. Young master girl with brown pigtails was chasing after me. You have to go together, father called for me, right? There's no need for you to come along. Rachel frowned at my words. I told you, I'm your personal maid now. I'll follow you wherever you go. Personal maid, I don't really need one. As I muttered those words, Rachel puffed out her cheeks as if she was sulking. I don't care. Even if I'm not your personal maid, I'll still follow you. I stared at her puffed out cheeks for a moment, then reached out and pinched them. NMPH. The soft, squishy feeling gave me a strange sensation. I chuckled at her dumbfounded expression. Her Rachel's eyes widened at my smile, as if she had witnessed something unbelievable. Ah, maybe smiling like this is a bit awkward. The delinquent Raiden wouldn't have smiled like this. Young master, you just smile, don't say anything unnecessary, and let's go. I turned my head to avoid further conversation and continued walking. After tilting her head in confusion for a moment, the girl followed suit. Rachel remained silent with a complicated expression, then finally spoke again. Young master. Is it really you? What else would I be? Rachel's expression became even more perplexed, as if she couldn't understand. What's wrong? You don't seem like yourself, young master. Maybe it's because it's been a while since you've seen me. Rachel shook her head silently. Then, with a look of sadness in her eyes, she muttered, You haven't smiled like that since that day my footsteps stopped. That day. Those words were a landmine for Raiden. The worst kind of landmine that brought back all the loss, self-loathing, and obsession. I felt my body trembling slightly. Rachel also seemed to realize what she had said, bowing deeply and apologizing. I am sorry, young master. Those words just slipped out unconsciously. It's okay, Ray. I forced my trembling voice to steady. Damn it, it's not even my trauma. Why am I shaking? It seemed Raiden's emotions were still deeply embedded in this body. Young master, aren't you going in? Lost in thought, I had arrived at the door of the Duke's office without realizing it. I took a few deep breaths to compose myself and carefully knocked on the door. Knock, knock, father, it's me. Come in. I swallowed nervously and grabbed the doorknob. Click, creak, as the hinges screamed. Rachel and I entered the room. The first thing that caught my eye was the desk cluttered with all sorts of documents. And sitting in front of that desk was a man with black hair and black eyes. Steiner Lischeit, the war hero who ended the Empire's civil war 10 years ago. The first executor of blue talent, considered the greatest pyromancer of the current era, and the person young Raiden admired and aspired to be the most. He looked rather gentle now with his tired face and simple shirt, but I could feel it from the aura that filled the room. How formidable a person he was! As I bit my lips slightly, feeling a cold sweat break out from the intimidating atmosphere, Steiner, who had put down the document he was reading, looked at me. You back! His black eyes were calm and deep. As our gazes met, the tension that had been building up to its peak vanished like a lie. A mixture of melancholy and relief washed over me, tickling my heart. It was a strange feeling. For Raiden, Steiner was a figure of both admiration and sorrow, while for me, the existence of a father was one of hatred and fear. Conflicting emotions clashed, leaving a lukewarm sensation that dampened my chest. Yes, father, I'm back. To his simple question, I gave an equally simple answer. I had to keep my lips tightly sealed, lest Raiden's face break into a beaming smile at the slightest lapse in concentration. He really loved his father, As I tried my best to keep my expression neutral to control my emotions, Steiner, who had been staring at me blankly, finally composed himself and spoke again. Were you off causing trouble in some strange place again? No, this guy fell off a cliff and died, and I'm just borrowing his body for a while due to certain circumstances. Of course, I couldn't say that, so I just nodded vaguely. Steiner's eyes widened slightly, as if surprised by my docile response. The original delinquent Raiden would have acted arrogantly and talked back to Steiner. He seemed quite taken aback by my unexpected behavior. Steiner cleared his throat and regained his composure. So, where have you been and what have you been doing for the past 6 months? Just living. No, really. This body was dead for 6 months, so what could he have possibly done? Steiner stared at me intently with a complicated expression. Both Rachel and Steiner made this kind of expression whenever they looked at me. Well, Raiden was a troubled kid, after all. So, what about the academy? The academy? You are a student, are you not? I managed to cover up your absence for the past 6 months with excuses like illness and other things. But if you miss any more, it will be difficult to avoid expulsion. Well, that makes sense. What school would keep a student who has been absent for 6 months? It's a wonder he hasn't been expelled already. So, make a choice. Whether you want to go back to the academy or not. If you do, you won't be able to live like a delinquent anymore. If you miss even a single day, you'll be expelled. I'll attend. Yes, I thought so. Then, you'll quit the academy and start working for the family. Wait, what? I said I'll attend the academy. The delinquent Raiden would have dropped out of the academy and holed himself up in his room, drinking all day. But I'm different. To begin with, Sorrow Erasing Heroes was an academy story. The main quest occurred. Title, time to take the stage content. Head to Reynolds Academy. Reward, none. Penalty, none. And now that a main quest has popped up, I have to go. I have to find happiness. I have to keep moving forward to discover the things I didn't know in my previous life. I want to know if even someone like me, someone who ended their life due to obsession and mental illness, can truly find happiness. I wonder if I even have the right to wish for happiness, but I want to hope, just this one last time. Don't worry, Father, I'll really work hard this time. So, let's go. To Reynolds Academy, to the place where the answer to my long-held dream might be hidden. Chapter 7.1 The Unfilial Sons Part 1 The Unfilial Sons Then, I'll take my leave. The black-haired boy said so and left the Duke's office. The door closed with a heavy sound, leaving only a faint silence to fill the space. Steiner, left alone in the room, stared blankly at the spot where his son had been standing. Contrary to the quiet atmosphere of the Duke's office, his mind was filled with noisy thoughts. The cause was, of course, his son, Raiden, who had just been talking to him. Just a few words, questions about what he had been doing during his 6-month disappearance and whether he would continue attending the academy. And his responses. It was a conversation that didn't even exceed 20 words. However, Steiner could clearly feel it. It's gone. The venom that had been lingering in his son's eyes had disappeared. This small change had significant implications. Steiner slowly replayed the way Raiden had just acted. His polite yet firm tone. His expression, not smiling but not annoyed either. An atmosphere that felt strangely nostalgic. Steiner felt his chest tighten with emotion. It was a sight he hadn't seen since that day, the day his wife, Philippa, died. What had happened? What had transpired? Had he gone on a journey to clear his mind during his 6-month disappearance? It was a plausible hypothesis. If he had traveled across the continent to a distant land for training, it would explain why the Duke's family couldn't find him and why his venom seemed to have subsided. Are you all right now, Raiden? Steiner muttered those words with a glimmer of hope, but he soon let out a heavy sigh and shook his head. No way, that couldn't be it. The wound his son carried was too deep. Steiner scoffed at himself. Dad brother's been acting strange lately. He's been saying mean things to the servants and being cold to me. I say, let's talk to him when I get back from the expedition. When will you be back this time? You just came back yesterday after being gone for half a month, and you're leaving again today. Ariel, can't you just stay with brother? He's really strange these days. What if something happens to him? I'm sorry. Ariel, it's all for you, and for your mother and the Empire. While his son was suffering from loss and emptiness, he, who hadn't been there for him, using the Empire and the family as an excuse, what right did he have to wish for his son's peace? Steiner leaned back in his chair and groaned. I'll have to watch him. He couldn't be sure yet whether his son had overcome his past or whether he was so broken that he could no longer feel pain. Just because his eyes had softened, it didn't guarantee that he wouldn't act like a delinquent again, nor did it guarantee that his wounds had completely healed. It was absurd to judge based on such a short conversation. I'll watch him. Steiner muttered those words. Raiden had said he would leave for the academy as soon as he was ready, so he would probably arrive in about 4 days. He had connections at the academy, so he could hear news through them. Steiner organized his chaotic thoughts and clenched his hand over his lips. It might be premature to think this way, but if Raiden had truly returned to his former self, he was ready to cast aside his mask of his stoic father and embrace him with tears of joy. I pray for your peace. Steiner closed his eyes gently, whispering those words. A grand carriage, boasting its splendor, black and red harmonized beautifully in its design, and various jewels formed the Lishite family crest, stretching across its surface. Riding inside this extravagant, seemingly uneconomical luxury was a black-haired boy, and beside him, a brown-haired maid was sleeping peacefully, neglecting her duties. The girl, leaning her head against the window and mumbling in her sleep, looked not only confident but almost shameless. Just a few minutes ago, young master, trust me, I'll take good care of you. Was falling asleep right after getting into the carriage also part of her duties? Was there some kind of etiquette I didn't know about? I stared at the girl's face, pondering these trivial thoughts. By the way, won't her neck hurt if she sleeps like that? I carefully reached out and gently pulled her closer, resting her head on my lap. The so-called lap pillow, well, how should I put it? It's a bit embarrassing. It seemed quite natural in Raiden's memories. Well, it's the warmth of another person, something I haven't felt in a long time. It's natural to feel awkward. For a moment, I wondered if I should wake Rachel up, but since I had already done it, I decided to leave her be. The warmth I felt through my legs was strangely addictive. I pondered these complex feelings and opened the status window. The status window activated. Just show me the skill information. Skip the rest. The skill information 1. Imperial Common Language automatically activated 2. Iron Wool automatically activated 3. Short Range Teleportation Blink 4. Empty Slot 5. Empty slot. Click on the skill text box to check its rank. I had plenty of time anyway. I scrolled down, wanting to take this opportunity to learn about the skills I possess. Let's see! Skipping over the passive skills, numbers 1 and 2, and skill number 3 is The moment my eyes met the words of skill number 3, I couldn't help but freeze. The thick emotions of anger and resentment that still lingered in this body surfaced. In the wave of emotions that felt like they would incinerate my reason and thoughts, I had to clutch my chest. I took deep breaths to calm my pounding heart. Huff huff, it was the most intense reaction I had experienced so far. Well, it was understandable from Raiden's perspective. Skill number 3, short-range teleportation blink. It was the monstrous skill that had devoured Raiden's mother. In the world of the novel Sorrow Erasing Heroes, people born with the talent for spatial magic were extremely rare. You could barely find 1 or 2 in the entire continent. Of course, mages who reached the pinnacle could forcibly distort coordinates and teleport, but it required incredibly complex chanting, calculations, and an extremely inefficient amount of mana. There was even a saying among mages, it's more reasonable to run to your destination than to teleport. However, this was the story of ordinary people. Those born with the inherent talent for teleportation were different. They could teleport without any restrictions or delays as long as they had enough mana. In some ways, it was a talent valued even more highly than the talent for manipulating time, so it was natural for them to attract attention. The world called them those blessed by space and praised their genius. Oh my, the unmaster of the Lishite family's inherent talent is spatial magic goodness. It seems a genius who will dominate the era has been born. And Raiden was one of those blessed by space. The boy was born with the short-range teleportation magic as his inherent talent. The entire continent was in an uproar. The Lishite family, already known for their powerful martial prowess as the Sword of the Empire, was now about to produce a spatial mage, a talent so rare. Some looked upon him with interest and admiration, while others harbored jealousy and hatred. However, the commotion didn't last long. Chapter 7.2 The Unfilial Sons Part 2 The reason lay in Raiden's magic. It was true that he could freely teleport and fly through space. The problem was a young master? Did you just use your talent? Yes. I used it to its fullest extent. The maximum distance he could teleport was a mere 1 meter. Usually, when people talk about short-range teleportation, it means being able to teleport at least 50 meters, up to 300 meters. But Raiden's maximum teleportation distance was exactly 1 meter. It was an absurdly disappointing number. On top of that, his innate mana capacity was smaller than that of ordinary people, so he could only use it about 10 times. As soon as it was revealed that the child who had received the continent's expectations was a dud, interest in Raiden quickly faded. Except for one group, the Seers, a group of mages driven by madness, who conducted all sorts of inhumane experiments on people with unique talents in the name of pursuing the truth of magic. They also served as one of the main villains in this story. Anyway, to continue the story, from the Seeker's perspective, Raiden must have seemed like a mouth-watering test subject. He was born with the rarest talent on the continent, and unlike ordinary spatial mages who had a high chance of escaping after being captured, he was a target they could experiment on to their heart's content once caught. Of course, his status as the eldest son of the Duke's family was a slight obstacle, but the eyes of the mad mages were already bloodshot. So the Seekers devised a crazy plan to infiltrate the Lishite family mansion, and using all sorts of magic tools and blood-soaked talents, they almost succeeded. Run, Raiden! But their plan was foiled by the sudden intervention of the Duchess and the Duke, who arrived later. The Seekers, who ended up killing the innocent Duchess, incurred the wrath of Duke Lishite. As a full-scale crackdown on the Seekers began, the Seekers, sensing danger, retreated and hid in various parts of the continent. The Seekers, they were a disturbing group even when I read about them in the novel, but now they seemed like nothing but bastards. If they were pursuing the truth of magic, why weren't they researching formulas instead of conducting human experiments? And why were they committing acts of terrorism like kidnapping and murder? Poor Raiden! Anyway, for this reason, Raiden's inherent talent, short-range teleportation, was like a sensitive spot for him. Judging from the anger and resentment boiling within me, it seemed that was still the case. Don't worry, Raiden! The Seekers will be wiped out within 5 years anyway, by our protagonist. Speaking of which, he has no skills whatsoever. Usually, everyone has at least basic swordsmanship or basic magic. Raiden had no talent for martial arts, so did he deliberately avoid developing any skills? Well, just looking at his average physical stat of E+, it was obvious. This guy had never trained a day in his life. You need to exercise to be healthy. Well, those were hypocritical words coming from me. Usually, people don't call getting beaten to a pulp until you're covered in blood exercise. That's called abuse. I chuckled bitterly, muttering to myself. Both Raiden and we've had shitty lives. Despite everything, I felt a strong sense of kinship with him. The boy who lost his mother at 16, Raiden, and me, who lost my mother at 11, Kim Naru. We faced different types of pain and circumstances, but we were both bastards who survived at the cost of our mothers' lives. A sense of camaraderie as fellow unfilial sons. But I'm a little envious. Having a loving family is a blessing. Objectively speaking, Raiden's family was more than he deserved. Both his sister and his father, they never gave up on him until the very end. Moreover, they both seemed to feel guilty for failing to prevent Raiden's downfall. They might have been clumsy, but no one could deny that they loved the boy. At least the people Raiden loved stayed by his side until the end. The people I loved always died or left for places I couldn't reach. For a moment, I felt a surge of slimy emotions like jealousy and contempt, but I firmly pushed them away. No matter how selfish I wasn't so wicked as to envy a story that had already ended in tragedy. Everything will be all right. I muttered those words. It was both a suggestion to myself and a message to Raiden. Don't worry, we'll be okay. We can do well this second time around. I whispered those words in my heart and turned my gaze toward the window. The carriage traveled. We spent the nights at inns and the days repeated, riding the carriage, staying at inns. After a week of this monotonous yet peaceful journey, we finally reached our destination. Oh my goodness! Young master, look outside. It's huge! Rachel exclaimed, seemingly amazed by the sight of the academy beyond the window. Well, it was understandable. Even I, who had seen it through Raiden's memories, was speechless at the sight. I chuckled at the girl's pure reaction. Yes, I get it. Now sit down. What if you get hurt? It's okay. I'm always practicing my balance to become the perfect servant. Whoa. As Rachel boasted confidently, wiggling her lips, the carriage, which had been moving steadily, came to an abrupt stop. The sudden halt sent Rachel tumbling forward, and I instinctively reached out and caught her in my arms. That's it. I told you to be careful. The girl, who had been looking up at me from my embrace, blushed and quickly pulled away. It was a similar reaction to when she woke up on my lap before. I flicked her forehead lightly as she sat back in her seat. What? Out, you should sit still from now on, right? I guess satisfied with her obedient response, I nodded. The carriage had come to a complete stop, signaling the end of our long journey. I gazed out the window at the scenery. The imposing main gate of the academy, exuding an overwhelming sense of grandeur. Beyond it lay a cluster of buildings, seemingly the size of a small city. Here, the stage of the novel Sorrow Racing Heroes, and the place where Raiden had spent his time until 6 months ago. We had finally arrived at Reynolds Academy. Chapter 8.1 Forgive Me Part 1 Forgive me, young master. We've arrived. As the carriage door opened, the lukewarm summer air rushed in. Rachel and I slowly stepped out of the carriage. Standing in front of the carriage was an elderly gentleman in a neat tailcoat. Gilbert, the head butler, a man with a gentle and warm personality. He was the person Raiden had been closest to after Steiner before he became a delinquent. He was also one of the few people who knew the truth about the Duchess's death. Gilbert bowed his head slightly as our eyes met and said, I wish you a peaceful academy life. I pondered his words for a moment. A peaceful life, huh? He probably meant that I should behave myself and attend classes properly, unlike before. For a moment, I wondered if he was being sarcastic, but I dismissed the thought after seeing the look in his eyes. They were clearly filled with worry. His gaze, overflowing with affection and sadness, as if he was looking at a child he had to leave behind, made me scratch my head. I ended up giving him an awkward smile and replying, Don't worry, Gramps. I'll be quiet this time. Gilbert's eyes widened at my words. The calm old man's face was filled with shock and confusion. It was understandable. The nickname Gramps was a term of endearment between Raiden and Gilbert. Gilbert called Raiden Little Master, and Raiden called Gilbert Gramps. It was a nickname that Raiden hadn't used since he changed. Gilbert had a nostalgic look on his face. I smiled at him once more and turned around to leave. I could hear Rachel's footsteps hurrying after me. It's going to be a chore to see these reactions every time. It was a bit disconcerting that everyone was so surprised by everything I did. It wasn't a bad feeling, but if they kept reacting like this, it would be a bit tiring in the long run. I guess I'll have to work on it. Since I've been given this role and opportunity, I have to be sincere about it. I organized my complicated thoughts and walked toward the massive academy building in front of me. Ronisia, the headmistress of Reynolds Academy, was currently experiencing the worst headache she had had in recent times. The causes of her pain included paperwork, academy management, and various incidents and accidents. But the biggest cause was something else entirely. Corn sighed deeply as she looked at the boy standing in front of her. Black hair and black eyes, a rare sight in this world. A tall stature and a neatly dressed academy uniform. He wasn't a handsome boy, but he was good-looking enough. The boy's name was Raiden Lishite, the greatest delinquent of this era, representing the Empire. He had suddenly disappeared 6 months ago without a trace, and now he had reappeared out of the blue. Korn rubbed her forehead and let out a frustrated sigh. "So you've been absent from classes without permission for 6 months, and now you're saying you want to attend the academy again?" "As I recall, my absence was marked as sick leave. There shouldn't be a problem with me returning, right?" "What do you mean there's no problem?" You little Korn swallowed the words that were about to burst out at the boy's nonchalant response. Her long red hair swayed as her emotions surged. Korn suppressed the mana leaking out unconsciously and groaned. "Damn it, Tess," she admitted it. It was clearly her mistake. She couldn't refuse Steiner's earnest request, who was her former comrade, to not expel Raiden. The most ill-mannered boy in the Empire had even knelt down and begged her, so she couldn't ignore him. "If I had known this would happen, I should have just expelled him." Korn hadn't even considered the possibility of Raiden returning to the academy. He slept through classes, always got the lowest scores on exams, and in the last academy ranking competition, he ranked 3080th out of 3086 students. A dismal result. He was so unmotivated that she wondered if he really wanted to attend the academy at all. That's why Korn thought he finally ran away when Raiden disappeared. "Please, Korn, do me this favor." Well, it was Steiner's request. She had planned to mark his attendance as sick leave and just send the diploma to the Lishite family, but she never expected this delinquent to return. Korn let out another heavy sigh. A troublemaker who flirted with female students, showed up drunk to class, and used his status as the Duke's eldest son to bully his classmates. The news of this boy's return, who could be considered the epitome of an unmotivated student, made Korn feel dizzy. He was even the one who picked a fight with Alan Reinhardt, the most promising student of this generation, so her worries were endless. Korn bowed her head, cursing her past self for giving in to Steiner's desperate plea. Another sigh escaped her lips. "All right, I'll make arrangements for you to attend classes again." "Yes, thank you. Then, I'll be, however." Korn's cold voice stopped Raiden, who was about to turn around. Raiden slowly looked at Korn with questioning eyes. His expression seemed to ask why. Korn frowned at his brazen, almost shameless expression. She raised her gaze, her eyes filled with a heavy pressure. "However, if you cause any more trouble, I will expel you immediately. Just you wait. I'll expel you the moment you slip up." Her words were filled with that determination. Raiden looked dazed for a moment, then let out a bitter chuckle and quietly bowed his head. Then he left the headmistress's office. Korn was puzzled by Raiden's behavior. What was that? Why was he so docile? She had expected him to throw a tantrum or at least talk back to her. He had just acted like a perfectly well-mannered student. He must have some conscience after all. It seemed he had heard from Steiner to some extent that she had done him a favor. "I'll have to keep an eye on him for now." Korn muttered those words and turned her attention back to the documents. The next morning, I changed into my academy uniform and left the dormitory. "Have a good day at the academy, young master." I waved back at Rachel, who was seeing me off, and quietly walked along the path. I could see other students here and there. I kept my head down, trying to avoid their attention. The crossbody bag I had slung over my shoulder was filled with textbooks for today's lectures. I learned something surprising this morning. This guy, Raiden, had memorized the schedules of all the dozens of lectures he attended each day of the week. Perhaps he couldn't completely erase his true nature even while acting like a delinquent, but he was strangely diligent in this aspect. How did he memorize that complex schedule? It made me dizzy just looking at it. Well, was this really enough to be considered diligent? Thinking about it, I also memorized my training schedule, right? I tried to recall my schedule from my previous life. Monday, train until I'm beaten to a pulp. Tuesday, spar against 6 people simultaneously and get beaten up. Wednesday, survive against my father wielding a real sword and get beaten up. Thursday, get beaten up, damn it. This wasn't memorization, it was ingrained into my very being. If I couldn't remember this after getting beaten up so much, there must be something wrong with my brain. I frowned, feeling a wave of nausea. Dammit! I ruined my good mood early in the morning with unnecessary thoughts. It was my first day back at the academy, and it wasn't off to a good start. I sighed, trying to suppress my gloomy mood. But even as I was lost in thought, my feet had steadily carried me to the main building of the academy. I snapped out of it and looked for my classroom. I had seen it once yesterday when I visited the headmistress's office, but it was still incredibly large. The main building alone was the size of dozens of soccer fields combined, and with the faculty building, dormitories, and annexes like Building 1, Building 2, and Building 3, the entire academy was about the size of a small city. It seemed a bit excessive for an educational institution, but well, It had to be this grand to be called the best academy on a continent. Chapter 8.2 Forgive Me Part 2 I convinced myself and quietly stepped into the hallway of the main building. And at that moment, the gazes of all the students in the hallway turned towards me. David! This was why I tried to enter unnoticed. Once I caught their attention, the aggro was insane. Gasp, hey, isn't that Master Lishite over there? What, didn't he drop out? I guess he's going to class. We're in the same class. We're doomed. I could hear the whispers of the students. Well, it was natural for them to be surprised. The delinquent who had been disciplined by the most promising student of this generation 6 months ago and disappeared as if running away had suddenly reappeared. Well, the real reason Raiden disappeared wasn't because of Alan, but because of what his sister said. But it must have looked that way to others. Damn it anyway. This is a bit tough, having all these eyes on me. I cleared my throat, feeling a choking sensation in my throat. You might think, why would someone who even participated in the World Championships as a national representative care about other people's gazes? But the gazes I received at the World Championships and the gazes I was receiving now were completely different. The gazes at the competition were filled with expectations, excitement, and thrill. They were heavy, but not hostile. But now, clear hostility was directed at me. Eyes filled with displeasure glared at me with malice. Sigh, we are really in the same class. This sucks. Is that the infamous young Master Lishite? I've never seen him before. Don't even think about approaching him, unless you want trouble. Sighs, curiosity, contempt, vigilance, and hatred. Countless hatreds choked me. Ugh, I felt nauseous. My ears were ringing, and it became difficult to breathe. My head throbbed as if I had been hit with a hammer, and my vision blurred. You're still as pathetic as ever. I'm sorry, Naru, please don't talk to me anymore. Get lost because of you. Brother Chano, voices from my past trauma echoed as auditory hallucinations. Raw, unprocessed hatred cruelly pierced my eardrums. Gasp, huff, I felt my breath growing short. I stumbled forward, biting my lip hard. If I let go of my sanity for even a moment, I felt like I would lose consciousness. Because of me, everything's messed up. If it weren't for me, everyone would be happy. But why am I still shamelessly alive? Stop it. I'm sorry. I'll die again. So please forgive me. Get out of my head. If you want, I'll tear off this hateful face right now. Please stop. Just as I was sinking into the despair and depression of the past, a single mechanical sound rang in my ears, pulling me out of the abyss. Skill Iron Will nullifies the user's status ailments, panic disorder, suicidal urges, self-harm, trauma, etc. Due to the user's unstable mental state, Skill Iron Will cannot completely block the status ailments. The effects of the status ailments are greatly reduced. Gasp, cough, huff, the sticky feeling that was consuming my head subsided in an instant. I gasped for breath, trying to catch my breath. The wave that had passed like a typhoon left a chilling aftertaste. I could taste blood on my tongue, probably from biting my lip too hard. I ran a hand through my hair roughly and let out a tired sigh. Dammit, I almost lost my mind. If it weren't for Iron Will, I would have probably jumped out of the window by now. It felt like someone was stirring my brain while I was still conscious. Are you alright? Why, yeah, I'm okay. I wasn't okay at all. It was a terrifying feeling to experience such intense suicidal urges after so long. I had lived every day of my previous life surrounded by this kind of despair. How did I even manage to live until I was 22? I steadied my trembling steps, still trying to calm my nauseous stomach. Despite my hazy mind, I had somehow managed to arrive at my destination. My feet were now in front of the classroom. I reached out with a weak hand and pushed the door open. Creaked, the heavy door creaked open. As I stepped into the classroom, the bustling atmosphere inside instantly fell silent. I looked up and saw countless students staring at me with hardened expressions. I tried to ignore the screams of my heart, which had started pounding again. The effects of Iron Will should still be lingering, but it was difficult to control my body. If I collapse here, it'll be really embarrassing. Clinging to my consciousness, which felt like it was about to fade, I sat down in a seat at the very back of the classroom. As my legs gave way, my head naturally fell onto the desk. I curled up, burying my face in my arms. But even with my eyes closed, the gazes directed at me didn't disappear. No, they intensified. The students stopped their conversations and started whispering about me. What does that young Master Lishite? Do you mean the infamous Raiden Lishite? Didn't he drop out? What should we do? Today's lecture is on a difficult topic, so we need to pay attention. Sigh, this is going to be a mess again. The faint hostility I could hear gradually choked me. If I were the delinquent Raiden, I would have snapped at them, asking what they were staring at. But I wasn't in any condition to do that now. Gasp, I felt short of breath. I was dizzy. The palpable hostility and the voices from my past life mixed together in my head. You're collapsing from just this much? Because of you, my sister, bring my sister back. Bring her back. I'm sorry. Nara, your brother has to go somewhere far away. If it weren't for you, Brother Chano would. No, Nara, you promised you'd stay by my side, you liar. No, it wasn't intentional. The severity of the status ailment trauma is increasing. A small crack appears in the skill iron will. If I had known that all those misfortunes were caused by me, young Master Lishite, why are you here? I wouldn't have yearned for the warmth of others and struggled so desperately. Are you ignoring me? So, young Master Lishite? I'm sorry. Forgive me. Ridden. While I was drowning in panic, a delicate voice calling my name rang in my ears. I came to my senses and looked up to see a female student standing in front of my desk. Blazing crimson eyes, long, silver hair that reached her waist, a beautiful appearance and a curvy figure that was clearly visible beneath her neat uniform. I knew her. Margaret Filer, the eldest daughter of the Filer family, one of the 3 great ducal families of the empire. A top student who always maintained the highest grades at the academy, and a girl known as the flower of high society. And are you alright, Raiden Lishite's ex-fiancé? A connection from the past stood before me. Chapter 9.1 Ex-fiancé Part 1 Ex-fiancé, are you alright? The girl's voice brought me back to my senses. Ah, yes, I'm fine. I forced a calm facade as I replied. Cold sweat had already formed on my forehead. Damn it, my bangs are ruined. Rachel did my hair for me. I messed it up already. As I frowned and wiped the sweat off my forehead, Margaret, who had been looking at me with a strange expression, asked, Are you feeling unwell? You look pale. I'm fine. No, your face right now, don't worry about it. Ah, damn it. That wasn't what I meant to say. My nerves were on edge and my words came out harsher than I intended. As I clutched my throbbing head inside, I saw the girl in front of me let out a hollow laugh. Ah, she bit her lip for a moment before hardening her expression. I apologize. How dare I, a mere commoner, worry about the young master? Lady Filer, that's not what I meant. Right, forget it. I'll just give you a few words of warning and be on my way. What do I do? She seems really angry. I shuddered slightly as I looked at the girl, her eyes narrowed in disdain. Margaret continued, ignoring my reaction. You disappeared as if running away right after losing a duel to a mere first-year junior, and now you have the audacity to come back? That's not why I left. And a mere first year? Even from the current perspective, Alan is probably the strongest student in the entire academy, regardless of year. Such complaints arose in my mind, but I didn't voice them. I was being scolded, after all. Adding unnecessary comments would only make things worse. I don't know what wind brought you back, but if you're planning to cause trouble again, you better be prepared. Because I will stop you. The girl said so, her expression fierce. It was ironic that even her sharp, guarded appearance seemed beautiful. Yes, I simply gave a short reply without any further explanation. Adding any justifications here would be pointless. Margaret wouldn't listen to me anyway. Raiden really tormented Margaret. Raiden, Margaret's first love. If anyone heard what Raiden did to force her to break off their engagement, they would surely condemn him as a lunatic. Oh, what did you just say? I said yes. Margaret seemed taken aback, as if she hadn't expected me to answer so obediently. Her face was still etched with confusion. I gave her a wry smile. Lady she froze. It's strange how everyone seems to freeze up whenever I smile. Do I have some hidden skill I'm not aware of? A skill that petrifies the opponent when I lift the corners of my lips. Something like Raiden's deadly smile. As I was lost in such silly thoughts, Margaret snapped out of it and frowned. I'll be watching you. If I see you doing anything foolish, then my duel request will come flying your way, on behalf of all the students of the academy. Margaret turned away abruptly and returned to her seat. I watched her silvery hair shimmer as she walked away. Then, I let out a deep breath and slumped back down on my desk. I thought she was going to hit me for sure. Well, considering what Raiden did in the past, I was prepared to take a few punches if she wanted to. Still, I was relieved that it ended peacefully. She did warn me that she'd break me in half if I did anything foolish, but I plan to keep a low profile from now on. It won't be a problem. This is tough. It was still morning, but I already felt drained. I had to endure another 6 hours in this state. Would I go crazy before I could even reach the happiness promised by the system? I sighed heavily at the thought. Chapter 9.2 Ex-fiancé Part 2 Margaret Filer, the shield of the empire, the eldest daughter of the Duke Filer family. She was a girl who wielded considerable influence in the noble society as the flower of high society. She was known for her impartial nature, always treating everyone with respect, regardless of their status, and her unwavering dedication to everything she did. Her beautiful appearance and eloquent speech only added to her charm. Her impeccable conduct as a noble served as a role model for her peers. However, even this seemingly perfect girl had a thorn in her side, and that was the boy named Raiden Lishite. Margaret stared blankly at the blackboard. Her eyes were directed at the professor who was passionately delivering his lecture, but her mind was focused elsewhere. Raiden Lishite. Margaret glanced at the boy sitting far away from her. As she looked into his empty, black eyes, his various nicknames came to mind. The Empire's worst delinquent, the disgrace of the Lishite family, the Academy's most notorious troublemaker, the ex-fiancé of Lady Filer. Margaret unconsciously bit her lip. A sharp pain stabbed at her heart, and she had to suppress the boiling rage within her. Ha! What an ugly face! It's none of your business who I play around with. That lost. How dare a mere shield stand in the way of a sword? Even now, her body trembled as she recalled the words he had spoken to her. But Margaret took a deep breath to calm her twitching eyebrows. He wasn't like this when they first met. Margaret remembered it clearly. The boy who had always treated her preciously, even though their engagement was a political arrangement made at a young age. The boy who had silently approached her and patted her back when she was exhausted and crying from the stifling atmosphere of her family. His shy smile. I'll be by your side, Margaret. But the boy had changed. His face, now frozen in a cold mask, no longer smiled at her. For some reason, he had become a delinquent. He earned the scorn of many. When Lady Lishite, who had been suffering from illness due to worry for her son, finally passed away, his reputation plummeted even further. Of course, Lady Lishite's cause of death was not illness but assassination, and Raiden's delinquency began after her death. But the outside world had no way of knowing this truth. The same went for Margaret. That tragedy had been thoroughly concealed as a top-secret matter of the Empire. In such a situation, there was nothing Margaret could do. She could only be hurt, tormented, and distressed by the boy's harsh words. Eventually, due to a major incident, Margaret let go of Raiden, and she came to despise him. I will curse you forever. Margaret clenched her fists as she muttered those words inwardly. In fact, she had approached Raiden earlier with the intention of picking a fight with him. But as she saw the boy's exhausted and depressed appearance before her, words of concern involuntarily escaped her lips. As he responded coldly, she came to her senses and tried to berate him belatedly. But I said yes. Lady, her words caught in her throat as she was confronted with the boy's unexpected demeanor. His upturned lips, his eyes gently curved into crescents. If she wasn't seeing things, it was definitely a smile that was strikingly similar to the one the Raiden of the past had often shown her. At that trace of the past, Margaret's heart, which had grown cold, skipped a beat. In the end, Margaret could only leave after giving him a warning not to do anything foolish. Sigh. Margaret sighed. She wasn't someone whose emotions were easily swayed by a single smile. Raiden Lishite was still an object of hatred and resentment for her. However, that smile, it reminded her of the past of the kind Raiden she used to know. For some reason, she felt a pang of longing. But that's impossible. Margaret shook her head. He had already changed. He was selfish, hurtful, and a womanizer. He had become the type of person she hated the most. And in her experience, such people rarely changed. Therefore, it was foolish of her to try to find traces of the boy she used to love in a single smile. Margaret turned her gaze back to the blackboard, letting out a meaningless groan. Right, he is nothing to me anymore. I don't love you anymore. Margaret muttered those words inwardly, clearing her mind of distracting thoughts. Meanwhile, I had to endure the piercing gazes directed at me throughout the entire class. Whenever I turned my head slightly out of discomfort, I would see Margaret glaring at me with a fierce expression. Scary lady, I'm sorry. Are you angry that I answered rudely? I won't do it again. So please stop staring at me. I feel like I'm suffocating. Seriously, I think I'm going to have a panic attack. Karma. So why do I have to suffer for something that's not even my karma? It's the path you chose, isn't it? And it's your karma. How is this my karma? It's clearly because of what Raiden did in the past. I might have been a little rude to someone who was worried about me, but it's not something to glare at me like that. Karma. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? I timidly slumped down in my seat. I had to endure Margaret's intense gaze until the end of class, while bickering with the status window. The first day is already tough. Chapter 10.1 Little Sister Part 1 Little Sister. Few exhausted from the long lecture, I let out a sigh as I stepped out of the classroom. By the time all the classes were over, it was already evening. This is so tiring. The classes are too difficult. Back in my old life, I was practically forced to drop out of high school and focus only on training. I didn't even finish middle school. It would be weirder if I was able to easily keep up with the theories and education of a different world. I've been trying my best to make use of Raiden's memories and cram as much as I can. But the bigger problem was something else entirely. What the hell? Why are they all staring at me like that? Every class, the students stared at me like I was crazy. No, it wasn't just the students. The professor teaching the class, the assistant on the side, even the janitor sitting in the corner. Everyone's eyes were on me. Their reactions were generally like this. At first, they were surprised to see me reappear, but soon after, they were shocked that I was quietly listening to the class. Well, I understand being surprised. If it were the original Raiden, he would have walked into class reeking of alcohol, challenged the professor, and hit on the girls around him. It must be fascinating for them to see that guy just quietly listening to the class. Sigh, it was day. It consumed a lot of my mental energy. Of course, compared to the daily life I lived in my previous life, this is heaven, but still. As I was organizing my thoughts and heading to the dormitory, I spotted someone in the distance. At the sight of him, I stopped in my tracks. It was a young boy, a gentle impression with kind eyes, shining golden hair and eyes. The boy, whose appearance looked as if it were crafted by the hands of God, was walking through the Academy Plaza. Alan Reinhardt, the protagonist of this world, the new hero, inheriting the legacy of the first hero, Ash, the boy loved by the goddess of joy. I stared at him, recalling the many titles that described Alan. As expected of the protagonist, many people were gathered around the boy, the Empire's second princess and the daughter of Duke Robin, the chosen saintess of this generation, and lastly, the student who held the top position in the first year. Somehow, they all seemed to be women. It's not really an important issue, I guess. He's the type to get along with everyone, regardless of gender. Unlike me, he's a being who receives a lot of love and happiness. What if I had possessed Alan instead of Raiden, instead of this body that is hated and wary of others? If I had possessed a body that is loved by everyone, wouldn't I have been able to move toward the happiness I dreamed of much faster? No, it was a useless desire. I've already received an unbelievable miracle, and I'm having these thoughts. Just how messed up of a person am I? Even the desire for happiness is too much for me. What right do I have to wish for anything more? It seems I've become too accustomed to the small piece that the status window has gifted me. I clenched my fists, sharpening my mind that had become lax. Compulsion and anxiety gripped me once more. Don't loosen up. An opportunity has come to me too. Don't ruin things with useless desires and jealousy. Just like my father taught me, without a single mistake, do it perfectly. While I was momentarily lost in the swamp of my thoughts, the saintess next to Alan nudged him and pointed in my direction. It seems I was staring for too long. I quickly turned away and left the spot. That night, him young master with Rachel Sleep talking from the next room as background music, I was training my body. Simple push-ups. In my previous life, I could easily do 100 and move on to the next exercise. But with Raiden's body, which had the miraculous stats of E rank in strength and E+ rank in stamina, it seemed my limit was 10 push-ups at a time. I had no choice but to create my own routine of 10 reps followed by a break and repeat. At least, thanks to the consistent muscle stimulation over the past 2 weeks, I could feel my strength gradually increasing. I didn't want to do exercises I did to death in my previous life in this life too, but I needed to have at least a minimum level of strength to survive in this story. In the original story, Reynolds' Academy was embroiled in a ridiculous amount of incidents. Countless villains go on a rampage to eliminate the new hero of the era, Alan Reinhardt. Sometimes, even high-ranking demons make a direct appearance. In short, it was a complete mess. I had to prepare my body and mind to at least survive in this torrent. Few huff after several hours of exercising, a mechanical sound suddenly rang in my ears. Strength rank has increased by 1. Current rank, E+ stamina rank has increased by 1. Current rank, D. Finally, as expected, with low ranks, I could see results in a short amount of time. E+ was about the strength of someone slightly weaker than the average person. If I repeated this routine for about 2 months, I should be able to reach an average D rank without much difficulty. Of course, from B rank onwards, ranking up becomes incredibly difficult, taking years. I'll stop here for today. My arms are sore. It's ridiculous how sore they are after doing just a few. I massaged my screaming arms and got up to take a shower. At that moment, the main quest appeared. The notification rang in my ears once more and the status window popped up. A main quest. There shouldn't be any events happening right now, right? I tilted my head and tapped the blue window in front of me. Main quest title. Power up. Description. Go to the designated location. Map attached. Click for details. Reward. Penalty for failure. None. Time limit. 3 days. What is this suddenly? It's telling me to go to a designated location without any context. Moreover, the reward is marked with question marks and there's no penalty for failure. Is there a reason for this? The quests I've received so far have all been a kind of guideline telling me how to act and where to go. If this quest is telling me to go somewhere, huh? I let out a sound of surprise as I checked the attached map. The location marked on the map looked familiar. The Forest of Deep Time, located near the Academy. The Forest of Deep Time. This appeared in the original story as well. The Forest of Deep Time appeared to be an ordinary forest on the surface, but if you follow a hidden path, it leads visitors to a hidden ruin. A ruin left behind by the gods of three emotions, who are known to have the second highest divinity among all the gods. It was an opportunity that Alan stumbled upon while entering the forest for mental training. Alan obtained the sword known as the strongest in the world from there. It was basically an episode that made the overpowered protagonist even more overpowered. But it's telling me to go there. Isn't this the protagonist's opportunity? Why am I getting this? After a moment of contemplation on whether I should go or not, I decided to go. It's possible that it's not the ruin and leads to somewhere else. Even if it is the ruin, according to my memory, there's more to obtain from there than just that sword. Should I go tomorrow? The time limit is 3 days, and if it's really the ruin, it won't take that long. It should be fine to move right after classes tomorrow. Well, I should take a shower for now. Chapter 10.2 Little Sister Part 2. The second day after Raiden's return to the Academy. Despite the short time, the news of his return had spread throughout the Academy. The delinquent young master has returned. As a member of one of the 3 esteemed Duke families that the continent kept an eye on, and as Raiden, who was always at the center of unsavory rumors, the news spread quickly. Naturally, it wasn't just the second years that Raiden belonged to, but also the other years who were interested in the news. Among them, the first years, there was one person who looked dazed after hearing the news about Raiden. My brother's back. The girl's name was Ariel Lishite, the eldest daughter of the Lishite family. She was a first-year prodigy with a natural talent for ice magic. At the same time, she was the younger sister of Raiden Lishite, the protagonist of the news that was currently causing a stir in the Academy. After hearing the news from her friends, Ariel froze for a moment. Then, she abruptly stood up. I have to see my brother. With those words, Ariel rushed out of the classroom. She could hear the confused voice of the professor and the commotion of her friends behind her, but she didn't care. Ariel only looked ahead and ran. Her feet moved from Building 1, used by first years, towards Building 2, used by second years. But she soon ran into a problem. Oh no, Reynolds Academy was as large as a small city, and even within the school, students had to travel by designated carriages. The problem was that the carriages didn't operate during class hours, so Ariel had no choice but to run. The distance would take 15 minutes by carriage, on foot. Do it! She cast a spell on her entire body and started running. After images of her red hair scattered behind her as the scenery quickly disappeared. Raiden Lishite. To Ariel, Raiden was a kind older brother. During her curious childhood, whenever she didn't understand something, her smart brother would patiently explain it to her. Every time she pestered him to play, he never got annoyed and played with her. When she was scolded by their parents and cried in her room, he would comfort her with kind words. If he got snacks like cookies or chocolates, he would always split them in half and give the bigger portion to Ariel. And when she finished eating hers, he would make excuses like having a stomachache or not feeling hungry and feed her his portion as well. Ariel adored her kind brother. Until he changed around the time Ariel turned 15, her mother, Philippa Lishite, died. She was killed while trying to protect her brother from intruders who broke into their mansion. Ariel cried her heart out, calling for her mother who couldn't even have a grave. She spent the night in misery and despair, crying, unaware that her sorrow was tearing Raiden's heart apart. By the time she had somewhat calmed down and recovered enough to look around, it was already too late. Raiden had already broken. From that day forward, Ariel never saw Raiden's smile again. 2 years passed, a long time, yet also a short one. Raiden's misdeeds, which she had thought would soon subside, only worsened with each passing day. Rumor had it that his wickedness extended to assault, blackmail, vandalism, and various other forms. There was even a rumor that he had raped a commoner girl. Amidst such whispers, Ariel gradually grew weary. She could no longer recall Raiden's smile. In the past, whenever she thought of her brother, his smiling boy naturally came to mind. Now, the only image that surfaced was of him drunk and causing a scene. Even when Ariel tried to initiate a conversation, Raiden would unilaterally reject her. She resented her brother. She resented him for acting as if he didn't care despite her waiting for him like this. It wasn't that she didn't understand Raiden. But I miss Mom too. She was also suffering from the same kind of pain as her brother. Even so, Raiden's behavior had crossed the line. As if he was being chased by something, he was running towards a cliff, fixated only on what lay ahead. Ariel was also a human being with emotions. She was hurt by Raiden's harsh words. She shed tears of deep sorrow when she thought of her deceased mother. Exhaustion and resentment gradually accumulated, growing in size, and those piled-up emotions eventually exploded, in the worst possible way that Ariel had never wished for. It was an ordinary day. Ariel had recently entered the academy and was diligently adjusting to her new life. Then she heard the news. Raiden had been flirting with first-year girls and ended up getting beaten up. Ariel felt anger rising within her. 3 days ago. It had only been 3 days since she asked him to behave. She couldn't bear it any longer. She thought that if Raiden had even a shred of consideration, he wouldn't have acted this way, especially today. Because that day was Ariel's 17th birthday. Raiden! Overwhelmed by anger and disappointment, Ariel sought out her brother and confronted him. Why was he acting like this? She asked him to stop. Was it so enjoyable to cause harm to others and act recklessly? The girl expressed her anger, but her brother responded half-heartedly as usual, ignoring her. Ariel felt a surge of resentment. She was disappointed that he was behaving like this even on her birthday. She hated him for shamelessly disregarding her words. Perhaps that was why. I wish the suppressed, muddled emotions. Disappointment, sadness, anger, resentment, hatred all mixed together, transforming into vicious thorns. Words she would never normally utter. Words she would never even think of slipped out of her mouth. I wish, that day, you had died instead of Mom. Even she thought it was a cruel thing to say. If only she had stopped there. Unfortunately, her mouth didn't stop. As if determined to pour out all the resentment and sorrow she had endured, she spat out disgusting words. You should have died. Why did trash like you survive while Mom died? Just you. You should have just died. With those words, the girl opened her eyes that she had tightly shut, and she saw Raiden's face was drained of all color. The moment Ariel met his gaze, she realized, she made a mistake. Raiden froze for a moment before turning away and disappearing. And from that day forward, Raiden vanished. Huff huff. Ariel ran, gasping for breath. She had arrived at Building 2 and was sprinting down the hallway. Her neat uniform was disheveled, and her red hair, which she had been so proud of, inheriting it from her mother, was now messy with sweat. Ariel forced back the tears welling up in her eyes. The last image of Raiden she had seen, his pale face, his wildly trembling pupils kept flashing before her eyes. I wish that day you had died instead of Mom. No. You should have died. Why did trash like you survive while Mom died? I didn't mean it. Yes, you should have just died. I never once thought that. I didn't want you to disappear. I didn't want you to be sad. I'm sorry. I was too young and foolish to say such horrible things. It's okay, even if you're not the kind brother you used to be. It's okay, even if you're called a delinquent. So please, don't just disappear like that. Yes, pant. The classroom door came into view. Ariel charged towards it and kicked the closed door with all her might. The door flew open with a loud bang. Inside, the professor and students stared at her in surprise. Ariel looked around, searching for Raiden, and then she heard a voice. Ariel, that voice. The voice she had truly missed. The voice she had been anxious about. The voice she felt sorry for. The voice she had been waiting for. The voice she loved. It was just a single word, but Ariel recognized it instantly. It was undoubtedly her brother's voice. She turned her head and saw a boy with black hair. He looked haggard, but it was definitely her brother. As she met his black eyes, filled with bewilderment, Ariel burst into tears and ran to him, embracing him tightly. Chapter 11.1 Sorry Part 1 Sorry, the same boring lecture was going on as usual. I blinked my eyes, half listening to the professor's words that were pouring out like sleeping pills. Again, this wasn't just any class. So, when facing monsters, the most important thing is to avoid freezing up due to intimidation. It was incredibly if you find yourself surrounded by a group of goblins. Calmly cast a wide-range attack to secure an escape route, and based on the Vanguard breakthrough power. Boring, the highest-ranking monster, the Minotaur, possesses the grip strength to tear rocks apart with its bare hands. Therefore, unless you're with party members who have good mobility, it's recommended to avoid approaching it. Class! I yawned, rubbing my dry eyes. This is truly exhausting. It seems like keeping up with the Academy's classes won't be easy. They're teaching about monster theories and strategies, but how am I supposed to know any of this? Well, I do know thanks to Raiden's knowledge, but I have to memorize all of this for the exams. Wouldn't it be better to just learn through experience like in my previous life? Blat! I slapped myself for having such a crazy thought. The burning pain chased away the drowsiness that was creeping in. Davet, no matter how unfamiliar and tiring this studying is, It's nothing compared to the daily life of being beaten and suffering. To think I wanted to go back to that, what a joke. Never. No matter what, I'm not going back to that. Sigh, I gently sighed, rubbing my stinging cheek. As I was organizing those terrible thoughts and lifting my head to look at the blackboard again, I realized the professor's gaze was fixed on me. Not just the professor, but the students around me were also glancing at me. It seems the sound of me slapping myself was too loud. Did I miscalculate the force? I gave the professor, who was looking at me, a gesture that meant nothing was wrong and forced an awkward smile. Then, the eyes of everyone looking at me widened. Oh right, this smile has a petrification effect. I belatedly realized my mistake and quickly erased the smile from my face. The professor, who had been about to say something, closed his mouth and coughed. Please refrain from sudden actions during class, Mr. Littite. Yes, I apologize. Thud, clatter, roll. The professor dropped the magic chalk he was holding. Then he looked at me with a horrified expression. The surrounding students also stopped moving and stared at me with their mouths agape. Did young Master Lishite just apologize? At delinquent, did we hear that wrong? That's impossible, right? But we heard it so clearly, Gamut. This must be a demonic illusion. Reveal yourself, demon. Am I in a dream? Since I'm conscious, this must be a lucid dream, right? Hey, that guy smiled earlier, remember? Leave him alone, we must be dreaming. Please, let's just continue with the class. I'm sorry it's difficult for me. I'll listen attentively, so please just... I pleaded inwardly, but the aftershocks of my apology didn't easily subside. I prayed to Almighty Tanamius, grant me the strength to overcome this demonic illusion. Let's see, where do I get treatment for auditory hallucinations? Yes, this is the lucid dream I've only heard about. Time to fulfill all my suppressed desires in this dream. Joyak! Hey, why are you taking your clothes off? You crazy bastard. As the classroom descended into chaos, I sighed. Should I just kill myself? Forget happiness and all that. Jumping off a building again might not be a bad option. I don't think I'll ever be able to adapt to academy life with this body. As I was lamenting inwardly, crash. The classroom door suddenly burst open with a loud bang. The attention of the students who had been in an uproar naturally shifted toward the door, including mine. The door, which had been kicked open as if it would shatter, barely maintained its shape in a tattered state. What of it? A terrorist attack? As I clenched my fists with that thought, I couldn't help but widen my eyes at the sight of the person who rushed in through the open door. That's flowing red hair, a slightly disheveled uniform, but clearly well-maintained, a cute, cat-like face. I knew who she was. Someone who occupied a significant part of Raiden's memories. Ariel Lishite, Raiden's younger sister. I muttered the girl's name in a daze. Ariel, what are you doing here? Then Ariel's head whipped around to face me. Our eyes met. My black eyes and her red eyes intersected. Soon after, tears began to well up in the girl's red eyes. Ariel ran towards me, and then she threw herself into my arms. Brother, I winced slightly at the pain of the impact. Damn it, Ariel hugged me right where my muscles were sore. I groaned and looked down at the girl who had buried her face in my chest. Ariel was rubbing her face against my clothes, tears streaming down her face. What's going on? Why did you suddenly barge in here and start crying? You have to tell me what's wrong. Even in that moment, my hand was patting the crying Ariel's back. Was it a reflex left in Raiden's body? Sob, hick brother, hey. Ariel, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean it. It's just this is crazy. She seems to have completely lost it. I felt a headache coming on and raised my hand. Professor. At my call, the professor, who had been standing there dumbfounded, came to his senses. He slapped his own cheeks a few times and replied, Yes, Mr. Littite. Would it be alright if I stepped out for a moment? My sister suddenly came to see me. The professor glanced at Ariel, who was clinging to me, and nodded. Go ahead. Yes, thank you. Thud, clatter, roll at my words of gratitude. The professor dropped the blackboard eraser he was holding. Ah, damn it. Deja vu. I should have just kept my mouth shut. I don't even know anymore. I shook my head and led Ariel, who was still sobbing, out of the classroom. Chapter 11.2 Sorry Part 2 At the park located behind Building 2 of Reynolds Academy, there was currently the most famous pair of siblings in the academy. One was Raiden Lishite, notorious as the delinquent young master within the academy. The other was Ariel Lishite, the second-ranked student among the first years and considered a promising talent of this generation. The siblings, each famous in their own way, were sitting side by side on a park bench. There. Stop crying. Stop. Ariel was sobbing sorrowfully. Raiden was skillfully comforting her. He wiped her tears with a handkerchief and patted her back. Tut. There. Blow your nose. Go on. Oh, sniff, good girl. Raiden smiled softly and stroked her hair. Ariel flinched at his touch. but she soon accepted it. Seeing Ariel purring like a cat as he stroked her made Raiden's lips curl up even more. After a while, as Ariel's sobs subsided, Raiden spoke. Are you feeling a little calmer now? Yes, that's good. Silence fell again. Ariel fidgeted with her fingers nervously, then carefully opened her mouth. Brother. Yes? What? She clearly had a lot she wanted to say, but once she met Raiden, her mind went blank. She racked her brain, trying to piece together the words. I'm sorry. Suddenly apologizing what for? What I said to you back then, I didn't mean any of it. Not even once. Tears welled up in Ariel's eyes once more. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Sorry. Raiden's index finger touched her lips, as if to tell her to stop talking. The coldness of his finger chilled her lips. Ariel felt her heart breaking at Raiden's reaction. I was too late. The words I said can't be taken back. Brother, he doesn't even want to hear my apology. If only, that day, I had stopped him when he turned away. If only I had begged him for forgiveness, crying and saying I was sorry. If only I had made the right choice that day. If only I had stopped him from leaving, even if it meant clinging to his pants. Would he have forgiven me? At that thought, Ariel couldn't hold back the tears that flowed. Raiden's voice reached Ariel's ears as she lowered her head, her eyes red and swollen. Ariel, a gentle voice. His baritone voice rang out clearly, carried by the summer breeze. I'm fine, so stop crying. Ariel's eyes widened at his words. He's fine, he's telling me to stop crying. Ariel had expected words of condemnation and rejection. She was a bad little sister who had cruelly poked at Raiden's sore spot. She thought she deserved to hear such words. But to say he's fine, what was he thinking? Hesitantly, Ariel slowly raised her head to look at Raiden's face. Meeting his black eyes, she couldn't help but be even more surprised. A smile. Her brother was smiling. The smile he had never shown since he changed. The smile she had longed for so much. It was directed at her. Ariel froze, overwhelmed by the emotions that washed over her. Raiden, seeing her reaction, made an unreadable expression for a moment. Then he reached out and gently wiped her cheeks. The tears that had been burning her face cooled down slightly under his cold touch. Following that gentle gesture, Raiden spoke. Don't blame yourself too much, Ariel. I'm truly fine. But I should be the one apologizing. I've been acting selfishly all this time. I'm sorry, Ariel. Ariel felt her mind go blank. She had thought he would surely blame her. She had expected him to look at her with hatred for saying unforgivable words. She never imagined she would be the one receiving an apology. His eyes, as he spoke words of comfort, shone with warmth. Faced with a situation entirely different from what she had anticipated, a thought suddenly crossed Ariel's mind. Could this be a dream? A pleasant dream, showing her what she desired. A cruel dream that would leave her in despair when she woke up. Ariel felt fear. If this situation was a dream, she didn't think she could bear the despair of waking up. But, as if to mock her worries, the sunlight pouring down from the sky, the wind caressing her cheeks, the scent of summer tickling her nose, the feeling of his cold hand on her cheek, all made her realize that this moment was real. Ariel couldn't calm her heart, which was overflowing with emotion. Tears began to stream down Ariel's cheeks once more, but the emotions contained in those tears were completely different from before. Not fear, sadness, longing, or self-loathing, but pure joy. Tears filled with only joy. Oh dear, please stop crying, brother, yes, I'm here. Ariel once again embraced Raiden. The boy didn't push her away. He simply raised his hand and gently patted her delicate back. Feeling his warm touch, Ariel quietly closed her eyes. Ariel's trembling subsided, and she fell into a deep sleep. Ariel, concerned, I looked down at her, only to find her breathing softly with her eyes closed. It seemed that the tension had finally gotten to her, and she had drifted off. I held Ariel in my arms, and straightened her disheveled clothes. Her soft breaths tickled my ears, the warmth of her small body against mine, the soft touch of her red hair as I ran my fingers through it. So this is what it feels like to have a younger sibling. It was a sensation like a warm summer breeze blowing through a cold, empty cave. I held this small life closer, gently stroking her cheek. Toot! When Ariel first apologized to me with tears streaming down her face, I was quite flustered. Because I wasn't Raiden, but Kim Naru. Her apology wasn't something I could casually accept. Driven by the emotions welling up from deep within my heart, I couldn't help but reach out to her. The only emotions Raiden had for Ariel were love and guilt. There wasn't a shred of resentment within him. The feelings of Raiden, who was now gone, seemed to whisper to me to embrace this lonely child in his stead. That's why I could forgive her. Well, that's all good and well, but what do I do now? It had already been an hour since I left the classroom with Ariel. The class would probably be over soon. I couldn't just leave Ariel here. Well, if I take her back to the dormitory, her personal maid will take care of her. I carefully lifted the sleeping Ariel onto my back. "Oh brother," she mumbled in her sleep, clinging tightly to my clothes as if she were having a dream. I smiled and slowly started walking. I stretched and stepped out of the dormitory. The Reynolds Academy had separate dormitories for boys and girls, so I got a bit lost on the way, but thankfully, I was able to safely deliver Ariel. The current time was 4 p.m. 2 hours had already passed since then. I had skipped out on the Understanding Monsters class midway through, and I was already an hour late for the History of the Continent class that was supposed to start at 3 p.m. If I went back to the classroom now, it would be 4:30 p.m. The class ended at 5 p.m., so there was no point in going now. It was more beneficial to just skip it. Then I stretched my still stiff body and called up the status window. Status window, show me the main quest. The main quest title, power up description, go to the designated location. Map attached, click for details. Reward, penalty for failure, none. Time limit, 3 days. Time remaining, 56 hours 34 minutes 12 seconds. I was originally going to go after class, but since I skipped it, I should take care of this quickly. I looked at the map displayed on the status window and started walking toward the academy gates. Chapter 12.1 Sorrow and Contradiction. Part 1 Sorrow and Contradiction. It should be somewhere around here, I muttered as I looked around. The sky, hidden behind the large trees, was gradually turning crimson. I was wandering along the path under the faintly shimmering sunset. It had already been 3 hours since I entered the Forest of Deep Time. At first, I thought I would arrive quickly if I just walked in the direction the map indicated, but it wasn't as easy as I thought. Dense bushes and fog of unknown origin covered the entire forest, making it impossible to secure a wide view. In addition, the inherent power emanating from the sanctuary suppressed the use of mana itself, so I couldn't even rely on the power of magic tools or scrolls. I had no choice. I was still doing manual labor to find the entrance to the ruins. I remember there was a passage under a certain tree. The problem was that I didn't know what kind of tree it was. There were trees everywhere. How was I supposed to know which one it was? The map provided by the system only displayed major geographical features, making it practically useless. It only vaguely indicated the general area. As a result, I had to spend a considerable amount of time checking every tree in the vicinity. After what felt like an eternity, as the sky began to darken, I finally found a tree with a small symbol near its roots. Found it at last. A sigh filled with mixed emotions escaped my lips. I'm exhausted. I just want to lie down in bed. In the novel, Alan twisted a branch and a hole appeared under the tree, revealing the passage. I should be able to do the same, right? I circled the tree, twisting every branch I could find. As I twisted the 27th branch, a faint tremor ran through my fingertips, accompanied by a subtle vibration. Okay, found it. I turned my head to look at the ground on the opposite side and saw a hole large enough for a person to pass through. I carefully stepped inside. Thud! The smell of earth filled the air inside the hole. I lit a match I had prepared beforehand, illuminating the cave. Whether it was because no one had set foot here for a long time, or because no one had ever set foot here before, the passage leading to the ruins was overgrown with tree roots and small plants and animals. Shall we go then? I had wasted a lot of time, so I needed to move quickly. The dormitory had a curfew at 10 p.m. It wouldn't be good to be late. I started jogging through the dark underground passage. Since I knew there were no traps or gimmicks, there was no need to be wary of my surroundings. Soon, I reached a point where the single path split into 3. I stopped in my tracks, standing before the crossroads. At the same time, a familiar mechanical sound rang in my ears. The sub-quest title, your choice. Description, choose the path you desire. The 3 paths before you each lead to a room where a relic of the goddess of joy, the goddess of sorrow, and the goddess of fury is kept. Choose one of the 3 and obtain the relic of the corresponding god. Caution: once you choose a path, you cannot enter the other 2. After obtaining the relic, a teleport leading back outside will automatically activate. So it was a relic-related quest after all. I stroked my chin, examining each path in turn. In the original story, Alan chose the right path, the 3rd one, and there he obtained the relic of the goddess of joy, the holy sword Dawn. First, let's rule out the right path. I could steal all of Alan's other opportunities, but not the holy sword. Later, Alan would use the power of that sword to defeat the final boss, a demon who was trying to resurrect the Demon King. If I took the sword, there would be no way to stop the demons that would swarm in a few years. For the sake of my future in this life, I'll avoid that one. With that thought, I looked at the remaining 2 paths. Since Alan never revisited the ruins after obtaining the relic in the original story, it was unknown what relics lay on these two paths, the Goddess of Sorrow and the Goddess of Fury. Personally, I think the Goddess of Fury would be better. The relic of the Goddess of Sorrow, just holding it sounds depressing. I doubt anything good would come out of it. Yeah, the Goddess of Fury would be better. But the problem is, just because I prefer the Goddess of Fury doesn't mean I can just go there. How do I know if the Goddess of Fury is on the left or in the middle? Even Alan in the original story wouldn't have known. I rolled my eyes, examining the crossroads closely, hoping to find some kind of clue. After a few minutes, I noticed something on the ground at the crossroads. Faint symbols were visible beneath the thick layer of dust that covered the floor. The left path had a symbol of a red sword. The middle path had a symbol of a blue water droplet. And the right path had a symbol of a yellow sun. Could these be the symbols representing the three goddesses? The yellow sun on the right obviously symbolized the goddess of joy. Then, logically, the red sword on the left would represent the goddess of fury, and the blue water droplet in the middle would represent the goddess of sorrow. With this simple deduction, I called up the status window. Status window, main quest selection. I'll take the left path. First path selected. Confirmation complete. Teleporting to your chosen location in 5 seconds. Phew, did it work? Now, let's go see the relic of the Goddess of Fury. Ding. The first path cannot be selected. Intervention is not permitted for relics that already have an owner. What, it can't be selected? What's more, a relic that already has an owner. What does that even ding? The next path will be automatically selected. Second path. Teleporting to the location where the relic of the Goddess of Sorrow, Losha, rests. What? Wait. Crackle. Before I could finish my bewildered protest, a small sound rang out and my vision went black. With a loud thud, my body slammed onto the ground. At the same time, my vision returned and the darkness before my eyes brightened. I frowned, feeling a sharp pain in my stomach. I was standing upright before the teleport, so why did I end up sprawled on the floor? I dusted myself off and stood up. Then, I looked around. The atmosphere of the space was gloomy. The air was chilly, unbelievably so for summer. White frost covered the interior of the vast, cave-like space. In the center, there was an altar shaped like a staircase, and at the very top of the altar, a dark blue sword was embedded in stone. It's pretty much the same as the description in the novel. The altar Alan saw was filled with brilliant light instead of frost or icicles, but other than that, it seemed almost identical. I ascended the staircase-like path, approaching the altar. That sword must be the relic of the Goddess of Sorrow, but seriously, this is so unfair. Someone already owns the relic of the Goddess of Fury? That wasn't mentioned in the original story at all. And what's with sending me to the second path without my consent? Why even give me a choice in the first place? I suppressed the pointless frustration rising within me. Well, it's already happened. There's nothing I can do to change it. I have to accept it. I want to kill myself. Reaching the top of the altar, I let out a deep sigh and reached for the sword. Well, I haven't checked the relic's abilities yet. Even though I'm feeling down, it's too early to be disappointed. Chapter 12.2 Sorrow and Contradiction Part 2. Alright, let's see what you've got. Scream! The moment my fingertips touched the hilt, the dark blue blade let out a strange shriek. The deafening sound made me instinctively frown. That startled me. It's quite fierce. Just touching it once caused such a reaction. I knew that relics chose their owners, but did it dislike me that much? Well, there's nothing you can do about it. Just bear with it for a bit. I'll release you after using you for about 3 years. I reached out again, this time firmly grasping the hilt. I expected it to resist, trying to wrest control from me, but contrary to my expectations, the relic yielded easily, entrusting its body to me. You have obtained the relic of the Goddess of Sorrow, Lament. Lament? The name itself sounded quite ominous. I took a stance with the sword in hand and lightly swung it through the air. It was a double-edged sword, typical of a medieval setting. As someone accustomed to kendo, the grip and reach felt slightly awkward. As if reading my thoughts, the status window displayed another notification. The lament will transform into a form familiar to the user. As soon as the message appeared, the sword began to wriggle and change its shape. The double-edged blade tilted to one side, and the long crossguard shortened to a more manageable length. The pommel, hilt, and even the scabbard transformed to match the new form, and the wriggling finally stopped. The double-edged lament had become a single-edged sword. Oh, I examined it with curiosity. The cold sensation in my hand, the perfect fit of the grip, the appropriately sized cross-guard and pommel, and the sharp, gleaming blade. Was it because this was the first sword I had held since possessing this body? It felt like returning home, to a home I never wanted to return to. Well, it can't be helped. I have to do what I have to do, even if I don't like it. By the way, is there no way to turn off the glowing effect of the blade? It's too bright, it hurts my eyes. I frowned and sheathed the sword. As I did so, the blue aurora that had been swirling around me vanished instantly. Not only that, but the oppressive aura emanating from the sword also disappeared without a trace. So it becomes quiet when sheathed. That's a pretty useful feature. The weapons left behind by the three goddesses of emotion were considered top-tier relics. It would be better to keep the fact that I possessed this sword a secret. That way, I could avoid the dangers posed by relic hunters and demons. Status window. Now that that's settled, it's time to check its actual stats. Show me information about Lament. Just by looking at it, it seemed like a good weapon, comparable to Alan's Dawn. There weren't many weapons in the original story that emitted such dazzling effects. So, what about its actual stats? The Lament category, sword rank, contradiction special attribute, Losha's blessing special skill, view details. As expected, its contradiction rank. Contradiction. As the name suggests, it signified a paradox. The original weapon ranks consisted of 6 tiers: common, rare, heroic, legendary, mythic, and divine. However, there were occasional weapons that transcended these ranks. They were given the name Contradiction, a rank that shouldn't exist. Prime examples included the swords bestowed by the three goddesses of emotion and the divine sword Bloom, which had disappeared along with the first hero, Ash Reynolds, 1,000 years ago. While being an irregular weapon, the conditions for using it are quite demanding. I probably wouldn't be able to utilize even 3% of Lament's power in my current state, but that's okay. The true value of a Contradiction rank weapon lay in its powerful special skill. Please let it be a useful skill special skill. Weapons of mythic rank or higher possessed a unique skill called a special skill. Alan's Dawn had a skill called Daybreak. It was a skill that summoned massive pillars of light from the sky, annihilating all demons that came into contact with the light without any restrictions. Of course, being such an overpowered ability, it had the critical drawback of a 1-year cooldown, but the point was that special skills always boasted incredible power. With a mixture of anticipation and anxiety, I clicked the View Details button next to Special Skill. The status window appeared, and after checking the special skill, I couldn't help but freeze. Young Master, wake up! You have to go to class. Rachel, 5 more minutes now. You'll be late if you don't get up now. I woke up to Rachel's powerful shout. I quickly gobbled down the breakfast on the table and started getting dressed in my uniform. Shirt, vest, jacket, all in order. Now to tie the necktie. This wasn't easy. I'd need to have tied a necktie in my previous life to know how to do it now. All I did was train back then. I never once wore a suit. As I struggled with the necktie for a while, Rachel, who had been watching from the side, giggled and approached me. That's not how you tie it. Give it here. I'll do it for you. She took the necktie from my hand and began to tie it with deft fingers. You're really good at this. Hee, I'm your personal maid. This much is basic. Her neatly tied twin tails swayed as she covered her mouth and laughed. She finished tying the knot and patted my shoulder. There, all done. But the necktie was perfectly tied. It was a world of difference from the clumsy knot I had been trying to make. Seeing my impressed reaction, Rachel puffed out her chest with a proud expression. I'm quite skilled, you know. It seems so. Do you want me to teach you how to tie a necktie properly? I thought for a moment and shook my head. No, it's okay. Oh, why not? Just you do it every day. Tying this thing is a hassle. It's easier to just let someone else do it. Rachel flinched at my words. Why you want me to tie it? Every day, yes, every day. Ugh, her face flushed bright red, and she lowered her head. Wow, she's like a tomato. She fidgeted with her fingers, muttering as if she were uncomfortable. If you're okay with it, young master, I am perfectly fine with it. It means I don't have to tie this damn necktie myself. Rachel covered her blushing face with both hands and mumbled, I'll do my best to tie your necktie. Okay, I'm counting on you. With a short reply, I got up from my seat. As I stood by the entrance, adjusting my crossbody bag, Rachel trotted after me. She was watching me with a satisfied look as I slung the bag over my shoulder. Uncomfortable with her intense gaze, I tilted my head and asked, What's wrong? Nothing, Tilda. I'm just happy to see you like this, young master, Tilda. What's that supposed to mean? We exchanged small smiles as we looked at each other. Well, I'm off. Yes, have a great day, young master. I left the dormitory with Rachel's cheers. The blue sky and warm sunshine made for a fantastic day. As I walked under the sun, I thought to myself, come to think of it, wasn't today's class practical combat? I think it was held in the training grounds. I double-checked the textbooks I had brought and continued walking. Chapter 13.1. The Princess Part 1 Mass Release 13/15 The princess inside the carriage heading to Building 2, where the lecture was being held. I was checking the reward for the main quest I had completed yesterday. Status window. Main quest title, Power Up Quest Complete Check Reward. I thought the reward was just the lament sword I got yesterday, but it seems there's something else. The reward was definitely. I was curious, so let's check it out. When I clicked the check reward text box, a mechanical sound rang and a new window popped up. It was an orange hue window, different from the usual blue ones. At the top of the orange window, these words were written, Shop. The status window used by Alan, the protagonist of the novel Sorrow Erasing Heroes, had two main functions. First, information check, which showed his stats, status, and other information. Second, shop, where he could purchase various skills and items. I couldn't find the shop no matter how thoroughly I checked the status window, but it seems it was a function added as a main quest reward. Come to think of it, Alan didn't start using the shop system until the latter half of Volume 1. The shop might seem trivial, but it was a crucial ability. It allowed you to purchase everything from daily necessities to weapons, effects, and skills tailored to the situation. The only downside was that the cost-effectiveness was poor, requiring an excessive amount of points. But it was undoubtedly the most helpful ability I could have. Ah, right, there was this too. I closed the status window and reached out into the air. Then I called the name of the weapon I had obtained yesterday in my mind. Lament. And then, screech! A dark blue sword appeared in midair. The moment it materialized in my hand, it let out a strange noise, its dark blue blade trembling. Stay still! I tightened my grip, suppressing the tremor. Then I slowly stroked the scabbard, soothing its sharp nerves. Click soon, Lament ceased its fierce noise. As I watched it purr like a cat in response to my gentle touch, I muttered quietly, This is a really useful feature, a unique ability possessed by weapons of mythic rank or higher. Subspace storage. With this ability, I could keep the fact that I possessed Lament a secret. Another advantage was that, unlike other swords, there was no need to carry it around. It's too risky for Lament to appear this early. I could become a target for relic hunters, or the demons might target me, seeing me as a new hero. So, even though I had obtained it, I had no intention of actively using it. Unless it was a truly dire situation, Lament wouldn't be leaving its scabbard. Of course, that doesn't mean I'm going to completely neglect it. Lament's special skills. I could use them just by holding the hilt. In other words, I could use the skills even while Lament was stored in its scabbard. Since the scabbard had the function of concealing the divine aura, no one would recognize Lament unless I drew the sword myself. I wish I never had to use the special skills, though. But that was probably wishful thinking. Unwanted situations always arose. I sighed lightly and stroked Lament, thinking about the countless dangers that would soon come my way. Meanwhile, at that time, near Building 2 of Reynolds Academy, a girl was walking briskly across the plaza, elegance that didn't waver despite her hurried pace. Golden hair, like molten sunlight, shimmering brilliantly with each step she took. Blue eyes that held the tranquility of the sea. An impression that was both gentle and cold. Her beauty was enough to draw gasps of admiration from those who beheld her. The girl was walking with a somewhat irritated expression. Behind her, a woman followed closely. She was a mature-looking woman with short brown hair, appearing to be in her mid-20s. The woman chased after the blonde girl with quiet steps, saying, Your Highness, your pace is too hasty. Don't worry, Alice. I won't trip. The first princess of the empire, Lucy von Lietro. That was the identity of the blonde girl. You seem unusually emotional today. May I ask the reason? Alice, the chief maid of the imperial family, tilted her head, puzzled by Lucy's response. Lucy was known for her childlike and innocent personality, but she hadn't shown this side of herself in recent years. At Alice's question, Lucy stiffened for a moment. Then, she frowned and replied, That person, I heard he is back at the academy. By that person, you mean? Alice finally remembered the news about a certain boy who had been causing quite a stir lately. Lucy's old acquaintance, the delinquent who had become her nemesis. You're talking about young Master Lishite. Yes. A fiery glint flashed in Lucy's eyes. After sullying the name of the Blue Bloods like that, he has the audacity to come back. It's utterly disgusting, Lucy muttered, clenching her fists. Alice sighed inwardly at the sight. She was usually a kind and benevolent person, but why did she always react this way whenever that boy was mentioned? As I've said before, he's someone your highness no longer needs to concern yourself with. I'm going to teach him a lesson today. I understand you're still hurt by what happened in the past, but just the thought of it makes me feel better. You're not listening, are you? Despite the maid's concern, Lucy was lost in her own thoughts. Alice eventually gave up and played along with the girl's words. So, What do you mean by teaching him a lesson? During today's practical combat class, I'm going to challenge him to a duel. A duel, you say? A duel, not a light spar between students, but a duel between nobles. Needless to say, the implications of such an act were significant. Do you have something you want from him? Yes, Lucy said with a twisted smile. As a consequence of his defeat, I'm going to have him expelled from the academy. As expected, I think that would be a fitting punishment. Lucy nodded several times at Alice's affirmation and resumed walking. As the summer breeze blew past her, the blonde girl recalled memories of the past. Memories of her once close friend, Raiden Lishite. Rate and review this novel on NU to help people find this novel. Chapter 13.2 The Princess Part 2 Her first memory of the boy was when Lucy was 7 years old. It was the day Duke Lishite visited the Imperial Palace. The Duke, who usually visited alone, had brought 2 children with him that day. A boy with black hair and a girl with red hair. The 2 children, standing before Lucy, bowed their heads in greeting. Raiden Lishite, the eldest son of the Lishite family, greets the first star of the empire. The older-looking boy greeted first. He bowed his head gracefully, displaying impeccable etiquette. Lucy was slightly impressed. His manners were perfect for someone her age. In contrast to the boy, the girl behind him had awkward manners. Greetings to the little son of the empire. Her voice came out too loud, probably due to nervousness. She stumbled over her words, and she mixed up the terms little son, which referred to the crown prince, and star, which referred to the other children of the imperial family. As if realizing her mistakes, the girl's face flushed red. When tears even started to well up in her red eyes, the boy comforted his sister. The girl quickly hid behind her brother, clinging to his clothes and trembling. She looked quite adorable. As Lucy watched her quietly, the boy smiled awkwardly. I apologize, Your Highness. My sister is quite shy. He apologized lightly and patted his sister's head. A gentle smile graced his lips. Lucy thought his smile was kind. A warm boy. That was Lucy's first impression of Raiden. After that encounter, the 3 children met regularly. As children their age often do, they quickly became close. Ariel Lishite was a cute child. Due to her timid nature, she would often burst into tears. Even Lucy's playful teasing would make her whimper and cling to her brother. Whenever that happened, Raiden would calmly soothe her. Raiden Lishite was a strange child. He was always kind, warm, and almost excessively altruistic. His ever-present smile was like his trademark. Raiden's personality had a profound impact on Lucy. She learned a lot from him, who always accepted her childish emotions and tantrums with a smile. Unconsciously influenced by him, Lucy began to change her behavior. She, who had lacked consideration, learned to think of others. She, who had been arrogant, learned to humble herself. And those changes brought positive results for Lucy. The maids who attended to her showered her with even more affection, and she was able to mend her strained relationship with her younger sister. Raiden was the person who had the greatest influence on her after her parents. Lucy naturally came to rely on him, and as they grew closer, they became each other's best friends. A few years passed, and they turned 10 years old. Raiden. The Lishite family visited the imperial palace as usual. Lucy ran towards Raiden, her voice filled with excitement. Then, she looked at him with sparkling eyes. What is it, Your Highness? Raiden, you're from the Lishite family, right? Yes, I am. And the Lishite family are the closest aides who protect the imperial family, right? Raiden smiled slightly and replied, You're well informed. Yes, that's right, Lucy said, waving her arms excitedly like a child who had discovered something interesting. Then, Raiden, yes, Your Highness, become my knight. Knight? What do you mean? Raiden tilted his head, caught off guard by her unexpected request. Lucy recalled the scene she had witnessed at the Imperial Palace the day before and spoke. You know, the thing we saw at the palace yesterday, the knighting ceremony. Raiden clapped his hands lightly, as if he had finally remembered. Ah, I remember now. Wasn't it so cool? It was certainly grand. It was the knighting ceremony of the Imperial Knights, after all. But you think so too, right? Lucy declared, placing her hands on her hips confidently. You should become my knight too, Raiden. Me, you want me to? I want my own knight. Knights are so cool. I read it in a book the other day. It seemed she had read a fairy tale about heroic knights. Raiden, seeing the girl's innocent enthusiasm, chuckled and said, If you think it's so cool, wouldn't it be better for Your Highness to become a knight yourself? That's not possible. Why not? I'm a princess. Instead of becoming a knight myself, I should be the one who has loyal knights as my subjects. Raiden nodded as if he understood. Well, he didn't really understand. but he knew from experience that it was better to just go along with Lucy's whims. He shrugged with a slightly awkward smile. But why ask me? I have no talent for martial arts, so I'm not fit to be a knight. You don't need that. Lucy shook her head. Father said that knights and their masters are in a hierarchical relationship, but they're also the closest of friends. She smiled brightly and said, "You just need to be there as my knight, as my best friend, Raiden." Raiden looked at Lucy, who was smiling radiantly, for a moment. Then he chuckled along with her and nodded. "Closest of friends, that sounds nice." "Really? Of course." Raiden looked at Lucy and quietly knelt on one knee. Then he said in a calm voice, "I, Raiden Lishite, pledge to be the loyal knight of the first princess of the Empire, Lucy von Lietro." MHM, MHM, MHM. Lucy tapped Raiden's head and shoulder once each with the teaspoon she was holding. "May you always remain my friend, my knight." Lucy spoke with exaggerated emphasis, imitating the dignified tone of her father that she had witnessed the day before. Raiden chuckled and replied, "As you command, my liege." It was a small promise made by two 10-year-old children who knew nothing of the world. Lucy stomped her feet and continued walking. Her mind was filled with thoughts of the wretched knight who had broken his promise. She shuddered, remembering Raiden's cold voice from their previous encounter. "A promise? Ah, you're talking about that childish game. I long forgotten about it. How foolish!" A sarcastic tone and a mocking voice. That was the voice of the changed Raiden. Lucy gritted her teeth and glared straight ahead. "I'm going to teach that bastard a lesson today. Your Highness, please be mindful of your words. I don't care. I'll have him expelled no matter what." Lucy shouted loudly, continuing on her way. Rate and review this novel on NU to help people find this novel. Chapter 14.1 The Delinquent Doesn't Hide His Strength Part 1 Mass Release 14/15 The Delinquent Doesn't Hide His Strength. The training ground was located near the main building of Reynolds Academy. Its size was equivalent to several soccer fields combined. This enormous training ground was one of the prides of Reynolds Academy. It had state-of-the-art facilities and exterior walls that absorbed mana to cushion impacts. Equipment and potions of all kinds were readily available. There was even a medical facility set up to immediately respond to any injuries. It was an environment where everything needed for training was prepared. A class for the second-year Raphael class was in progress in this training ground. For your information, the class name Raphael was taken from the names of saints appearing in the Bible. But you don't need to pay much attention to that. The religious aspects of this world are so complicated that it'll only give you a headache if you try to understand them. Anyway, the students of Raphael class were standing in neat rows, their postures impeccable. Of course, I was among them. Our gazes were fixed on a slender man standing outside the formation. "Good to see you all again today." A green-haired man who appeared to be in his late 20s. The professor in charge of the practical combat course and the homeroom teacher of Raphael class. Lucas Landlanto. The large and small scars and lean muscles visible on his arms were a testament to the intensity of his life. Despite those intimidating marks, he had a gentle demeanor, which spoke volumes about his character. "As I announced last time, today's class will be conducted through student sparring." He explained the upcoming class in a soft voice. "Pair up with whomever you want. Then, one teen at a time will come forward and spar, and I'll provide feedback and areas for improvement for each of you." Lucas gave us 5 minutes to choose our partners and watched us with a subtle smile. At first, the students hesitated and didn't move, but as time passed, they started looking for their partners. Meanwhile, I just stood still. No one would want to pair up with me anyway, so I figured I'd just wait and spar with whoever was left over. I squatted down in a corner, staring blankly at the students who were chatting amongst themselves. Just choosing a sparring partner, something so trivial, seemed to bring joy to these kids. Their faces were full of smiles. It makes me envious. You guys are living your 18 years like you should. My 18 years are filled with nothing but hellish memories. Not just 18, but 17, 19, and all the years before and after. Wes, why would you need such a thing? Stop whining and get up. We're not even halfway done yet. The voices of nightmares echoed in my ears. I clenched my jaw and looked away. Even though the 5-minute time limit was almost up, not a single person stood by my side. Well, it's only natural. I gave a bitter smile and brushed my bangs aside. I just want time to pass quickly. Standing here alone is so awkward. As I was feeling self-conscious and staring at the patterns on the training ground floor, I suddenly heard someone calling my name. Young Master Lishite. Surprised by the unexpected call, I looked up to see an unexpected figure approaching me. Long flowing golden hair, blue eyes that seemed to capture the tranquility of the azure sky. A beauty comparable to Margaret, but with a completely different aura. I stared blankly at the girl, because, strangely enough, I knew her. Not just Raiden, but Kim Naru knew her too. The first princess was Lucy von Lietro, the first princess of the Empire, Raiden's old friend, now turned Nemesis, a minor character who briefly appeared in the original story, and the older sister of Alan's love interest, the second princess. The girl I had only seen in the novel and Raiden's memories was standing before me, looking down at me. As I stared at her with a mixture of wonder and bitterness, Lucy took off her glove and threw it at me, saying, "Young Master Lishite, I challenge you to a duel." "What?" I stammered, looking at the white piece of cloth that had landed on my shoulder. A duel! As anyone who's read a few medieval fantasy novels would know, a duel held significant meaning in this era. Simply put, it was like a bet with a bit more force behind it. Each participant would wager something they desired and engage in a contest. The format varied depending on the circumstances, but it was mostly a form of martial arts combat. The loser of the duel had to fulfill one request of the winner, and there was no way to refuse. However, the winner couldn't make unreasonable or unjust demands. Only demands based on the principles of good and the eradication of evil were allowed. Surely Lucy knew all this. After all, Raiden had personally taught her about it. So the fact that she was challenging me to a duel meant if you lose to me you will withdraw from Reynolds Academy. She must see me as the evil of this academy. This is insane. At Lucy's bombshell declaration, the students' gazes subtly shifted towards us. Look at these bastards, not saying a word to my face but whispering behind my back. Even Professor Lucas was looking at us with a strange expression. My head was spinning from this dizzying academy event. What should I do a duel with the princess? If I accidentally hit her too hard, I could be dragged to the execution grounds for treason. And if I refused the challenge, I would be branded as a coward. It would severely damage my social standing. So, I refuse. What else could I do but refuse? I was already socially ostracized. What difference would it make to add more dirt on top? Besides, it was a duel with the princess. Even in a noble society, there wouldn't be a single crazy bastard who would accept this challenge without hesitation. It wasn't Justice Barr who would duel the princess. Even if I refused here, everyone would probably understand and let it slide. Or maybe not. Why, you coward, trying to avoid a duel? I am deeply sorry. Unfortunately, I have been weak-hearted since I was young and am not suited for such grand affairs. I trust your highness will understand. I could see Lucy's hand trembling at my brazen response. I had intentionally spoken in a slightly cheeky manner to provoke her, and it seemed to be working. More importantly, did she really think I would accept the duel? I thought she was just trying to pick on me because she saw the old asshole in me. But judging from her reaction, she seemed to be serious. She's smart and good at studying, just like her father, but she can be naive at times. Ah, this was Raiden's assessment, not mine. Then, I'll go find another partner. I couldn't tell the Empire's precious first princess to get lost, so I decided to leave instead. However, Professor Lucas, who had been watching us, stopped me. "Mr. Littite, I'm afraid you'll have to spar with the princess, even if it's not a duel." What? Look around. Puzzled by his cryptic words, I frowned and scanned my surroundings. The time for finding partners was over, and all the other students had already paired up. The only ones left were Lucy and me. Oh damn it! I swallowed my words and rubbed my forehead. Lucy and I were sitting side by side, waiting for our turn. We were fifth in line, right after the fourth spar, which was currently underway. Even while watching the spar, Lucy would occasionally glance at me. She couldn't stay still, fidgeting with her fingers. It seemed that my refusal to duel had shocked her quite a bit. Well, whatever. I was only focused on the impressive spectacle unfolding before my eyes. This spar was between two mages, and I was fascinated by the clash of magic, something I had never seen in my previous life. Of course, I had acquired most of the knowledge about magic through synchronizing with Raiden, but seeing it in person was a completely different experience. As I watched the flames, water splashes, flashes of light, and shadows dance across the training ground, a thought naturally came to mind. This is amazing, maybe I should start practicing magic tomorrow. As I was pondering that thought, ding! The bell signaling the end of the spar rang. The match was decided. Next students, get ready. Lucas's voice followed. Rate and review this novel on NU to help people find this novel. Chapter 14.2 The Delinquent Doesn't Hide His Strength Part 2 Lucy and I stood up without a word and walked toward the training ground. As we approached, Lucas pointed to one side and said, "Choose any weapon you like." He was pointing to a rack filled with various weapons and equipment. "I'll take a spear." Lucy reached out without hesitation and picked up a spear. She swung it a few times experimentally, then nodded in satisfaction. "Then, I'll take this sword." I also picked up a sword from the rack without delay. It was a single-edged katana. It seemed to be a practice sword, as the blade wasn't sharpened. Lucas's eyes lit up slightly when he saw the weapon I had chosen. Oh, an Eastern sword? You've chosen an interesting weapon. This is what I'm used to. Your double-edged swords are the ones that are unfamiliar to me. As I was gripping and releasing the sword, checking its feel, Lucas approached me quietly and spoke. Are you alright, mister? What? About sparring with the princess? You seemed reluctant. Ah, yes, well, if you're uncomfortable, just say so. I can switch partners for you. Lucas patted my shoulder lightly and returned to his position. I watched him for a moment, then came to my senses and took a step forward. I was momentarily tempted by his offer, but I shook it off. Since it was just a spar, not a duel, there was no need to go that far, and I didn't really want to ask him for help. I tightened my grip on the sword and stepped onto the training ground. Lucy was already standing in the center of the large circular arena, ready to begin. I stood before her with an impassive expression. Lucas lightly shook the bell in his hand and said, "Begin when the bell rings. Both of you, get ready." I took a deep breath and widened my eyes, focusing. Lucy also assumed a ready stance, aiming the tip of her spear at me. A brief silence hung in the air as we faced each other, and the silence was broken by ding, the clear ringing of the bell. People say that modern kendo lacks practicality. Kendo is a sport that focuses on speed and precise strikes. It has its limitations when it comes to weapon grappling against other weapons in actual combat. But does that mean medieval swordsmanship is overwhelmingly superior to modern kendo? That's not true either. Compared to the clean movements of kendo, medieval swordsmanship has many unnecessary techniques, and its rigid forms lack fluidity and naturalness. In short, they're both about the same. One is suitable for combat, but outdated, while the other is modern but not as suitable for combat. Of course, if a normally trained kendo practitioner were to face a medieval knight, the latter would have a higher chance of winning. Modern kendo is relatively unfamiliar with real combat, but that's only true for normally trained practitioners. Whoosh! The spear blade came hurtling towards me at a terrifying speed, tearing through the air. Just before it struck my face, I tilted my head slightly, deflecting it. Then, I lightly moved my sword, parrying the immediate follow-up attack. Play! A thin sound, too delicate for the clash of spear and sword. It was the sound that could only be produced when my sword struck the tip of Lucy's spear with perfect precision. I felt the weight and vibration through my hand and smirked slightly. It's been a while. When I was Kim Naru, I spent every day training, and around the age of 17 I hit a wall. My technique had already reached its peak, with no room for further improvement. My physical strength and flexibility were also far beyond that of ordinary people. In short, I had reached my limit. No matter how much I trained, my skills didn't improve any further. Seeing this, my father introduced a new training method. From today onwards, you will spar with these people, not one at a time, but all of them, simultaneously. It was sparring, not just sparring with regular kendo practitioners, but against various types of cold weapons, spears, double-edged swords, one-handed swords, rapiers, and more. My father gathered masters of all kinds of weapons and lined them up before me. Since my technique had reached its peak, he decided to instill the very instincts and reflexes of combat into my body. At first, it was 2 or 3 opponents at a time, but eventually, it became 6 or 7. Thinking back, my father was a complete madman. It wasn't training, it was torture, a form of relentless pressure. At first, I couldn't adapt to the raw, unrestrained fighting, and I just got beaten up throughout the sparring sessions. The beatings continued. A year passed. 2 years passed. By the 3rd year, I had completely adapted to kendo as a form of combat. I could even hold my own against 6 opponents in the weekly 1-on-6 sparring sessions. By the time I was 22 and participating in the World Championships, I had a win rate of over 90%. One of the masters who had been beaten unconscious by me even called me a monster in fear. How ridiculous! It was you guys who turned me into a monster. That's how I, instead of becoming a normal kendo practitioner, became a monster and once again rose to the top. Play! I parried another sharp thrust. Disbelief finally crept into Lucy's blue eyes as she gritted her teeth and swung her spear. The surrounding students also began to murmur amongst themselves. He blocked it again as that really young master Lishaitai thought he had no talent for physical combat. How can he so easily deflect the attacks of the princess, who's among the top 5 in rough IL class? I tilted my head, deflecting the spear blade aimed at my head with the back of my sword. Top 5 sure, she had strength and some sharp techniques, but that was about it. Her gaze control was terrible, and her footwork was sloppy. Each individual move was decent, but she couldn't connect them smoothly, making her attacks feel disjointed. Well, I guess that's to be expected from someone ranked 5th in her class. I had gone from watching the World Championships to high school level, so I hadn't realized the difference. The opponent I faced in the World Championship preliminaries was much better than this. In short, she was a pushover. Screech clang! I lightly scraped my sword down the spear shaft and attacked her hand. As expected, she let go of the spear with one hand. But sorry, I had anticipated that as well. Gasped the moment the number of hands holding the spear went from 2 to 1. I swung my right leg and powerfully kicked the spear shaft. The impact sent Lucy's hand holding the spear flying sideways, exposing her entire abdomen. Lucy tried to assume a defensive stance with a look of dismay, but I had no intention of letting this opportunity slip. Using the momentum and rotational force of my body, I spun around in an instant and delivered a clean roundhouse kick to her abdomen. Lucy let out a groan and stumbled backward. How did I kick her too hard? It was hard to control my strength with this body, which had completely different strength, physique, and speed compared to my previous life. Since my strength, agility, and stamina stats were so ridiculously low, I thought I could just kick with all my might. But it seemed that my technique had amplified the destructive power. Your Highness? Are you alright? My question was a mix of embarrassment and concern. I had asked out of genuine remorse, but Lucy seemed to have taken it differently. Ugh, all mocking me, you're still as frivolous as ever. No, that's not it. I'm really sorry. Lucy's deep blue eyes were burning with anger. I tried to explain, but she ignored me, grabbing her spear again and shouting, I'll make you kneel today no matter what. Seriously. This is driving me crazy. Rate and review this novel on NU to help people find this novel. Chapter 15.1 She Broke Down in Tears Part 1 Mass Release 15/15 Access 5 advanced chapters with a blink tier $10 on Ko-Fi. She broke down in tears, sword and spear. If these two weapons were to fight, which one would win? Most people would bet on the spear. The spear's long reach gives it an absolute advantage in a ranged battle. In reality, when a sword and spear clash, the spear wins 9 times out of 10. A weapon matchup, it's like an insurmountable wall. To put it into perspective, no matter how big and ferocious a cat is, it can't defeat a tiger. Anyway, for a sword to defeat a spear, there needs to be an overwhelming difference in skill. And fortunately, I had the skills to crush Lucy. Plot, crack, thud. Every time our blades clashed, loud sounds reverberated throughout the training ground. I controlled my breathing and widened my sweat-drenched eyes, focusing. In my cold vision, only the sharp slashes cutting through the air were visible. Whoosh! The spear's elaborate movements converged into a single point. It transformed into a swift thrust aimed at my right shoulder. I blocked it with a powerful upward swing of my sword. Pleh! The loudest sound yet pierced my eardrums. For a moment, I almost lost my grip, but I immediately regained my stance and swung horizontally with all my might. I feinted a strike while stepping back quickly to create distance. Huff, rough breaths escaped my lips. Damn it, I'm already exhausted after moving this much. I had moved as if I still had my previous body, and my stamina was depleted in an instant. It felt like my technique execution was a bit off too, but I don't think I'll lose. Still, I felt a strange sense of unease. In my previous life, I could have subdued an opponent like this within 3 moves. Of course, that was abnormal. I wasn't weak now. I was still overwhelming Lucy, who had superior stamina and strength with just my technique alone. The noisy chatter from the surroundings had died down. Everyone was staring at Lucy and me, their eyes wide with shock. Why are they so surprised I'm holding my own? But I wouldn't say I'm doing anything spectacular. Poor stamina management, weak strength, clumsy footwork. There wasn't a single thing I was satisfied with in this spar. If my father were watching this, he would probably beat the crap out of me in the name of teaching me a lesson. Gasp puff how are you? Lucy muttered. How am I what? You're practically telling me where you're going to attack with your eyes. If I couldn't even block that, I'd have wasted the last 10 years of my life. I adjusted my grip on the sword and glanced at the clock. It's been a while. Over 10 minutes had already passed. Considering my stamina, I needed to finish this in the next exchange. I might have sounded confident, but I was starting to struggle. I stepped forward once again, charging toward the blonde girl. Lucy swung her spear as if to intercept my approach. I dodged it by twisting my body or deflected it with my sword, closing the distance between us. Whoosh! Crack! Every time I moved my head or body, the sound of the spear blade narrowly missing me grazed my ears. I had abandoned all defense, focusing solely on offense. If my footwork faltered even slightly, I would be vulnerable to a counterattack. The precarious situation sent my brain into overdrive, and the pounding of my heart made my senses numb. The sensations from my previous life were slowly returning. They were etched into my soul like indelible pencil marks. Play, crack, tut. I could see it. more and more clearly. Every single movement the girl in front of me made, her gaze, her breathing, her preparatory movements, her steps, her expression, everything. I had already grasped her completely. She's focusing all her energy on defense. Did she notice that I was nearing my limit? It seemed she was trying to stall for time. I could force my way through, but the difference in our basic stats was too great and my stamina was running low. So how could I create an opening in her defense? A moment of contemplation. Then, I smirked slightly and spoke. My liege, as expected, this kind of thing works wonders on kids. Didn't you swear to protect me? A heavy blow of trash talk, momentarily shaking her composure. A flicker of agitation crossed the girl's face. At the same time, her solid defense wavered, creating an opening, and I seized it. No, Lucy came to her senses belatedly and swung her spear, but it only grazed my forehead, failing to land a solid hit. I felt a burning pain where the spear tip had scraped past, but I didn't care. After all, this was all part of the plan. Play! My sword, swung with all my might, knocked the spear away, and her hand, loosened in surprise, lost its grip on the weapon. Not yet. As soon as I confirmed that Lucy had been disarmed, I swept her legs out from under her, sending her crashing to the ground. Then I thrust my sword into the floor, aiming it just past her face. Tut! The blade narrowly missed. I was panting heavily, half straddling the fallen girl. Before me, I saw the beautiful blonde frozen in shock. Drip, drip. Drops of blood from my forehead fell onto Lucy's cheek. It was a wound from Lucy's attack earlier. I had intentionally adjusted my angle so that the blood would drip onto her cheek. Crazy, the spectators were frozen in place as well, overwhelmed by the excessively intense atmosphere. No doubt, this was exactly what I had intended. Shocked gazes, bewildered expressions, a chilling silence. Tess! I let out a long breath, satisfied that things had gone according to plan. Like it or not, I was going to attend this academy for the next 2 years, but I couldn't afford to be treated like the delinquent Raiden of the past during my time here. My mental fortitude wasn't that strong, so I needed a definite turnaround. A shocking reversal, something unforgettable, something that would be etched into everyone's minds. This spar was a performance to mark the beginning of that reversal. It was also a warning to those who looked at me with disdain. I am a crazy bastard. Don't even think about messing with me. Of course, I didn't plan for Lucy to be my sparring partner. Even if it was just a spar, it would cause trouble if I beat up the Empire's princess. So I tried to subdue her without causing any serious injuries. It took quite a bit of effort. A refreshing laugh burst out of me, a mixture of satisfaction and exhilaration. It had been a bit fun. There was no father glaring at me, no masters relentlessly trying to beat me down, and my opponent wasn't someone overwhelmingly strong, someone I couldn't possibly defeat, like in the World Finals. It was the first time in my life I had swung a sword so freely. Perhaps because the tension had finally broken, I was laughing like a madman, unaware of how my actions would be perceived by those around me. It started from somewhere nearby. A strange sound reached my ears, and I lowered my head to look. There, Sniff saw her teary blue eyes. Her trembling eyebrows and pale face told me that she was terrified. Only then did I realize how strange I must have looked. I quickly got up, trying to calm Lucy down, but the blonde girl burst into tears. I'm screwed. Rate and review this novel on NU to help people find this novel. Chapter 15.2. She broke down in tears. Part 2. The idol of the masses, a star born from the sun. The apple of the imperial family's eye. A girl revered for her benevolent nature and dazzling beauty. Lucy von Lietro, the first princess of the empire. The girl who always maintained her imperial dignity was currently Snissa, trembling and shedding tears. Her blue eyes, like the sea, were filled with a mixture of tears and fear. When faced with a bizarre situation, humans tend to feel fear before understanding or empathy. It was the same for Lucy. The boy was straddling her, laughing maniacally. Every time a drop of blood from his forehead landed on her cheek, Lucy flinched. The poor girl bit her lip, trying to hold back her sobs. What is this? It's scary. So scary! At first, she just wanted to teach the bad Raiden a lesson. But the situation had taken a strange turn. The first moment she realized something was wrong was when she heard the boy's mocking words. Hey, Your Highness, are you alright? His face, full of scorn as he looked down on her. Her abdomen ached, throbbing with pain from his powerful kick. Lucy had to suppress her groans and force herself to get up. It's strange. He is definitely Raiden. The same Raiden who had no talent for physical combat since childhood. The one who always relied on her and Neria. But why? Did he feel like a completely different person? I'll make you kneel today no matter what, she had declared confidently, but Lucy had been on the defensive throughout the spar. The boy's attacks were simple yet sharp, and his defense was impenetrable, blocking all of her attacks. It was like facing a wall, a massive, insurmountable wall. No matter how persistently she swung her spear, all she got in return was the sound of wind cutting through the air. Lucy grew increasingly anxious. What is this? You weren't like this before, Raiden. It wasn't just his superior skills that were pressuring her. His cold, black eyes, those eyes, filled with unknown emotions, sent chills down her spine. Especially, my liege, didn't you swear to protect me? The bizarre smirk that twisted his lips. That unnatural smile was enough to make her heart skip a beat. Shocking words and a shocking expression. Completely caught off guard by the boy's psychological warfare, Lucy was defeated, and now she was whimpering, half pinned beneath him. But in truth, her tears weren't just from the frustration of defeat. The boy, who had been frozen in place panting, suddenly started laughing like a madman, as if he were genuinely enjoying the situation. He let out a pure, clear laugh. That smile, mixed with the vicious aura he had exuded just moments ago, created a grotesque scene. Lucy felt instinctive fear. Right next to her was the boy's sword, embedded in the ground, having narrowly missed her face. Drops of blood from his forehead were dripping onto her cheek, and the boy before her was acting in a way she couldn't understand. Tears welled up in her eyes. Don't cry, Lucy desperately tried to hold back her sobs to maintain her dignity as a princess. But the moment her eyes met his black eyes, filled with madness, wow! She burst into tears. The spar ended like that. Lucy, sobbing sorrowfully, left the training ground, supported by her attendants. Everyone glared at me as they passed by. Honestly, I had nothing to say, so I just kept my head down. Velvet, why did I do that? How could I make the princess cry, you idiot? She probably already hated me, and now I made her cry in front of everyone. As I was reflecting on my mistake and repenting, someone called out to me in a gentle voice. Mr. Lizite. It was Professor Lucas. I'm going to get scolded, aren't I? My father used to hit me 30 times for every mistake I made. How much am I going to get hit here? Yes, you're bleeding from your forehead. I had mentally prepared myself for the incoming slap, but what came back was an unexpected question about my injury. Startled, I looked up and saw Professor Lucas looking at me with concern. It doesn't look too serious, but you should be careful, or it might get worse. You know the infirmary next to the training ground, right? Go get it treated. Lucas patted my shoulder lightly once again. Seeing his kind gesture, I belatedly realized something. Come to think of it, it wouldn't make sense for him to hit me. I'm the eldest son of a duke family. There's no way a professor would dare lay a hand on someone like me. Horn, who's best friends with Steiner, might ask, what does your father do? It hit me. But not all professors are like him. This is awesome. No getting beaten up after training. What a refreshing educational policy. So I don't have to apply ointment to my body before going to bed anymore? Mr. Lidith. Why yes, I understand. Lost in my silly thoughts, I belatedly came to my senses and nodded at Lucas's call. I must be really tired to be having such pointless thoughts. Then, I'll be going. You can leave freely after getting treated. Class is almost over anyway. Yes, I trudged out of the training ground. The sky was clear and blue, and I let out a long breath. The plan had been successful, and I had even enjoyed the spar, but why did I feel so miserable? Why? Those tear-filled blue eyes kept flashing before my eyes. They overlapped with the remnants of the past I had seen in Raiden's memories. I ran my hand through my hair in frustration. I should have held back a little. I'm always like this. I get carried away and lose control the moment I let loose. You pathetic idiot. I've ruined so many people because of this personality. Should I apologize to her later? She probably won't accept it, considering all the things Raiden had done to her. And now I even made her cry, so she might not even want to see me. Well, Raiden had made Lucy cry many times too, but never like this. Never this much, and never in front of everyone. Should I kill myself? A surprisingly rational option popped into my head, but I quickly dismissed it. As I was writing a letter of apology in my mind with a bitter taste in my mouth, a familiar mechanical sound rang in my ears. The hidden quest achieved. What's this now? A hidden quest? What did I even do today to achieve this? I tilted my head and opened the status window. Status window. The hidden quest achieved. Title: Slayer of something. Completion conditions: 1. Win against a spear user of rank C or higher. Complete. 2. Be hit no more than 3 times. Complete. Reward: Title: Spear Slayer. I was already in the middle of repenting, and now it's making this permanent. Isn't that a bit harsh? I glared at the status window with resentment, but it remained silent. So you're not on my side either, huh? I pouted and clicked the Claim Reward button. The title Spear Slayer will be added to your existing titles. Current titles. What? Eldest son of the Lishite family 2. Troublemaker 3. Lonely Boy 4. Spear Slayer new. Title Spear Slayer effect. Strength stat increases by 1 when facing spear users. This title can synergize with other Slayer titles. Oh, what's this? The effect is pretty decent, and it's a synergy title, which means it can grow. I stumbled upon something good in an unexpected place. It felt like thinking I had 2 hours of training left, only to realize there was only 1 hour left. After a bad event, a good event always follows. Self-blame is not good. Mistakes should be the foundation for growth, not the start of self-loathing. Status window on top of that, words of encouragement from the status window. Touched by its kindness, I frown. Right, there's no way you were trying to make fun of me. You were trying to cheer me up. Thank you. Always. I muttered softly. I wouldn't have been able to endure this place without you. You protected my mind from collapsing with the Iron Will skill, and you lifted me from despair, leading me to a second chance. You're a suspicious, ambiguous existence. Of course, I still have doubts about whether I can truly trust you, but I can't help but feel grateful. I am merely acting according to the manual. I know, the status window replied curtly. I chuckled and nodded at its response. Alright, let's do this. Let's just try a little harder. I wiped the blood from my forehead and walked on. But is this really okay? I think I'm bleeding quite a lot. Rate and review this novel on NU to help people find this novel. Chapter 16.1, Golden Boy, Be My Sacrifice Part 1. The first chapter of the regular release. Release schedule. Every alternate date. Golden Boy, Be My Sacrifice. 1 month. It had already been a month since I entered Raiden's body. My tumultuous life at the academy was already entering its second week. Time had flown by faster than I expected. Maybe it was because of the various events involving Ariel, Margaret, Lucy, and others. It felt like the past month had vanished in the blink of an eye. Still, nothing major had happened besides that. The only problem was that the academy classes were difficult. Well, I'll just have to muddle through somehow. I was slowly and steadily adapting to my new life. I'm going, I said lightly, standing at the entrance. Then, with a clatter, a head of brown hair popped out from the kitchen. One moment, young master. She stopped what she was doing and scurried over to me. She reached out and straightened my crooked tie. You must dress neatly. This is too much of a hassle. That's why I'm here to do it for you. Rachel giggled and adjusted my clothes. This was a bit embarrassing. It felt like I couldn't even dress myself properly, like a child. Feeling awkward, I asked, should I learn how to tie a tie properly? It's alright, Tilda, I'll do it for you. Aren't you bothered? I actually enjoy it. She hummed happily as she spoke. Well, I can't take away her joy if she likes it so much. She already works hard every day. It's definitely not because I'm too lazy to do it myself. While I was busy justifying myself, the tie was already neatly tied. Rachel smiled brightly and poked my cheek. I hope you never learn how to tie a tie, young master. Why? Just because, you're being difficult. Rachel was great, but sometimes she said strange things. I mean, if I ask what you mean, at least explain it. If you don't want to tell me, then don't say anything in the first place. I grumbled inwardly and opened the front door. I'm really going now. Yes, have a good day. With her cheerful encouragement echoing behind me, I set off for school. A cool breeze ruffled my hair. Had time really passed so quickly? The season, which had embraced the scorching heat just a month ago, was now taking steps towards autumn, bringing with it a cool breeze and colorful foliage. It's already been a month. Raiden. When I first possessed this sinful guy, I thought it was a lost cause. But contrary to my worries, I had been living quite peacefully. After all, there was still time before the events from the original story unfolded. The only slightly disappointing thing was that my old image wasn't improving. Why isn't it working? I hadn't caused any trouble in the past month. I hadn't skipped class or been late. I hadn't talked back to the professors, and I had been diligently attending lectures. Yet, the persistent rumors and my reputation refused to improve. People were surprised when they saw me, but they didn't approach me. What? I haven't done anything too noticeable, or maybe I did. Just a little. Really, just a tiny bit. But compared to Raiden, I was a saint. I made excuses in my mind as I crossed the street. Soon, I heard someone calling my name from afar. Brother. I looked up and saw a girl with crimson hair running towards me, waving both hands. She was smiling brightly, carrying a yellow bag, and she looked adorable, like a little chick. She would get mad if she heard me say that, calling it childish. Ariel. I smiled faintly as I embraced Ariel, who leaped into my arms. She greeted me with a cheerful voice. Good morning. Yes, good morning. I patted her head a few times and Ariel purred, melting into my touch. She acted more like a cat than a chick. Switching between prey and predator, she was a scary girl indeed. I walked alongside Ariel. Come to think of it, going to school with Ariel like this had become a daily routine. Ever since that day she stormed into the classroom, Ariel had been clinging to me, as if she was trying to make up for 2 years of suppressed childish affection. I let out a sigh, feeling a bittersweet sensation at the warmth radiating from her arm. Ariel wasn't annoying. In fact, it was quite enjoyable to be with her. But it was a bit overwhelming, like experiencing motion sickness because I hadn't fully adjusted yet. The warmth of another person was unfamiliar, and it sometimes made me feel nauseous. I even heard echoes of the past. I'll have to overcome this someday. This is the life I have to live. I repeated this resolution to myself, but my heart remained heavy. The thought of becoming accustomed to peace and leisure was unimaginable. Worry and melancholy continued to weigh on me. It felt like I was staring blankly at a possibility I couldn't reach. It'll be okay, yes, it'll be okay. I forced an awkward smile, trying to conceal my complicated emotions. I didn't want Ariel to worry if she saw my gloomy expression. As I was sorting out my thoughts, we arrived at the carriage stop. But, see you tomorrow at school. Ariel waved at me as she boarded the carriage that had arrived just in time. I waved back lightly and waited for the carriage heading to the second building. I stood still and looked up at the sky. White paint strokes gradually appeared on the blue canvas. I closed my eyes slowly beneath the vast, tranquil landscape. Alright, that concludes today's lecture. The voice announcing the end of the class echoed through the room. As the professor packed up his belongings and left the classroom, the students began to rise from their seats one by one. I was among them. I yawned and stretched, feeling stiff and exhausted. Sitting at a desk with a book open all day was taking its toll on my body. Studying really wasn't for me. Who knew staying awake could be this difficult? I gathered my things and left the classroom. As I was getting up, I briefly made eye contact with Margaret, who was sitting far away, but I quickly averted my gaze, pretending not to notice her. Well, shall we go again today? I slung my crossbody bag over my shoulder and started walking. During the past month, I had focused on 2 main things. First, mastering Raiden's unique talent, blank short-range teleportation, and second, acquiring other Slayer titles, like the Spear Slayer title I had obtained from my spar with Lucy. What? You're asking about the midterm exams? Let's just skip that part. There are some things that effort alone can't achieve. As long as I don't fail, it's fine. Don't expect too much from me. Rate and review this novel on NU to help people find this novel. Chapter 16.2 Golden Boy, Be My Sacrifice Part 2 Status Window, Show me my information. Desperately trying to ignore my academic responsibilities, I summoned the status window. The user, Raiden Lishai. Gender, male age, 18 race, human stat information strength, D stamina, D agility, D total mana, 31 skill information 1. Imperial Common Language automatically activated 2. Iron will automatically activated 3. Short range teleportation blink 4. Empty slot 5. Empty slot. Titles 1. Eldest son of the Lishite family 2. Delinquent T-N, changing it to delinquent from troublemaker. 3. Lonely Boy 4. Spear Slayer 5. Sword Slayer 6. Martial Arts Slayer 7. Hammer Slayer 8. After a month of rigorous training, I had successfully raised all my strength, stamina, and agility stats to D rank. And the titles. After defeating Lucy and obtaining the Spear Slayer title, I had been seeking out students with C rank or higher weapon proficiency at the academy, challenging them to fight. You might think it's strange for someone who wants to live peacefully to be picking fights, but it was unavoidable for title farming. To get the Synergy title, I needed to obtain 5 Slayer titles. As a result, a bizarre rumor spread throughout the academy that the crazed delinquent son of Duke Lishite was hunting down honor students. But I'm sure everyone will understand. Honestly, it's better to be known as a guy who's always brawling than someone who disrupts classes and hits on girls. I was using a kind of cover-up strategy. It was all part of my plan. It's like comparing apples and oranges. I tried to ignore the voice of my conscience and turned my attention back to the status window. Spear Slayer, Sword Slayer, Martial Arts Slayer, Hammer Slayer. I had 4 titles so far. I was just 1 title away from achieving the Synergy title. And right now, I was on my way to obtain that last title. Are you here to use the training ground? Yes? Please write your name on this list, check the safety guidelines, and then you may enter. Understood. I arrived at the training ground while fiddling with the status window. Ignoring the guide, who was trying to act calm but whose hands were trembling, I stepped inside. I quickly scanned the interior as soon as I passed through the door. Countless pieces of training, equipment, and students sweating as they honed their skills. Among them, one boy stood out. There he is. Unnatural golden hair that looked dyed. Deeply tan skin. Sharp, cunning eyes with blue irises. He had the unmistakable aura of a delinquent. The boy, who was jogging lightly on the track with sandbags strapped to his ankles, turned and tried to flee as soon as our eyes met. Oh, crap! That psycho is here again. No way! I quickly kicked off the ground and chased after him. He glanced back at me as he ran, shouting, "Stop it! You crazy bastard! Let's fight!" No way! I already sparred with you yesterday. Damn it! How many times is this? This is the 4th time since last week. I gradually increased my speed. The distance between us slowly closed, and I was getting closer and closer to his tail. Let's fight! No, damn it! I'd understand if you lost, but you won every time. Why do you keep coming back after beating me 4 times in a row? Because I haven't gotten the Slayer title yet. The condition for obtaining the Slayer title was to win against a martial artist of rank C or higher, and the number of times I got hit during the spar had to be less than 3. Even a slight graze counted as a hit. In other words, the sparring would continue until I achieved a perfect victory. Let's fight. That lost? I'm not sparring with you. He screamed and dashed toward the back door of the training ground, but there was no escape. When I was about 10 steps away from him, I muttered, "Blink times 10. With a small chant, my vision flickered rapidly. This was a technique that used multiple short-range blinks in succession. It allowed me to cover a distance of up to 10 meters as if it were a single teleport. It wasn't easy to control, so I was still practicing it. Fortunately, this attempt seemed successful. What? The flustered face of the golden-haired, tan delinquent appeared before me. He tried to change direction abruptly, but my foot was faster, tripping him. What? He tumbled to the ground with a loud thud. I looked down at the golden boy, groaning in pain, and said, "Let's fight." He clutched his knee, which had hit the floor, and tears welled up in his eyes. "Why you crazy bastard sob, let's fight." For the record, there's no right to refuse. Just quietly, become the sacrifice for my Slayer title farming. Rate and review this novel on NU to help people find this novel. I stopped organizing my equipment and looked to my side at the sound. There, sprawled on the ground in a comical pose, was the golden boy. "I'm dying, I'm going to be murdered." He writhed on the floor, exaggerating his pain. I kicked a mace lying at my feet towards him and said, "Stop whining and gap. I'll gouch sob. You bastard." Touched by my thoughtful gesture, the golden boy hugged his mace and shed a tear. He clutched his stomach, where I had kicked him, and whimpered, "Ugh, you a psychopath, why are you doing this to me? What did I do wrong?" I silently hung the wooden sword I had used on the rack. He looked at me with uneasy eyes for a moment, then asked cautiously, "Are you coming back tomorrow?" Damn it, why are you answering? I'm coming back, because I didn't get the title this time. If I had dodged his last attack, I would have succeeded, but my footwork messed up. Sorry about that. Actually, I'm not really sorry. This crazy as if touched by my answer, the golden boy's eyes welled up again. Why are you doing this to me? Blame your strength. If you were just an average C rank, I would have gotten the title in one go and wouldn't have come back. But you're almost B rank. Do you know how hard it is to beat you with my strength and stamina and agility stats? Dubbit. He let out a small curse, oblivious to my struggles. Of course, I pretended not to hear him. If someone who didn't know the situation saw us now, they might scold me for bullying an innocent commoner student, but they would be mistaken. This guy wasn't actually in pain. Just look at the corners of his lips curling up into a smirk. You have a really stupid look on your face. PFT, what's with the sudden insult about my looks? Why? Are you jealous because I'm so handsome? As you can see, he's not normal either. I mean, cursing at the eldest son of a duke is crazy in itself. Isn't he worried that he might get killed? I tilted my head. Well, I don't care about this kind of thing, so it's fine for me. But he shouldn't act like this toward other nobles. Zap lost in thought. I was brought back to reality by a sharp pain in my arm. I rolled up my sleeve and saw a blue bruise on my elbow. It seemed to be the aftermath of the last attack, which I failed to dodge. Him yesterday, and the day before that too. He was quite skilled, managing to land attacks on me every time. Well, it made sense. Unlike nobles who entered the academy with money and family connections, commoners mostly entered through exams. This guy in front of me was ranked among the top students in the second year. Was he around 50th place? Recalling last year's rankings, which I had looked up recently, I rummaged through my crossbody bag. I took out a bottle of healing potion and started applying it to my bruised elbow. As the strong antiseptic smell of the potion filled the air, the golden boy crawled over to me. "Oh, give me some potion too." Buy it with your own money. When I spoke coldly, he protested with an indignant look. No way, I can't afford that expensive stuff. Besides, you're the one who beat me up. Come to think of it, he was right. I obediently took out another bottle of potion and tossed it to him. This is the last time. Hee, thank you, sensei. He barely caught the bottle and grinned foolishly. Wow, he really looked like a simpleton from the countryside. I'd never actually met someone like that, but if I did, I imagined they would look like him. As I was marveling at his appearance, he poured the potion all over himself and asked, by the way, are you really the Raiden who was last in the ranking matches last year? What do you mean? Well, Tilda, it's hard to believe, Tilda. I'm pretty confident in my skills, but you completely destroyed me. His ranking last year was 53rd out of 3,086 students. It wasn't a skill to be scoffed at. If he maintained this ranking, he would be scouted by prestigious noble families by the time he graduated. And I heard you've been picking fights with other high-ranking students too? Rumors are flying around that you won without getting hit once, that you slammed someone's head into the ground. How did you do it? Love it. This was just karma for my actions, so I couldn't say anything. Even if it was for title farming, I think I went a bit overboard. You must be really damn strong. Yell, I answered vaguely with a troubled heart and got up from my spot. The golden boy, who had been excitedly chattering, stopped talking and looked at me. Oh, are you leaving? Yes, I'm done here. I'll see you tomorrow. Don't come back, damn it. Never come back. See you tomorrow then. Don't come back. I ignored his voice and left the training ground. Strange noises continued to come from behind me, but I didn't care. I checked the time and thought about my next schedule. Next training is mastering my unique talent, right? Yeah, Billy. I headed towards the carriage stop. The magic department building was located a 10-minute carriage ride from the training ground. This place, designed for students to practice magic freely, boasts high-quality equipment and robust facilities. Thanks to this, the students could train their magic with peace of mind, and the magic department building was always filled with the sounds of mana exploding and shattering. Rate and review this novel on NU to help people find this novel. Chapter 17.2 Helper Part 2. It was no different today. Intense! I muttered at the loud explosion coming from the side. It seemed like someone was practicing fire magic. The impact was incredible. 7 students were gathered together, chanting a long incantation, and a pillar of fire shot up from the ground. Romantic guys. The only downside was that it didn't seem very practical. Alright, I need to focus on my own stuff. I cleared my head and looked ahead. There, several magic dummies stood with swords in their hands, staring at me. Magic dummy training. Magically coded dummies would continuously pop up, and the training involved defeating them and surviving for as long as possible. Clatter, clatter! 5 dummies charged towards me, making a loud noise. I assumed a stance and closed my eyes quietly. A long exhale reached the tip of my sword. I gradually cleared my mind and sharpened my senses. The agitated mana within my body created a faint ripple around me. The clattering sounds were now right in front of me. I opened my eyes sharply. As my eyelids lifted, I saw 3 sword attacks rushing towards me. I leaned back slightly and chanted, "What?" Crackle! My vision flickered with the sound of sparks. At the same time, the sharp blades narrowly missed me, cutting through the air. I seized the opportunity, taking advantage of their disrupted sword paths. Thud! I grabbed the sleeve of the dummy at the front and thrust my sword into its abdomen. The dummy shattered with a clang, scattering into mana fragments. As the blue remnants obscured my vision, the remaining dummies charged again. Play! Crack! I easily deflected one and engaged in a power struggle with another. Our swords locked together. I saw the dummies splitting up to surround me, but I didn't pay much attention to them. Soon, simultaneous thrust attacks came from all directions, front, back, left, and right. I muttered again, blink ×2. I teleported behind the dummy I was locked with and lightly kicked its exposed back into the path of the incoming attacks. Tut! Tut! The dummy was skewered by its own allies in a spectacular display of friendly fire. I adjusted my grip on the sword and moved again. Tut! Using the skill Blink. A truly short-range teleportation with a mere 1 meter range. It was definitely a flawed ability, but that didn't mean it was completely useless. I could use multiple blinks in succession to jump 10 meters, like last time, or use it as an escape tool in critical moments, or teleport to an opponent's blind spot and catch them off guard. The problem is that Raiden had absolutely no connection to swords. Raiden had never had even a shred of talent for martial arts. This kind of manipulation required excellent spatial awareness, judgment, and martial arts skills, making it incredibly difficult. The ability itself was extremely rare, so it would have been difficult to find a proper teacher. But I was different. I was someone who had almost reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship in my previous world. I'm confident that I was among the top 5 swordsmen in the entire history of Kendo. Although I had lost some of my previous life senses after entering someone else's body, it didn't mean they were completely useless. In short, this 1-meter teleportation / was a skill that could be quite advantageous for me. All available uses of the skill blink have been exhausted. Remaining uses 0/10 time until next mana recharge. 2 hours 37 minutes 19 seconds. Of course, due to my low mana capacity and the skill's inefficiency, I had to conserve my uses. Well, it's better than nothing. Thinking that, I swung my sword at the approaching dummies. Meanwhile, as Raiden was displaying his brilliant skills, clashing swords with the dummies, someone was watching him from a distance. Amazing! It's unbelievable. Emerald green hair reminiscent of summer foliage. A lean physique with well-defined muscles. Lucas, the head professor of the academy, was observing Raiden with intrigued eyes. Did something happen to him during his absence? Lucas muttered, stroking his chin. Raiden, a student in his class and known as the Empire's worst delinquent. The boy's return had shocked the academy, mostly in a bad way. That's why most people kept their distance from him, wary. But Lucas, who had been secretly observing Raiden, could sense it. That the boy had changed somehow. He was attending classes diligently, never skipping or being late. He was average in theoretical subjects, but he displayed exceptional skills in combat. The uncontrollable delinquent was gone. There was only an intriguing student in his place. But the way he uses blink is a bit lacking. He could use it more creatively. His green eyes curved softly. I think I can help him. Lucas turned around with a small smile. Perhaps for the first time, someone had recognized Raiden's worth at the academy. Rate and review this novel on NU to help people find this novel. Chapter 18.1 Liar Part 1 Bonus Chapter. Thanks to @Dragons33 for subscription to Blink tier on Ko-Fi.Liar. It wasn't until the sky began to darken that I finished my training. I wiped my sweat-drenched bangs and let out a quick breath. The surface of the dropped training sword was engraved with the number of dummies I had defeated. The number of dummies defeated, 376. It was a fairly high number, but not enough to satisfy me. My goal was over 500. It seemed my low stats were holding me back. It feels like I'm wearing clothes that don't fit. Should I say my body can't keep up with my mind? It was frustrating that my movements weren't following my thoughts. I let out a complicated sigh as I organized my equipment. Perhaps because I had been swinging the sword for hours without rest, the muscles in my entire body were screaming. My mana was also churning inside me, having used it as soon as it replenished. I spat out some sticky saliva and looked around. The training ground was empty. Everyone must have gone back to the dormitory as it was getting late. I had to go back soon too. It would be troublesome if I was restricted from entering the dormitory because I was too late. As I was about to leave the training ground with my belongings roughly packed, I heard a voice behind me. Young Master Lishite. This voice as I turned my head and looked back. Lady Phyla, there she was, Raiden's former fiancée. Margaret was staring at me with her arms crossed, alluring red eyes and long silver hair. I flinched at her uniquely mysterious aura. She's so unrealistically beautiful that it's scary. Besides, there was a lot of bad blood between her and Raiden. Whatever her business was, I had to deal with it quickly and disappear. With that resolve, I met her gaze. Did you call me? However, Margaret's expression became even more distorted. What's wrong? Why is she like this? A polite tone. You're pretending to be polite now? That's not like you at all. Why is she suddenly being hostile? Pretending to be polite? I've been living a very sincere life lately, haven't I? I've put in so much effort to not be hated by everyone anymore. I was about to look at Margaret with a feeling of injustice. You've been thoroughly tormenting the students I care about for the past few weeks, haven't you? But I lowered my gaze slightly, because I immediately knew what she was talking about. The top commoner students, the eldest daughter of Viscount Lebian, the second son of Baron Front, those were all the students I had beaten up. Well, of course, it wasn't out of malice. They were just unfortunate lambs sacrificed for title farming. You know, didn't you, that those students were part of my faction? I didn't know. I didn't target them specifically. It just turned out that they were all part of Margaret's faction after I beat them up, and I only found out about it later when Golden Boy and Ariel told me. Lies. Of course, the lady in front of me didn't believe me. The silver-haired girl exuded a blatantly hostile aura. I'm sick of your lies, both past and present. It seemed she was referring to Raiden's past misdeeds. He had done a lot of wrong to Margaret. If you were to name the 4 people who suffered the most from Raiden's delinquent behavior, it would probably be Margaret, Lucy, Ariel, and Rachel. As I was pretending to be remorseful and lost in thought, you're nothing but a liar full of deceit. Her sharp words pierced me to the core. Liar. I felt like I couldn't breathe for a moment. It was an unexpected attack that struck a raw nerve. Naru! I tried to shake off the shadows of the past that were creeping up on me, but it was a futile attempt, because the scenes I had tried so hard to forget were already replaying in my mind. Naru, no. I don't want these memories. I clutched my throat, my airway tightening. My ragged, erratic breathing made my head spin. Young master, hug, gasp, gasp, my legs gave way, and I collapsed to my knees. I could faintly hear Margaret's voice filled with concern, but I couldn't focus on it. How was training today? Was it hard? I'm fine. I didn't get scolded much today. I want Naru to stay with me forever. Help me, status window. Damn it, where are you? Erase this voice quickly. I don't want to hear it. Not those words. Don't say it. Don't look at me like that. Please, you promised you'd stay by my side. You liar. Just as I was about to faint with nausea, a clear mechanical sound rang out, erasing everything. The skill iron will negate the user's abnormal status, panic disorder, suicidal urges, self-harm, trauma, etc. I crouched down, gasping for breath. The voice was gone, and my breathing returned to normal, but I couldn't bring myself to stand up. Resentment toward the status window that appeared too late, self-loathing, and guilt towards someone. The remnants of my messy emotions weighed heavily on my heart. Raiden! It was the voice calling my name desperately that brought me back to my senses. What's wrong with you? Like last time, are you feeling ill? Margaret was patting my back with a worried voice. She looked around and then got up from her spot. Wait, I'll get someone. The infirmary is still open, even though it's late. I appreciated her concern, but I was fine. I couldn't show her any more of my weakness. My head was also clear thanks to the intervention of the status window. I'm alright, lady. Raiden, I apologize for causing a scene. I brushed her hand away and jumped to my feet. My mind was in such turmoil that I couldn't control my actions. I stumbled away from her, almost as if I were running away. I felt a little tired. Rate and review this novel on NU to help people find this novel. Chapter 18.2 Liar Part 2. The training ground was silent after Raiden left. The silver-haired girl stood frozen in place, lost in thought. The thoughts consuming her were, of course, about the boy who had just been there. Gasped his labored breathing, his black eyes trembling pitifully, the look of terror on his face. Margaret couldn't understand any of it. Why nothing had happened. She had reprimanded and pressured him, but it wasn't that harsh. He was someone who wouldn't care about her words anyway. Then, what was with that behavior just now? I apologize for causing a scene. The way he hastily left, as if he had shown her something unsightly. He was consumed by fear. What was he so afraid of? Margaret hated Raiden. No, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that her hatred for him ran deep. The emotional chasm between the girl and the boy was that wide. However, I can't just ignore him when he looks like that. That expression was a first. She had never seen him tremble like that, not even before he changed or during his delinquent days. Despite her resentment toward the boy, Margaret wasn't cruel enough to ignore someone suffering right before her eyes. Her concern was, in a way, natural. Oh well, he'll be fine. The girl let out a long sigh, clearing her thoughts. Yes, he was a self-centered person. There was no need to worry about him. It was laughable that she was even concerned about him in the first place. Margaret left with a bitter expression. Click, Kriak. I arrived at the dormitory just before curfew. As I pulled open a front door, someone who had been waiting behind it popped out as if on cue. Ah, young master. Yurak? It was Rachel. Perhaps because she was about to go to bed, she was wearing a light nightgown instead of her maid uniform. Her trademark pigtails were neatly untied. She greeted me with a refreshing smile. Did you have a good day? Yeah, I'm back. I wanted to respond in a brighter tone, but this was the best I could manage. I trudged towards my room, feeling as heavy as a wet rag. Young master, are you alright? Rachel asked cautiously, sensing something was off. I didn't mean to show it, but poker faces were hard, as always. I'm fine, but your expression is dark. I'm just a little tired. I forced a smile, tensing my facial muscles. I thought I had put on a pretty convincing mask. But Rachel's eyes only grew darker as she looked at me. The bath is ready. You can go straight to sleep after you wash up. Okay? Thankfully, Rachel didn't ask any further questions. As expected, she was perceptive. I closed the door to my room, leaving Rachel behind. I should go to sleep quickly. It'll be okay. If I soak myself in hot water, put on some comfy pajamas, and close my eyes in my soft bed, this heavy gloom will wash away, right? I mumbled to myself as I stepped into the bathroom. But as if to betray my hopes, Naru, it's dangerous. Screech, crash, That night, I had the most horrific nightmare I could possibly have. Rate and review this novel on NU to help people find this novel. Chapter 19, Extrasensory. Bonus chapter for reaching 25 rating on novel updates. Another on reaching 50, 75 and 100 ratings. Extrasensory on a weekend morning with a cool breeze. The sun, infused with the sweetness of leisure, warmed the earth with the lingering heat of summer. Clouds with sharp outlines drifted across the clear blue sky, and the refreshing scent of rustling leaves filled the air. It was summer, a peaceful scene, befitting such a phrase. I took in all of this, feeling refreshed. Damn it. I muttered a curse under my breath. It seemed like I had been cursing more often since coming to this world, but it couldn't be helped. Today, I felt even shittier than yesterday. Because of that dream, I sighed, clutching my head, which was still throbbing. The dream of my mother's death. It was a nightmare that I had at least once a month, so I knew it was about time, but I didn't expect it to overlap with yesterday's events. It was nice to see my mother in my dreams, but I didn't want to see her turned into a mangled mess after being hit by a truck. Sigh as I groaned with a frown. Ariel, who was standing next to me, spoke up. Brother, you don't look so good this morning. The red-haired girl looked up at me with worried eyes. I gently stroked her hair, and she purred, melting into my touch. Maybe I'm feeling a bit better? Cuteness is amazing. It can even alleviate trauma. I hid my irritation and gloom behind a facade of composure and smiled. I'm fine. I just had a rough night's sleep, so I'm a bit tired. Are you feeling sick? Don't worry, it's nothing like that. I ruffled her hair lightly and smiled. More importantly, let's get started. I tapped the training sword in my hand to distract Ariel. She glanced at me for a moment, then reached for the staff strapped to her back. I smiled at her again and stood in the middle of the training ground. Brother, should I stand here? A little further back. Like this? Perfect. Ariel positioned herself a short distance away from me. She channeled mana into her staff, preparing a spell. But what kind of training are we doing? You usually train alone, brother. There's something I want to practice. Practice? Ariel tilted her head at my answer. I fiddled with the other sword sheathed at my waist and replied, not recently, but about a month ago, I obtained a new ability, and I want to test it out. You attained an ability? Let's just say I want to practice a new technique. I say. Ariel nodded in understanding. I tightened my grip on the sword in my hand. Then, with my other hand, I gently stroked Sorrow, which was sheathed at my waist. Click, it responded with a strange sound. This sword was the key to today's training. I needed to get a feel for it before I could properly use it in actual combat. Of course, I couldn't swing it around freely, as I couldn't let anyone know it was a divine artifact. But I should be able to use its special skills without being noticed. The scabbard perfectly suppressed Sorrow's unique aura. Let's do this. As I gripped the hilt tightly, Sorrow resonated as if excited. Woom, I patted it reassuringly and looked ahead. There, the red-haired witch stood, aiming her staff at me. Ariel waved her hand and shouted, Brother Tilda. Shall we begin, Tilda? I raised a finger, giving her the okay sign. She slammed her mana-infused staff onto the ground. Tut! The impact resonated, and the surrounding mana began to stir. Rumble, the agitated mana particles collided with each other, creating a strange humming sound. I felt a tingling sensation throughout my body and adjusted my stance. Amidst the turbulent flow, Ariel focused all her energy on manipulating the magic. Her eyes closed. Her small lips began to chant. Oh, winter's bitter cold. Before records were kept, Maribel, who bloomed frost flowers in a pristine world. Hear my call, the rightful heir of the frozen wasteland. I covet your grand slaughter and seek to build a tower of sorrow with the tears of fallen witches. Grant me the chill that will erase summer. Application of the 7th verse of Ariel's frost magic. Thin ice descends. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. As the chant ended, the surrounding temperature plummeted. White frost began to form around Ariel's feet, and her breath condensed into visible puffs of air. Massive shards of ice emerged behind her. Frostbite, ice spears. 100 ice spears filled the sky. I watched the spectacle with a smirk. As expected of a member of the Lishite family, Ariel possessed an overwhelming talent for frost magic, befitting someone born with such a gift. Ariel Lishite, the winter witch who would succeed Steiner Lishite, the flame emperor. I tightened my grip on Sorrow to shake off the sense of intimidation. Then, I muttered Sorrow. As soon as I uttered its name, the blade vibrated wildly. I maintained a firm stance and balance, suppressing its frenzy, and opened my eyes. A faint blue aura flickered across my eyelids. I spoke the activation word, awaken. Screech! Sorrow let out a ferocious shriek. A blue aura leaked from the scabbard, flowing along my hand that held the hilt. It slithered up my wrist like a snake, then wrapped around my entire body. My senses awakened. The divine artifact Sorrow's unique skill 1, extrasensory, has been activated. The maximum duration of extrasensory is 10 minutes. Remaining time, 9 minutes 59 seconds. A tingling sensation, a subtle pain coursed through my body as the status window appeared. Then, all my senses sharpened to an agonizing degree. Due to the backlash from the special skill extrasensory, you are afflicted with the status effects confusion, nausea, headache. My head felt like it was splitting open. Sounds I had never heard before rang clearly in my ears, and minute details that were previously invisible were now displayed as clear as photographs. I could feel the flow of the wind, the temperature of the air, and other chaotic currents against my skin. Hundreds of scents, usually unnoticed, mingled in my nostrils. It was agonizing. My eardrums felt like they were about to burst. My pupils felt like they were burning. It felt like my skin was being peeled off in real time, and a sharp, piercing pain assaulted my nose. As if my brain couldn't process the overwhelming amount of information, my consciousness began to fade. I almost gagged, but swallowed it down. It's okay. Just hold on a little longer and soon ding. The skill iron will nullifies the status effects confusion, nausea, headache. The seizure subsided quickly as iron will activated. I took a deep breath to shake off the terrible after effects and examine my body. I immediately recognized the true value of extrasensory. It was a strange sensation. It felt like all my senses were amplified several times over. My body was light, and the world seemed to move in slow motion. I could feel every contraction and relaxation of my muscles as I moved. This is unique Skill 1 Extrasensory. As I marveled at its remarkable ability, whoosh, I heard the sound of something sharp flying towards me from behind at high speed. I effortlessly twisted my body and dodged it. A spear embedded itself in the ground. I turned my head and saw Ariel casting the attack as I had requested. Dazan! With her final chant, the countless ice spears that filled the sky began to fall. Like a shower of light blue rain, the target was, of course, where I stood. I released sorrow and assumed a stance holding the training sword. Whoosh! Hundreds of sounds tore through the air, assaulting my eardrums. I could feel every single groove of the hilt against my palm. I surrendered myself to the wave of sensations. At the same time, I swiftly rolled to the side. Fresh! Dozens of spears pierced the spot where I had been standing. I quickly got up and raised my sword diagonally. Two spears, aimed at my shoulder, were deflected by my angled blade. That was close. My hand, empowered by extrasensory, moved as if it were one with the sword. The vibrations from the sword heightened my focus. Whoosh! A cascade of spears rained down, giving me no respite. I backpedaled, deflecting the incoming ice shards one by one. 3 from the front in 0.4 seconds. 5 from above in 0.7 seconds. 2 from behind in 1 second. 4 from both the right and left in 1.4 seconds. Calculation, measurement, conclusion, action. My accelerated brain made swift judgments, guiding me out of danger. My hearing and touch alerted me to attacks coming from my blind spots, and my vision helped me see through the complex magic formations. Shhhgay. A sound from behind. I smoothly spun my body. Thwack! A spear grazed my cheek. The chill of the ice lingered on my skin, where the tip had almost touched. Wow! Ariel gasped, impressed by the scene. I smiled leisurely and swung my sword again, though I'm far from being leisurely right now. The barrage of attacks was so intense that it felt like I could be hit at any moment. I was merely minimizing my movements to maximum efficiency, which made it appear as if I was effortlessly dodging the attacks. Maintaining a poker face is also an important aspect of a match. Whoosh! Thud! I suppressed my ragged breathing and swung my arm. Dodging, deflecting, parrying. Not a single wasted movement. Every action was imbued with purpose and strategy. 3 minutes remaining for the special skill extrasensory. It felt like an hour had passed, but it had only been 7 minutes. My heightened perception seemed to be slowing down my sense of time. I focused my gaze, ready to end this spar. Clang, crack, thud. The number of spears remaining had dwindled to about 10. I reduced their number one by one, splitting the incoming ice shards in half, and making those with overlapping trajectories collide and shatter against each other. As I struck the last spear with the pommel of my sword, shattering it, ding! Extrasensory has been deactivated due to the time limit. Extrasensory's duration had come to an end. I collapsed to the ground, reading the status window's message. Huff huff, my burning lungs craved oxygen. Perhaps due to the skill's backlash, a loud ringing filled my ears. I can't do this twice in a row. Even a full day of stamina training would be less exhausting than this. My head and eyes ached, and the intense movements made me feel nauseous. As I patted my churning stomach, trying to calm it down, Ariel, who had been standing at a distance, hurried over to me. Brother, are you okay? Yeah, I'm okay. Did you push yourself too hard? You're telling me. I took Ariel's outstretched hand and got up. My muscles screamed in protest. I'm dying, I mumbled, and Ariel puffed out her cheeks and said, You were the one who boasted that you'd be fine. Sorry. I didn't expect it to be this intense. I gave her a weak smile and patted her head. Hey, your hand is sweaty. It's getting on my hair, she hissed like a cat. I couldn't help but chuckle at her feisty reaction. Shall we head back? I asked, massaging my stiff shoulder. Ariel tilted her head, looking surprised. Already? It's only been 2 hours. It feels like a lot longer. Well, yeah, but you usually spend at least 6 hours in the training ground, don't you? 6 hours? I stayed there that long? That meant I spent almost all day training, except for class and sleep. Is this a habit from my previous life? I was unconsciously obsessed with training. Compulsion is a scary thing. I swallowed the bitter aftertaste and shrugged. There are days like this too. Besides, I am really exhausted today. Really? Oh, right. Do you want to come to my dorm? Rachel has been whining about wanting to see you. Rachel is at the academy? Ariel exclaimed in surprise. I tilted my head at her reaction and asked, Didn't I tell you? Rachel is my personal maid now. Mata? As we were chatting and heading toward the carriage stop, Ariel froze in her tracks, her eyes meeting someone's gaze. Ariel, what's wrong? Do you know them? I followed her gaze and couldn't help but stop as well, because standing before us were unexpected figures. A boy with golden hair and eyes, and a girl with deep blue hair and eyes. A boy and a girl I knew all too well. Major characters from the original novel, Sorrow Erasing Heroes. The protagonist, Alan Reinhardt, and Clara Massoff, Alan's heroine and the top student in our year. The characters I had only seen through the pages of a book were now standing face to face with me. The protagonist, it's the protagonist. The one I admired, the one who brought back cherished memories. For a moment, an indescribable emotion surged within me. However, my sentimentality was shattered by Clara's first words to Ariel. Well, if it isn't our runner-up. You oh my, so sharp you're shaking after just a few words. What's going on with them? Rate and review this novel on NU to help people find this novel. Chapter 20.1, Protagonist Part 1. Protagonist. Well, if it isn't our runner-up. You oh my, so sharp you're shaking after just a few words. Clara and Ariel were openly hostile towards each other. I hurriedly pulled myself out of my daze, startled by their confrontation. What's going on? Were they always on bad terms? I knew from the original story that Clara, the top student, often clashed with the runner-up, but their current glares seemed ready to escalate into a full-blown slap fight. This is strange. Ariel isn't the type to fight with anyone top student by a mere 3 points. At least you admit you're beneath me, right? Ariel was losing the exchange badly. Clara, seemingly enjoying the sight, mocked Ariel with a sneer. No matter how hard you try, you'll only ever be chasing my tail. Why don't you just give up now? At this point, it was clear who the problem was. Clara, she was the problem. I sighed deeply and brushed my hair back. Well, I guess Ariel must be an eyesore to her. Clara, with her obsessive desire for the top spot, would naturally be wary of Ariel, whose grades were similar to hers. Moreover, Ariel belonged to the Lishite family, which had a bad relationship with Clara's own sophomore family. Besides all that, she was just a terrible person. She must be even worse at this early stage of the original story. Sharp-tongued, prickly, and enjoying her malicious behavior. The national team senior who recommended the book to me used to love these kinds of tsundere characters. I didn't get it. I didn't particularly hate Clara, but I didn't like her either. Clara, how can you talk to Lady Ariel like that? HMPH. What's it to you? Sigh, I apologize, Lady Ariel. Our protagonist, Alan, intervened, trying to restrain Clara while glancing at Ariel. Yes, Alan, you have your work cut out for you. At this point in the story, he must be getting tossed around by the heroines. Alan met my gaze, which held a mixture of emotions. He stiffly pulled Clara's hand. He is wary of me, not Ariel. Well, it would be awkward to see a third-rate villain you thought you defeated reappear in front of you. Still, that wary look in his eyes hurts a little. We'll be taking our leave. Have a good day, both of you. Wait, Alan, you're suddenly holding my hand. Clara blushed as Alan unexpectedly grabbed her hand. She was soon swept away by him, completely smitten. Ariel watched them with a dumbfounded expression. I hate them. You should get along with your friends. Do they look like friends to you? I couldn't bring myself to nod. Our first encounter with the protagonist was unexpectedly chaotic. We left the scene behind and headed back to the dorm. Rachel greeted Ariel enthusiastically when we arrived. Seeing their affection and interaction warmed my heart. Yes, this is what a friendship should be like. Actually, it felt more like a nanny and child relationship, but Ariel would sulk if she heard me say that, accusing me of treating her like a kid. Rachel, let go of me. Hee Tilda, you're so cute, my lady. I leaned back in my chair, watching Ariel being devoured by Rachel in real time. Despite the minor incident, it was another peaceful day. I trained with Ariel and tested out the special skill extrasensory, and unintentionally made acquaintance with the protagonist. Though Alan seemed uncomfortable around me, still, it was a pretty fulfilling day. As I was reminiscing about the day's events, basking in the pleasant exhaustion, a familiar mechanical sound rang in my ears. The main quest issued. Right, there was this. A new main quest. I had missed it earlier because I was at the training ground. Well, the content is predictable. I reached out and clicked on the small text box. The main quest issued. Title, for your past self. Objective, prevent the first princess assassination attempt that will occur in a week. Reward, 500 points. Penalty for failure. None. Condition, resolve the incident using only your own strength. If you violate the condition, the quest will automatically fail, and the target, Lucy von Litro, will inevitably die. Time remaining until quest start. 3 days, 1 hour 36 minutes, and the quest content was as I had expected. The Academy banquet held to celebrate the end of the midterm exams in a week. The first princess assassination attempt that occurred there was the biggest event in the story during Alan's first year. I remember the story taking a darker turn after this incident, but I didn't expect this. My eyes were fixed on the quest condition. Resolve the incident using only your own strength. In other words, I was forbidden from informing the faculty about the assassination attempt. Alan also received quests with this kind of condition from time to time. This is going to be a pain. Not being able to utilize the Academy's forces was a significant handicap. It meant I had to face all the upcoming challenges alone. Well, I guess the system would allow the professors to intervene later in the event, but by then, Lucy would likely be dead. Honestly, I could just ignore this whole incident. Even if I failed this quest, there was no penalty for me other than Lucy's death. Plus, the world would flow according to the original story, allowing me to prepare for future events more proactively. But even if I think like that, I'll end up going anyway. Even if it was just Raiden's memory, I didn't want to see someone who was once close to me die. Moreover, if I successfully resolved this incident, I could potentially lighten the dark atmosphere of the original story. There was no reason not to go. I need to prepare to some extent. I got up from my seat, organizing my thoughts. That evening, I finished dinner and headed straight to the first-year dormitory. I had no other reason than to meet our protagonist. I needed to give him a little warning before the big event. Of course, because of the condition, I can't tell him about the assassination attempt. But the first princess assassination attempt wasn't the only thing happening that day. The Saintess and the second princess, enjoying the banquet with a group of juniors, would also be caught up in an assassination attempt. Fortunately, as the word attempt implied, Alan would heroically save them. I need to minimize unexpected situations as much as possible. It would be arrogant to believe that everything would go smoothly. It would be all for nothing if I saved Lucy, only for the Saintess and the second princess to die. So I needed to warn Alan to stick close to the Saintess and the first princess. Rate and review this novel on NU to help people find this novel. Chapter 20.2, Protagonist Part 2. Actually, at this point in the story, Alan was unconsciously attracting girls left and right, so the heroines wouldn't leave his side anyway. But I still felt uneasy. But this feels a bit like I'm cleaning up after him. I had a contract with the system, so I had to do my best, but it still felt strange. Do you want to be the protagonist? I never said I was dissatisfied with my current role. Well, I don't know. Protagonist. It was a word I once admired, but now I knew it was too far removed from who I was. The protagonist had his own burdens to bear. If I became the protagonist, the whole world might turn into a tragedy, because that's how it had been so far. I chuckled lightly, joking. I'm content with being extra A in a peaceful village. That's humble of you. Hello, that's still too much for me. After a few minutes of conversing with the system in front of the dormitory entrance, I saw a blonde boy approaching the building from afar. He always had a lively entourage around him. Well, he had a charm that drew people in. He was just like the protagonist of the novel I loved. It was a little sad that he froze the moment our eyes met. But what could I do? I raised my hand in greeting with a nonchalant expression. You here? Lord Lishite. Alan stood there dumbfounded, while the four heroines behind him glared at me. Ignoring their hostility, I greeted them as well. What an honor to be graced by your presence. The Empire's second princess, Neria von Maitro. The Holy Kingdom's next saintess, Lorraine Marlena. Clara Misov, the eldest daughter of the Misov marquis family and the top student in the first year. And lastly, the second daughter of Duke Rowan, Evie Roden. I'm the eldest son of a duke too. It was a crazy harem, with two of them outranking me in status and the other two almost equal. If these people got into a catfight, the continent would be in chaos. I pushed those useless thoughts aside and bowed my head. This humble servant, blessed by His Majesty's grace, greets the Empire's second star. Greetings. Raise your head, Lord Lishite. Her words and expression didn't match. She looked like she had seen something unpleasant. Well, from Neria's perspective, who cherished her older sister dearly, Raiden must be an eyesore. Still, it was a bit bitter. When they were younger, Raiden, Lucy, and Neria used to play together quite often. May Tanamius always bless you. This humble creation of God greets the noble will. May Tanamius bless you. It's good to see you, Raiden. You seem quite different from the last time we met. Lorraine, the saintess, smiled awkwardly at my polite greeting. It was bold of her to address the eldest son of a duke by his first name, but as a saintess, she received treatment similar to that of the imperial family, so it wasn't a big deal. It also aligned with the Academy's principle of not discriminating between nobles and commoners. Still, she was the most amicable one in the group, Lady Robin and Lady Misov. It's been a while. Yes, Lord Lishite. Greetings to the Empire's sword. Evie responded curtly, while Clara bowed her head as if she had no choice. Those two probably didn't have good feelings towards Raiden either. It had only been 6 months since Raiden had pestered and bothered the heroines. They must be thinking, here we go again. But don't worry, I have no interest in you whatsoever. May I have a word with you in private? Young Master Reinhardt? A word, sir. Alan gulped. His golden eyes wavered. You're too tense. Don't worry, it's nothing important. Why yes, let's move somewhere else then. Contrary to his initial reaction, Alan nodded quite readily. It was only natural. How could a mere third son of a Viscount refuse a duke's request? Even Neria, who clearly disapproved, remained silent. It'll be brief. I promise I won't do anything harmful. Yes, do you need me to pinky swear for you to believe me? And no, I apologize. The boy and the girls flinched as I frowned at their lukewarm response. They seemed more intimidated than I expected, but I understood. Raiden was indeed scary when he frowned. He naturally had a cold expression. Follow me. I left with the blonde boy. When we reached a secluded alley, I stopped walking and began to get to the point, addressing Alan, who was on high alert. Alan Reinhardt. Yes, Lord Lishite, the third son of the Reinhardt family and the chosen hero of this generation. Confusion clouded his golden eyes. He must have been caught off guard. At this point in the story, no one but Alan himself knew that he was the hero. I continued, looking at the boy's pale face. A trial will begin soon. If you don't want to lose anyone, follow my words. Rate and review this novel on NU to help people find this novel. Chapter 21.1 Preparation Part 1 Bonus Chapter. Thanks to Ko-Fi supporter for subscription to Blink tier on Ko-Fi. Preparation. About 1,000 years ago, 400 years before the founding of the Empire, the primordial darkness emerged. A streak of shadow descended upon the world, imbued with all evils and misfortunes. People called it the Demon King. Within a mere 4 years of its appearance, it unified the demon realm, which had been rife with division and war. The monsters showed awe in the face of the Demon King's overwhelming power, and the demons swore allegiance. Instantly reaching the pinnacle of power, the Demon King began to stir, aiming to achieve its goal. It dreamed of a world engulfed in flames, a world devoid of laughter, happiness, love. It yearned for the advent of a conflagration where not a shred of hope remained. The Demon King craved the tears of all living things. That small desire pushed the world to the brink of destruction. From this day forth, the world shall be erased. The Demon King declared war on the continent. It massacred the other races and hunted countless humans. There was no mercy in the wake of the army of annihilation. Only death and ruin remained. Survivors were enslaved and exploited, while the dead became specters, subservient to the Demon King's army. The allied forces of the continent fought against the demon horde, but even their valor could not withstand the primordial darkness. Countless heroes fell, becoming footnotes in history. Countless brave warriors were buried beneath the blood-soaked earth. As the world gradually descended into black despair, "Rise, heroes! I shall stand at the forefront." With these words, a man appeared. His name was Ash Reynolds, the primordial hero. Appearing like dawn amidst the pitch-black darkness, he confronted the Demon King's army. The hero's miracles repelled the demon forces time and again. The brilliant radiance that embroidered the sky with every swing of his sword gave hope to the weary allied forces. The hero and his comrades gradually began to drive back the darkness. Warm sunlight began to reach the battlefield, which had always been awash in blood and shadow. The burning continent stabilized. And then, at the end of the long, long night, "You've come this far, hero." Light and darkness finally faced each other. They looked into each other's faces, filled with sorrow, and declared this to be the end. "This battle shall be the final salvation. You still cling to hope." Impressive. Thus clashed the Demon King and the hero. It was no exaggeration to say that their duel shook the very foundations of the world. Mountains crumbled with a single punch. Oceans split with a single swing of the sword. They fought for 8 days and nights straight. And then, the hero's final strike, unleashed with all his life force, finally pierced the Demon King's heart. The primordial light, having fulfilled its duty, closed its eyes with a relieved smile. "And the Demon King, you won. Or perhaps it's a draw. But do not be too complacent, world. I shall return to shatter your peace and complacency. Remember the fear that I have wrought." It maintained its composure even as its body crumbled into dust. The primordial darkness, cursing the world it had sought to conquer until its very last breath vanished. "My name is Lugatina tav di atrohasis, the sorrow that will consume the world." And so, with the mutual destruction of the hero and the Demon King, peace was restored to the world. This is the story of the primordial hero, the idol of all, Asher Reynolds. And now, 1,000 years later, a boy was chosen as the new hero. Allen, lying on his bed and staring blankly at the ceiling, let out a long sigh. He buried his face in his blanket and tossed and turned. Alan Reinhardt, an honor student who consistently ranked third in his year at Reynolds Academy, the continent's most prestigious educational institution, a promising prospect, is considered to have the greatest potential among the students of this cohort. A boy loved by all for his handsome appearance and diligent personality, but Alan harbored a secret status window. That you have been chosen as the hero of this generation. Strengthen yourself to prevent the impending resurrection of the Demon King. He was the chosen hero of this generation. The boy tapped the blue window that appeared before him a few times, and sighed once more. Sigh lament a little longer than before. Alan's mind was filled with complex thoughts. 5 years had passed since he gained the strange power called the status window. 5 years had passed since he had shouldered the fate of the hero. During that time, Alan hadn't told anyone about his destiny. The first reason was that no one would believe him. Think about it. Who would believe a 12-year-old kid? They would just think it was a childish prank. And the second reason, if it became known that he was the hero, would those around him leave him alone? The demons would undoubtedly do everything in their power to eliminate him. Moreover, there might be people who would try to exploit the hero. For his own safety and the safety of those around him, he had to keep his identity as the hero a secret. For 5 years, Alan had meticulously guarded his secret. However, an unexpected variable had appeared before the boy. Alan Reinhardt, the third son of the Reinhardt family and the chosen hero of this generation. Raiden Lishite, the eldest son of the Lishite dukedom, the infamous delinquent of the empire, and the villain he had personally executed through a quest. He knew Alan's true identity. How Alan murmured quietly, his heart heavy with bewilderment. There should have been no one who knew his true identity. He hadn't breathed a word to his childhood friend Clara, let alone his family. But Raiden Lishite, how did he know? That wasn't the only thing that bothered him. While others seemed oblivious, Alan could see Layden with the hero's eyes. He could see the chilling aura emanating from the boy, a pressure that felt like pent-up rage. It was a violent force that made him wonder if such twisted power could truly exist. That's why Alan couldn't help but freeze whenever his eyes met Raiden's. Those pupils, devoid of any light, seemed to contain an abyss, chilling him to the bone. He wasn't like that just 6 months ago. Alan remembered Raiden's frail and unimpressive appearance. His mana capacity was meager, his body weak. But the Raiden who returned was a completely different person. Actually, not much had changed physically. At most, his body had gained a bit of muscle. Even that was barely noticeable. But just making eye contact with him made Alan feel like all his senses were on high alert. He must have gotten his hands on some dangerous power. A power that could overwhelm even Alan, who possessed the A-rank passive skill hero's will. A hidden power that remained invisible to ordinary people. Alan sensed that things were taking a sinister turn. Furthermore, a trial will begin soon. If you don't want to lose anyone, follow my words. At the Academy banquet in a week, stay close to the Saintess and Her Highness the Princess. Never leave their side. Raiden spoke with a knowing tone. Alan couldn't help but nod at the boy's chilling assertion, which sent shivers down his spine. What's going to happen? Alan dryly watched his face, his mind swirling with questions. The atmosphere at the Academy was peaceful, and his status window offered no clues. Status window, is something going to happen in a week? No relevant information exists. Even the status window, which usually knew everything, was unhelpful. It was beyond frustrating. Alan felt like he was standing in the eye of a storm. Should I just follow his words for now? Alan mumbled, sighing deeply. The boy's worries continued until the next day arrived. 3 days before the first princess assassination attempt, I was going about my usual routine, spending most of my day immersed in training. Occasionally, I ventured outside the academy to acquire various items, but not very often. I had plenty of money, so there were no obstacles in the purchasing process. Rate and review this novel on NU to help people find this novel. Chapter 21.2, Preparation Part 2. Anyway, my focus was on improving my proficiency with Blink. It was difficult to adapt to at first, but it gradually became more familiar with time. Now, I felt like I had a good grasp of it. I still made mistakes if I lost focus, but compared to the beginning, I could execute combinations quite smoothly. Yesterday, I even managed to snatch the title Maze Slayer from Golden Boy. He rolled around on the floor, whining about how much it hurt. In the end, I had to give him a few bottles of potions. Alright, I've completed the Synergy title. Preparations for the assassination attempt are going well. Everything's good, but something unexpected popped up. Greetings, Student Raiden. A green-haired man greeted me with a bright smile. Lucas Landrant, the head instructor. I looked at him with a slightly stiff expression. He seemed to take it as a response to his greeting and smiled even wider. Working hard as always, I see. Ah, yes, what's with the friendly act? I mean, Lucas was known for his affability and caring attitude towards his students, but he didn't need to extend that to me. Ha ha! Don't be so wary. I'm your homeroom teacher. After all, well, wary wasn't the right word. Uncomfortable was more accurate. Considering what Raiden had done to him in the past, it was impossible for me to treat him casually. Student Raiden, it's not right to bully other students. Please refrain from doing so. Slap. How dare a mere academy instructor speak to me like that? Do you think Duke's family is a joke? But I hate Raiden. I mean, I always hated him, but now I hate him even more. This bastard. How could a student slap a teacher, especially one who was concerned about his well-being? Maybe he acted out more fiercely to push away Lucas' kindness. Still, this was too much. He should have considered the person who had to clean up his mess. Don't worry, I'm just here to offer some advice as your homeroom teacher. Advice? You say yes, advice about your unique talent, Student Raiden. Oh, advice about my unique talent? Blink. This unexpected statement piqued my interest. It was understandable. Records of those blessed by space were scarce, even if you searched the entire continent. Moreover, there was no known precedent for someone like me with an extremely short-range teleportation ability. So I had to develop my ability on my own rather than relying on others. And now, advice? It was an enticing topic I couldn't ignore. Lucas Lanto, yes, maybe he could help. A genius who participated in the Empire's civil war at a young age and made significant contributions. A living legend among assassins who established the new class of magic assassin. The disciple and lover of Korn Ranizia, the most powerful archmage of the current era. Ah, for your information, that last part is a secret. The Academy principal's preference is raising someone younger. If everyone found out, they would look at him with disdain. Even though he had reached the pinnacle of magic at a young age and maintained his early 20s appearance, an age gap of almost 20 years anyway, a veteran with such credentials might have thought of different ways to utilize my ability. With a mixture of hesitation and anticipation, I nodded. It was a sign that I was willing to listen to his advice. You're quite obedient this time, unlike before? Just kidding. I'll go get some equipment, so wait here for a bit. Was he more resentful than I thought? Maybe I made a mistake. Contrary to my worries, Lucas didn't seem to mind the past. His expression remained unchanged, as if he had completely forgotten about that incident. I've been observing you during classes, and you only seem to use Blink for movement or escape. Yes, that's correct. May I ask why? I nodded without hesitation at Lucas' question. Because I judged it to be the most efficient way to utilize it. Short-range teleportation, Blink. It sounded like a cheat-like unique talent at first glance. But my ability had several limitations. First, the target I wanted to teleport had to be in contact with my body. I couldn't affect distant objects like Bluetooth. Second, if another object occupied the coordinates I wanted to teleport to, the ability would fail. In other words, I couldn't teleport to overlapping coordinates. Lastly, Blink didn't affect the state of the target. For example, if I teleported a dagger in my hand 10 meters ahead, it would simply fall to the ground. With zero kinetic energy, it wouldn't suddenly fly or embed itself somewhere just because its coordinates change. The problem is, it's only vaguely useful. It was useless at medium to long range. At close range, it boasted incredible power, but the difficulty of manipulating the magic was equally high. If only there was a way to counter long-range attacks. I think you can use that ability against long-range attacks as well. Excuse me, and as a reliable counterattack. Huh? I stared at Lucas with wide eyes. The green-haired man, meeting my gaze, grinned and asked, "It might be a bit difficult, but would you like to learn?" "If you're willing to teach me, Professor, I would be honored to learn." That? Lucas nodded in satisfaction at my answer. He took out various throwing weapons from his waist and began to explain. "The technique I'm going to teach you is mainly used by magic assassins as both a counter and a survival technique. Have you ever heard of a magic called reflect?" "I'm hearing it for the first time." "That's probably the case. I developed it myself." Lucas, who had been juggling the throwing weapons lightly, tossed them to me. They were training weapons made of a light material. It's faster to see it in action than to just talk about it. "Student Raiden, would you throw those weapons at me with all your might?" "At you, Professor?" "Ness, it's fine, don't hold back." I hesitated for a moment, but his reassurance cleared my mind of any second thoughts. He must have a plan. I gripped one of the throwing weapons tightly and hurled it at him like a baseball. Whoosh! The dagger left my hand with a slight gust of wind, aimed directly at Lucas' face. Even though I threw it with all the strength my strength stat allowed, Lucas watched the approaching weapon without a hint of flinching. Reflect. As his lips uttered the incantation, a green aura erupted from his outstretched hand. The moment Lucas lightly touched the dagger, which had reached his nose, fly, swoosh! The dark dagger, repelled backward, grazed my cheek. The weapon, now flying in the opposite direction, finally came to a halt after embedding itself in the wall. What was that? What just happened? I felt my thoughts freeze in momentary bewilderment. "So, did you see that?" Lucas chuckled as if amused by my reaction. He waved his hand, still imbued with mana, and said it. "That's reflect. It's a unique magic that I developed." "Amazing, isn't it?" Lucas shrugged. I wanted to nod in agreement, but my head wouldn't move. My mind was completely captivated. Something else. That just now my mind kept replaying the intense scene I had just witnessed. The approaching weapon, his fingertips slightly touching it. The attack was instantaneously repelled. No, it looked like it was repelled, but that's not how it works. It was a fleeting moment, but I saw it clearly. The moment the green mana touched the weapon, its trajectory shifted 180 degrees. It wasn't forcefully deflected with strength. It was simply reversed, sent back to where it came from. An unimaginable way of manipulating magic. The fact that he showed me this. "You're suggesting I use blink like that?" You caught on immediately. As expected, you're excellent. Reflect. It was an extremely difficult technique based on the pinnacle of wind magic and exceptional dynamic vision, but I had a way to cheat my way through it. Blink and extrasensory. I could substitute the highly controlled wind magic with blink, and the high agility stat required for dynamic vision with extrasensory. It's a technique that suits you perfectly, Student Raiden. Yes, it truly is. Actually, I've wanted to teach you this since we first met last year, but your attitude was a bit prickly. I apologize. I wasn't looking for an apology. As I bowed my head in guilt, Lucas looked flustered, but then he smiled brightly. "But thank you. I never thought I'd receive an apology. You've really changed, haven't you?" I scratched the back of my head, embarrassed. He was kind, friendly, everything was good but a bit overwhelming. His kindness was too much to handle. As if reading my mind, Lucas extended his hand for a handshake. "Well then, let's get along well from now on. You'll keep coming to learn from me, right?" "Yes, I'll be in your care." With mixed feelings, I grasped his hand. Meanwhile, in a building of unknown location, in a space filled only with darkness and silence, several figures clad in robes gathered. They exuded an air of danger as they stood around a round table, facing each other. The robe at the center muttered. He didn't specify what Soon referred to, but his companions silently nodded in understanding. "We've kept our heads down for a while, but it's time to spread our wings again. In 3 days, the entire continent will know our name. No one can stop the march of progress. The world will face a twisted turn of events brought about by hidden truths. Join us, brothers, for the new world that we and our comrades envision. In 3 days, we will assassinate the Empire's princesses." Thud! With those words, the robe slammed a knife into the imperial crest displayed on the table. Following his lead, the other robes immediately drew their swords and stabbed the crest. A faint groan escaped as the symbol of the imperial family was torn to shreds. The robe at the center twisted his lips into a grotesque smile as he watched. He could already envision the princesses' corpses stained with blood. A thrill ran down his spine, making him tremble as he raised his sword. Should a butterfly crawl on the ground? It's time to take flight. Spread your wings, birds of inquiry, for truth, for inquiry, for progress, and for a new world. For truth, for inquiry, for progress, and for a new world. In the space filled only with darkness and silence, danger was spreading its wings. Rate and review this novel on NU to help people find this novel. Chapter 22.1 First Princess Assassination Attempt 1 Part 1 Finally, the day of the main quest arrived. Dressed in a formal suit, I was heading to the special hall where the banquet was being held. The rattling of the carriage erased the surrounding silence. I stared blankly out the window, lost in thought. The first princess assassination attempt. It was the episode that marked the beginning of the main storyline in the original novel, Sorrow Erasing Heroes. The Seekers, who had been quiet for the past year, would reappear, and as their opening act, they would attack Reynolds' Academy, aiming to eliminate the first princess, the second princess, and the Saintess all at once. In the original story, thanks to Alan's efforts, the Saintess and Nerea only suffered minor injuries. However, Lucy lost her life on the spot. From the moment of her death, the peaceful atmosphere of the story took a sharp turn into a tragedy. The assassination of the Empire's princess caused an uproar within and outside the Empire. The Emperor, who deeply cherished his family, fell ill due to the death of his eldest daughter. Having lost his sharp intellect and wisdom, he withdrew from politics, throwing the Empire into chaos. The maids and knights who had been responsible for Lucy's safety were all executed for failing to protect a member of the royal family. Korn, the principal of the academy, was held accountable for the incident and exiled from the Empire. This weakened the Academy's forces, and later, it laid the groundwork for a more devastating attack on the Academy by the demons. In short, if I fail to prevent this assassination, the entire Empire will crumble. As the story turned darker, Alan would rise to the occasion and achieve great feats. But wouldn't it be better if such a tragedy never happened in the first place? It wouldn't be easy, but if I succeeded in this quest, future events would unfold more smoothly. I began to review the details of the incident. I remembered one by one. First, the assassins will appear at exactly 9:00 p.m. There was no specific entry route. They would simply appear out of thin air. You might think the Seekers had some kind of teleportation ability. And you would be right. The leader of the Seekers, like Raiden, was one of those blessed by space. In other words, he was one of the 5 teleportation mages in the world. As far as I know, there are currently 3 teleportation mages. First, Raiden. Second, Alan's supporter, who appears later in the story. And lastly, the leader of the Seekers, the Black Priest, Ilios. Among the 3, Ilios boasted the longest teleportation range. He could traverse distances from 500 meters to 6,000 meters. Of course, as a trade-off for such a powerful ability, there was a limitation. After using it once, he couldn't teleport again for 3 months. However, compared to the advantage of being able to deploy terrorists anywhere on the continent, it was a minor handicap. Then the key is whether or not I can block the assassin's first attack. Since I couldn't predict the direction of the attack, it was an extremely disadvantageous situation for the defender, but if I could overcome that hurdle, I could steer the situation according to my plan. So, if necessary, I had to protect Lucy even if it meant taking the hit myself. This is nerve-wracking. I took a deep breath to calm my pounding heart. Emotions of unknown origin were bubbling up inside me. Sadness, resentment, anger, and a viscous, melt and killing intent. It seemed that Raiden's remnants still lingering in this body were affecting me. Well, from Raiden's point of view, the Seekers are the ones he wants to tear apart. They murdered his respected mother and pushed his life into the abyss. As if that wasn't enough, they were now trying to harm the lady he had once served. What a persistent ill fate. If it weren't for the Seekers, Raiden's life could have been much happier. But don't be too sad. I'll save Lucy in your stead, and I'll get revenge for you as well. I'll just throw them in prison for a good long time. I will not intervene during combat. Act as you please. You're saying you won't get in my way, right? That is correct. I hope this opportunity will alleviate some of the past sorrows. Haha, sorrows you seem to forget. I'm not Raiden. I had decided to get revenge for him, but that was a separate matter. There was no connection between me and his tragedy in the first place. Sometimes, I feel like you equate me with Raiden. It seems I made a mistake. I apologize for showing you my immaturity. It's okay. Don't worry about it. I shrugged and leaned back in my seat. It was currently 8:00 p.m. Barely an hour remained until the attack. I straightened my clothes one last time and checked the items in my pocket. I clattered 2 small glass vials, each filled with dark green and deep blue liquid. They were about the size of my little finger. Next to them was a white mask. And lastly, a tightly folded magic scroll. Man, I can't believe I spent so much money just to prepare this. The gold coins I spent were enough to buy a mansion belonging to a Viscount family. The main reason was that the items were scarce, and I had to pay several times the original price to acquire them, but the base price itself was ridiculously expensive. Thanks to that, my once fat wallet had gone through a miraculous weight loss. Well, I didn't need money anyway. I could just brush off this expense. I shook my head, dispelling a faint regret. Almost there. The scenery outside the window indicated that the carriage had reached its destination. I let out a shaky breath and dryly washed my face. Now, all I could do is hope that everything would go smoothly. No, the carriage dropped me off in front of the special hall and galloped away, its hoofs pounding the ground. After watching it disappear for a moment, I started walking toward the banquet hall. The surroundings were already bustling with students. They all wanted to relieve the fatigue from the grueling midterm exams. Commoner students, in particular, would be more excited since they didn't have many opportunities to experience a noble banquet. The academy also lent dresses and suits, so the financial burden on the students would be less. Seeing this, I felt that the academy was well managed. In an environment where various social statuses coexisted, they were maintaining a good balance for the commoners. Well, it has to be this good to be called the continent's best educational institution. With those thoughts, I walked through the crowd of students. Perhaps due to the unexpected appearance of the former delinquent, gazes began to gather on me. The students glanced in my direction and whispered among themselves, "Hey, isn't that young Master Lishite over there? What it really is? Didn't young Master Lishite usually have no interest in academy banquets?" Yeah, I remember him calling it a lowly livestock pen filled with commoners. By the way, this is the first time I've seen young Master Lishite dressed up like that. Right, he looks amazing. He's just overshadowed by handsome guys like Alan and Professor Lucas. But if you think about it, young Master Lishite is quite good looking. Hey, get a grip, girl. That's young Master Lishite we're talking about. I'm not saying I like him. He's just handsome. Did they realize that I could hear everything they were saying? It wasn't outright slander, but it felt strange. Ignoring the buzzing atmosphere, I showed my student ID to the guard standing at the main entrance of the special hall. Raphael class, Raiden Lishite. The guard froze for a moment after hearing my name, then opened the way with a stiff smile. Enjoy your time, I responded with a slight nod and entered the banquet hall. Unlike the chaotic outside, the atmosphere inside was relatively calm. Since the children of dukes and even princesses were present, everyone was being careful with their behavior. I need to hurry a bit. It was already 30 minutes before the attack. It seemed I had spent more time at the entrance than I expected. I took out the mask from my pocket, a masquerade mask that covered my eyes and nose. A pure white mask reminiscent of the Phantom of the Opera. I put it on. Raiden was too famous, and not in a good way. If a guy like him appeared at the banquet hall and wandered around, he would draw all the attention. My plan was to lie low and make a surprise appearance at the exact moment the incident began. I didn't want to attract attention from the start. Many people wore masquerade masks as accessories, so it wouldn't look too out of place. Now, all I need to do is find Lucy, I muttered as I walked around the hall. It wasn't a difficult task. There was no other girl in the Empire with such brilliant blonde hair as hers. There she is. Lucy was standing in the center of the banquet hall, surrounded by her followers. She was adorned in a red dress, radiating an intense beauty. I settled down at a distance. 15 minutes to go. Feeling my throat dry for no reason, I picked up a drink from the table and took a gulp. Ugh, it was alcohol. I frowned and put the glass down. As I savored the bitter taste, I could faintly hear Lucy and her followers chatting. Haha, is that really true, young Master Daron? Do tell us more, Lady Leon. So, what happened next? Yes, Your Highness. At that moment, my friend and I listened to their conversation absent-mindedly. Lucy and the people around her were enjoying the banquet with cheerful laughter. Rate and review this novel on NU to help people find this novel. Chapter 22.2 First Princess Assassination Attempt 1 Part 2 I felt strange. A nauseating yet bittersweet feeling. Originally, Raiden would have been among them. A murmur escaped my lips involuntarily. Raiden. Perhaps it was because I knew his pain. The loneliness and sense of loss he felt seemed to be transmitted to me as well. This was pity for him, or perhaps empathy. Cheap sympathy for two lonely souls standing side by side. Or maybe something I didn't understand. Well, it doesn't matter now. I shook off my thoughts and came to my senses. It was already 8:57 p.m., almost 9:00. Tick-tock, the sound of the second-hand ticking echoed in my ears. I took a deep, controlled breath and sharpened my senses. Timing was crucial. I only had one chance. Tick 3 seconds until the attack. Tick 2 seconds. Tick 1 second. Tick, dying. Now, blink times 6. I chanted the spell the moment the clock struck 9:00 p.m. My vision flickered with the sound of electric sparks. Crackle! The next moment, Lucy's startled face appeared before me. Before she could react, I extended my leg and kicked her slender body. Poof! With a gasp, the blonde girl collapsed to the floor. I didn't stop there. My fingertips glowed with blue mana. I chanted again, swinging my arm. Reflect times 4. Crackle! Thud! Thud! The magic I unleashed instantly deflected the arrows flying towards Lucy. I couldn't pinpoint the attacker's location in that short time, so I just altered the arrow's trajectory toward the ground. But that was enough. Lucy, the target I needed to protect, was safe and unharmed. However, there was a slight problem. Kayak. Where did those arrows come from? Someone's been hit? Cough! I wasn't unscathed by the barrage of arrows. A burning pain shot through my lower abdomen. I coughed dryly and looked down to see 4 arrows piercing my stomach. It seemed my proficiency with reflect wasn't enough to completely deflect them. As expected, mastering a unique magic in 3 days was too much to ask. I stared at my white shirt, rapidly staining crimson, with a sense of detachment. The special effect pain oblivion activated. All physical pain will be reduced by 99% for the next 30 minutes. Good thing I bought this in advance. A special effect I purchased from the status window shop for a hefty 500 points. With this, I could fight much more effectively. Not feeling pain in battle was a huge advantage. Crack! Pull! I roughly pulled out the arrows embedded in my stomach one by one. I heard screams around me, but I paid them no mind. This was an urgent situation. Now that their first ranged attack had failed, they would appear in person soon. Pull! Crunch! Fret! Kayak! He's crazy. Why is he doing that? J guards! Someone go get the guards. Give it up. Just stay back and conserve your energy. This hall is currently isolated by a top-tier barrier. No matter how much you bang on the door, it won't open. The professors could resolve the situation if they intervened, but it would take at least 14 minutes, considering the time it would take them to arrive and disable the barrier. I have to assume there will be no outside help. I muttered as I pulled out the last arrow. Crimson pieces of my intestines clung to the barbed arrowhead. As expected of a weapon designed for assassination, it was quite gruesome. My stomach was torn open, and things that shouldn't be spilling out were spilling out. Cough. Ugh, spit. It was a bit too grotesque. No wonder everyone was screaming. I didn't feel the pain thanks to pain oblivion. It just felt like a slight tingling. I spat out the blood rising up my throat and rummaged through my pocket. I took out the 2 little finger-sized vials, popped them open without hesitation, and threw them into my mouth. Crunch! The vials shattered, filling my throat with thick liquids. As I swallowed them, a familiar mechanical sound rang in my ears. The high-grade regeneration potion consumed. Restores all body parts with a damage rate of 80% or less. High-grade mana potion consumed. Fully restores depleted mana. Immediately after those messages appeared before my eyes, the bleeding from my abdomen stopped, and it began to regenerate to its original state. Crackle! Crack! With strange noises, the holes closed up, and my mangled insides returned to normal. The effect was even better than I expected. It was worth the effort and the exorbitant price I paid. I wiped my blood-soaked, sticky hands and turned around. But my gaze fell upon the blonde girl, trembling helplessly. She was sitting on the floor, tears welling up in her eyes. She seemed quite shaken. Feeling sorry for her fragile appearance, I gently reached out and wiped her tears. Bah, I didn't mean to smear blood on her. I had unintentionally left a red handprint on her pale cheek. I thought about wiping it off, but it would probably just smudge with my dirty hands, so I stopped. I patted her shoulder lightly and said, "Don't worry, Your Highness. Your knight is here." I offered an awkward smile. Lucy's face flushed with confusion at my words, but my lips were already moving. Blink times 10. Crackle! With a small noise, the girl's figure vanished. Lucy reappeared next to her followers. This should be enough. There were knights guarding her. They all seemed alert, so they should be able to handle it even if I missed 1 or 2 attackers. Of course, it would be best if I took care of them all myself. Sigh. I turned around with a long exhale. In the center of the banquet hall, figures clad in jet-black robes stood. The purple butterfly emblem embroidered on their chests revealed their identity. The Satyrs. There were 7 of them, roughly the same number mentioned in the original story. There would be a few more where Neria and the Saintess were, but our protagonist would be there, so they should be fine. As I organized my thoughts and looked around, the figure at the forefront of the robed group stepped forward. Step aside, if you don't want to die. Like hell I will. I reached into my subspace and grasped Sorrow. With the chilling coldness I felt in my fingertips, I uttered the activation words. Sorrow, awaken. Hey. A strange cry resonated as the special skill, extrasensory, activated. Feeling my senses heighten throughout my body, I extended my other hand into the air. Status window. Purchase ordinary iron sword from the shop. Purchasing item ordinary iron sword. 30 points deducted. A weighty grip filled my palm. A sharply honed sword now rested in my hand. I pointed the sword at the robed figures and slowly took a stance. This is unexpected. How absurd. Perhaps they found it amusing that a mere academy student was blocking their path. Some of the robed figures chuckled. Despite their mockery, I kept my eyes fixed on them, unwavering. Seekers! A sudden silence fell. My words seemed to momentarily freeze their reactions. Then, they glared at me, the atmosphere turning cold. One of the robes, who appeared to be the leader, stepped forward, sword in hand. You recognize us by the emblem on our robes alone? You're no ordinary student, are you? Ha, of course I do. It's an emblem that's hard to miss. You seem to know us quite well. Know you well? At that short question, the rage buried deep within my memories seemed to explode. I embraced the crimson emotions of Raiden flooding my mind and glared at them fiercely. Yes, I know you very well, too well. It's only natural. How could I ever forget you? Every night, I've been plagued by nightmares of my mother's death, nurturing my hatred. Every time I carved another line on my wrist, driven by unstoppable self-loathing, I cursed you. How could I not recognize you? Don't worry. Since that day, you've been my entire world. Don't you recognize me too? Oh, was Raiden's rage too intense? The line separating Kim Naru and Raiden blurred, and I felt myself becoming more and more like him. My trembling hand tightened its grip on the sword hilt. My name is Raiden Lishite, the eldest son of the Lishite dukedom, the second executor of the Blue Talent, protector of the Empire, and a vengeful spirit, grown by devouring the despair you sowed. In the name of Philippa Lishite, the flower of the Empire, and my mother, to avenge her death, I will punish your sins. I'll tear you apart until you beg for mercy. No, until you beg for death to escape my wrath. Rate and review this novel on NU to help people find this novel. Chapter 23, First Princess Assassination Attempt 2. Bonus of the episode of the commoners had to prove their worth, and nobles had to temper themselves to demonstrate the legitimacy of their blue blood. The academy was well aware of the students' hard work. To help them unwind, they held a banquet exclusively for students after each exam period. This particular banquet was even grander and more extravagant than usual, as it was attended by the Empire's princesses, the saintess, and the children of each duke's family. The student council and teaching assistants were exhausted from the intense preparations for the banquet, while the students excitedly stepped onto the fruits of their labor. However, all their efforts and expectations were shattered as the banquet descended into chaos. Key terrorists? What? Professors? Get the professors, quickly. At the start of the banquet, the moment the bell tolled to announce 9:00 p.m., assailants stormed in. Students were thrown into disarray as they witnessed people being struck by arrows, blood splattering everywhere. Get out, quickly. Panicked, some students rushed toward the exits, desperately trying to escape the hall. They frantically grabbed the doorknobs, but clank, clank. Thomas, the doors are locked. Same here. Wait, it's not locked. A barrier's been erected inside. The banquet hall was already isolated from the outside, trapped by the assailants. Despite the academy building being fortified with multiple protective and detection spells, the assailants' unique magic, fueled by the blood of countless sacrifices, had managed to breach their defenses. Don't push! I stepped back a little. The cheerful melodies that had filled the air moments ago vanished, replaced by the screams of terrified students. Most of them had already retreated from the center, huddled in corners. A few students remained in their places, trying to maintain their composure, but even they couldn't hide the look of despair on their faces. Weapons were prohibited inside the banquet hall, leaving them with no means to resist. However, amidst the chaos, someone stood before the assailants. A young man, his face hidden behind a pure white mask. He wielded a sword that seemed to have appeared out of thin air. You know me, my name is. Perhaps the empty space around them amplified their presence, but the confrontation between the young man and the assailants felt like a scene from a play. After exchanging a few inaudible words, they charged at each other. 7 unidentified assailants, and 1 equally unknown student. Lucy von Lishite, the first princess of the Empire, watched the scene unfold, her eyes wide with shock. And her voice trembled as she whispered his name. Further conversation was unnecessary, or perhaps it was, but it didn't matter now. My vision was already clouded with burning rage. There's no helping it. Don't complain, you brought this upon yourself. Fortunately, time was of the essence for them as well. The leader of the robed figures, his eyes devoid of emotion, muttered softly, "Kill him." The moment he spoke, one of the robes at the front kicked off the ground. A jet-black afterimage flashed before my eyes. The next instant, his outstretched palm erupted with blazing flames. Wah-hey-ya! A deafening roar accompanied the searing heat that grazed my neck. If I hadn't ducked, my upper body would have been scorched. They were determined to kill me without mercy. Just like them, I would have been disappointed if they had shown any hesitation. "What? You dodged that?" The fire mage, his brow furrowed in frustration, spat out the words as his surprise attack failed. I took a step back, widening the distance between us as I parried his next attack. "Just die already!" He prepared to cast another spell, his face contorted with irritation. I swiftly reached into my pocket and pulled out a scroll. Before the robes could react, I tore it apart, activating the magic within. Ria! The sharp sound of tearing paper reverberated through the hall. The next moment, a hemispherical barrier enveloped a 20-meter radius around me. Transcendence of the sixth verse, Rayman-style defensive magic. Absolute domain. A blue barrier, emanating from the glowing scroll, enclosed the surrounding area. I found myself trapped within the magic's domain along with the robed figures. A vicious smirk crept across my lips as I savored the success of my second plan. Using high-grade scroll absolute domain. A hemispherical barrier encompassing a 20-meter radius around the caster will be formed for 10 minutes. Entry and exit will be prohibited until the barrier is destroyed or the duration expires. The banquet hall presented numerous variables. It was teeming with potential hostages, and even the slightest provocation could easily escalate into utter chaos. The best way to prevent such a situation and confront the enemy head-on was to isolate them in front of me. This scroll contained a unique magic crafted by the current Duke Filer, known as the Shield of the Empire. Its barrier was so resilient that ordinary mages couldn't even scratch it. Its distribution was currently prohibited due to its overwhelming power, making it incredibly difficult to obtain. I had to spend a fortune to get my hands on it. Of course, with a hefty price tag came a special feature. What mana usage was restricted within the barrier's domain. The fire mage let out a dumbfounded sound as the magic he was channeling dissipated. Without hesitation, I lunged forward, grabbed him by the collar, and plunged my sword into his abdomen. Thud! The blade smoothly pierced through his flesh. A shiver ran down my spine as I felt the thrill in my fingertips. As I stared at my blood-soaked sleeve, a vivid memory from the past flashed before my eyes. "Run, Raiden!" I'm sorry, my child. The memory of that day, the day my life was shattered. The image of a noble woman, her graceful form juxtaposed with the gruesome death of a robed figure. I couldn't help but stab the fire mage again and again. Thud! Each time crimson blood splattered my sleeve. A euphoric sense of fulfillment washed over me, as if my brain were melting. Hot tears streamed down my cheeks. This was strange. Why was I doing this? The pungent smell of blood and the sight of gore should have repulsed me. A profound emptiness weighed upon me, and a fleeting fear gripped my heart as I realized I had taken a life. Yet, despite the shock, this first experience of killing brought an intoxicating thrill. A laugh of pure ecstasy erupted from my throat. My lips, frozen in a grim line moments ago, stretched into a wide, unhinged grin. What did I look like now? It must be grotesque. I didn't care. All I wanted was for this joy to last forever. Captain, what's wrong with that guy? Get a grip. He may be acting crazy, but he took down Max in one blow. Damn it, absolute domain. This is going to be troublesome. I turned my gaze toward the remaining robed figures, who were whispering amongst themselves. I dropped the mangled corpse in my hand to the floor, and with a powerful kick, charged toward them. No time for distractions. Eliminate them quickly, take care of the target, and get out of here. Yes, sir. The robes, including their leader, drew their swords from their waists. The sound of steel clashing against steel filled the hall, and the bloody banquet resumed, accompanied by the gruesome symphony. Absolute Domain, hailed as the strongest defensive magic scroll in history. While its barrier was as impenetrable as an iron fortress, it wasn't entirely flawless. There were a few ways to circumvent its power. The first was to brute force it, tearing through the barrier with overwhelming magic or physical strength. It was the simplest method, but also the most difficult. The barrier created by the Filer family was not to be underestimated. Even the Seekers would find it challenging to shatter the magic itself. Therefore, they opted for the second method: kill the scroll's caster. Scroll magic fundamentally responded to the user's will. Absolute Domain was no exception. If the caster died, the barrier would immediately dissipate. Genome, the leader of the operation, believed this approach was more feasible. He issued an order to his subordinates. Kill the boy. Yes, that was their plan, clank clang. Thud, ha ha. What was going on? Genome couldn't comprehend the scene unfolding before his eyes. The boy, consumed by madness, was butchering his comrades once more. 3 corpses lay scattered around him, including Max, the first to fall. He's insane. Holy shit, what the hell is that? What is he doing? Everyone calm down. Genome tried to regain control of his panicking subordinates, but he was just as bewildered. What was this boy? After Max was slain, the entire squad had rushed the boy, aiming to take him down. Even Genome, who usually avoided direct combat, had joined the fray. He needed to ensure the mission's success. However, the boy had met their assault with a chilling grin, effortlessly pushing them back. Despite being outnumbered, he steadily overcame the disadvantage. He utilized the surrounding tables, chairs, and other objects to disrupt their formations and minimize the number of attackers he faced at any given moment. Sometimes, he even threw liquor bottles from the floor to obscure their vision, creating blind spots to exploit. But his opponents weren't pushovers. Don't be fooled by his tricks. Surround him first. 2 of you take the bows, the rest follow me. Keep aiming for his blind spots. Though the Seekers primarily focused on magic, they were elite magic assassins, carefully selected for their skills. They possessed exceptional martial arts prowess, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Genome and his squad maintained their composure, gradually tightening the noose around the boy. However, damn it, how is this possible? Wait, Todd's been caught, the boy, as if it were only natural, overwhelmed them all. He deflected their attacks from all directions as smoothly as flowing water, without even looking. Even the occasional arrows were either knocked away by his sword or effortlessly dodged. It was as if he could calculate every detail of the space, time, and distance within the barrier. Genome let out a hollow laugh in spite of himself. The boy was staring at him, tears streaming down his face. His lips were twisted into a grotesque, awkward smile, creating a truly unsettling sight. Genome gripped his sword once more, muttering under his breath. That boy, no, that thing was a monster. Rate and review this novel on NU to help people find this novel. Chapter 24, First Princess Assassination Attempt 3. Bonus chapter thanks to Ed Sage, the Ascended for Ko-Fi donation on Ko-Fi. First Princess Assassination Attempt 3 clang. Crack thud. A bloody battle raged, flesh and blood splattering everywhere. The only sounds that echoed through the banquet hall were the clash of steel and the gruesome tearing of flesh. Students cowered, too terrified to even scream, overwhelmed by the horrifying atmosphere. Knights stood guard, their faces tense with vigilance. Amidst the chaos, Lucy sat on the floor, her body trembling uncontrollably. Shattered table fragments and blood-soaked arrows lay scattered before her. The sight of the carpet, stained with chunks of intestines, sent a chilling wave of reality crashing down on her. I almost died. Terror, delayed but potent, gripped her mind. She hadn't noticed anything, not even a hint of the incoming arrows. If that student hadn't saved her, she would have died pierced through by those arrows. For the first time in her life, she had felt the presence of death. The realization that death had brushed past her so closely made it difficult for Lucy to maintain her composure. Even as the Empire's princess, she was still a young girl. Don't cry, you're the Empire's princess, pull yourself together. Lucy desperately tried to calm herself with self-affirmations, but tears welled up in her eyes, betraying her efforts. She bit her lip hard to stifle the pathetic sounds of her ragged breathing. I'm scared, I don't want to die. Panic consumed Lucy. What brought her back to her senses were the sharp sounds of the ongoing battle. Damn it, where the hell did this kid come from? If only we could use mana, this little brat would be Lucy snapped out of her daze and abruptly lifted her head. Her heart skipped a beat. Her gaze fell upon a young man engaged in a fierce battle with the assailants. Don't worry, Your Highness. Your knight is here. While most people seemed oblivious to the identity hidden behind the mask, Lucy recognized him instantly. How could she not? It was the voice she had cherished and resented so deeply. Raiden. Lucy whispered his name, her face blank with shock. She couldn't understand the situation. Unanswered questions flooded her mind. Who were these assassins? Why was Raiden fighting them? Neria had been on the other side of the hall. Was she safe? As the questions piled up, Lucy's anxiety intensified. Yet, despite the chaos unfolding around her, she couldn't bring herself to move. A persistent weakness clung to her limbs. Her fingertips still trembled faintly, and her legs felt numb and heavy. Surrounded by her knights, she was acutely aware of her own helplessness. Lucy swallowed back her tears, clenching her fists, when she heard a cracking sound from the center of the hall. Crack! An ominous noise pierced through the air, prompting her to look up. She saw Raiden stumbling, losing his balance. Fragments of his shattered mask lay scattered on the floor beside him, and blood streamed down his face from a long gash. One of his eyes seemed severely injured, the eyelid drooping motionlessly. Lucy couldn't help but scream, "Raiden!" But then her eyes met his and she froze. A grotesque smile flashed across his face, visible through the broken mask. It vanished quickly, but the image was already seared into her mind. Raiden was smiling, covered in blood, brightly, as if he were enjoying this entire situation. Frah! A sharp cracking sound coincided with a powerful impact that slammed into my face. My vision blurred for a moment. I staggered, forcing my eyes open. If I let my guard down for even a second, this fragile consciousness would slip away. Ha! The metallic scent of blood filled my nostrils with every hot breath I exhaled. Fragments of my broken mask lay scattered on the floor, and my hand gripped a sword, slick with blood. Damn it! Cough. Hatchet! I coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The blow to my head seemed to have cleared my mind somewhat. Dabbit! For a brief moment, I had lost control, consumed by Raiden's rage. It was fortunate that extra sensory was activated. I had barely managed to dodge their combined attack, which would have sliced my face in half. Although I avoided the worst, my left eye was completely mangled, my vision on that side plunged into darkness. Don't be consumed by emotions. The moment your sword is guided by emotion, it loses its fluidity, leading you towards defeat. My father's voice echoed in my ears, as always. Damn it, lecturing me even in a moment like this. Neither he nor I was in our right minds. I considered myself quite adept at controlling my emotions, but I had been completely swallowed by Raiden's killing intent before I could even react. Raiden Lishite, this dangerously alluring bastard. Hawk off. Ugh! I wiped away the bloody tears that streamed down my face and focused my remaining eye. Although my plan had gone slightly awry, I had managed to eliminate 3 out of 7 assailants in a short time. Not a bad start. Taking a deep, ragged breath, I calmly deflected the flurry of incoming sword strikes. Why? Crack thud. Now that I had regained my composure, my movements felt noticeably lighter. My defenses, which had loosened, tightened once more. My swordsmanship, which had become wild and aggressive, regained its original form, flowing with a newfound calmness. The assailants seemed to sense the shift in my demeanor and began to hesitate in their attacks. It was only natural. The aura of raw savagery differed greatly from that of controlled ferocity. I coldly addressed the robed figures I was facing. Those clumsy attacks won't work anymore. It was a form of trash talk, a statement meant to pressure my opponents and disrupt their focus. It might seem like a trivial detail, but building momentum was all about accumulating these small advantages. Ha! You're quite the smooth talker. I'm glad you noticed. If it weren't for this damn barrier, you'd be mincemeat in a minute. And which side is currently being turned into mincemeat? That you? One of them lost his composure, his pride wounded by my words. As expected of a mage, his sword hand trembled pathetically. I dodged his attack and pointed my sword at him. Wait! Ravi thud! The others tried to intervene, but it was too late. My sword had already pierced his throat. Ravi, was that his name? Probably an alias, but whatever. Farewell, you idiot! Slice! I pulled my sword out, and his severed head tumbled to the floor. I kicked the gruesome object toward the leader of the robed figures. Ugh! Haha! Now, only 3 remain, ha! The leader let out a hollow laugh, his face grim. His eyes, fixed on me, held a mixture of complex emotions. Yes, he must be dumbfounded. His meticulously planned operation had been thwarted by a single boy. The elite force he had brought with him was being slaughtered so easily. It must have been a crushing blow to his ego. And to top it all off, he was trapped by a legendary magic scroll, an encounter so rare it might only happen once in a lifetime. He must have felt incredibly frustrated. But what could he do? Life and death were inherently like this. Fleeting, fragile, vanishing without a trace, without even a shred of resentment left behind. My mother, my sister Jehai, they had all left this world in the same way. The Duchess Lishite, murdered by your hands, was no different. My actions were a form of revenge. I wanted them to experience the despair and helplessness that Raiden, that poor boy, had endured. Still, I think I did a pretty good job. Raiden. I wasn't sure if he would be satisfied, but I hoped that the blood staining my hands brought him at least a small measure of solace. I let out a bitter chuckle and wiped the blood off my sword. I need to clean up this mess and hand these guys over to the academy. I guess I'll capture the remaining 3 alive. Just as I was about to finish off the remaining assailants, the leader's eyes, which had been clouded with complex emotions, suddenly flickered. He muttered something to himself, as if struck by a sudden realization, then turned his gaze towards me. Lishite Raiden Lishite, so that's how it is. I understand now. Surrender peacefully. I won't listen to your bullshit. Does it hurt so much that your mommy died by our hands? This son of a bitch. He started spouting words I couldn't have imagined. Rate and review this novel on NU to help people find this novel. Chapter 25.1 First Princess Assassination Attempt 4 Part 1 Bonus of He was a clever man. Genome's exceptional intuition and flexible thinking had made significant contributions to various operations of the organization. Recognizing his value, the Seekers appointed him as the commander of this assassination mission, to ensure a calm response even in urgent situations, to ensure the successful assassination of the first princess. However, the scene unfolding before his eyes made even the quick-witted Genome grimace. The assassins carefully selected by the Seekers, these individuals, who could be considered elite in their own right, were being hunted down one by one, and by a single boy, no less. Cracklet was fortunate that the boy had lost his mind. If he had possessed calm judgment on top of his savage swordsmanship, the operatives inside the barrier would have already been annihilated. Genome reorganized their formation, adopting a defensive stance as much as possible. He had changed their strategy. Instead of trying to deal with the ferocious monster in front of them, they would buy time and wait for the tables to turn. After all, time was on their side. The remaining duration of the absolute domain scroll was, at best, 4 minutes. If even a single operative survived until the barrier was deactivated, the Seekers would be victorious. Once they were freed from the mono-restriction, a mere boy wouldn't pose any threat. They would swiftly eliminate the boy and then capture and kill the princess. Everyone, stall for as long as possible. Genome came up with the best course of action given the circumstances. However, that plan began to crumble as soon as it was put into action. Those clumsy attacks won't work anymore. And which side is currently being turned into mincemeat? Now, only 3 remain. The monster was regaining his senses. A cold intellect seeped into his swordsmanship, which had been nothing but violent until now. His cloudy pupils now radiated a refined killing intent. The moment their swords clashed, Genome instinctively knew, I'm going to die. There was no way he could win. At this rate, they wouldn't last 4 minutes, let alone 2. These mages, whose only experience with swords came from a few practice sessions, were no match for this monster. He was a calamity. Genome's mind raced once more. He had to somehow make the boy lose control again. But how? He knew nothing about the boy in the first place. How could he possibly wage a psychological war? Wait. The boy had called himself Raiden Lishite. It was a name Genome was familiar with. The delinquent eldest son of Duke Lishite. That boy had shown intense hatred toward the Seekers. My name is Raiden Lishite. I will avenge my mother's death and punish you for your sins. The Duchess Lishite, murdered by your hands, was no different. Genome pondered over the boy's words. The Seekers knew nothing about the death of Duchess Lishite. The operatives they had sent that day had been slaughtered by Steiner before they could relay any information, and the Lishite family had thoroughly concealed the truth. However, Genome could deduce the truth from Raiden's words. Raiden Lishite, the day when the Seekers had sent operatives to the mansion to kidnap Raiden Lishite, the time when the Duchess had vanished from society, and her strangely sudden death. All these clues connected like pieces of a puzzle in his mind. Genome finally arrived at the truth. So that's how it happened. Now I understand. The truth that Duchess Lishite had been murdered by the Seekers on that day. Genome twisted his face into a grotesque sneer. A golden opportunity to provoke the boy and make him lose control again had presented itself. He spoke mockingly. Does it hurt so much that your mommy died by our hands? As expected, the boy's expression hardened. Genome felt a sense of relief, his deduction confirmed. Now, if the boy went berserk again, they could focus on defense and stall for time. A chilling voice. Genome's senses screamed in alarm at the cold tone that sent shivers down his spine. He didn't know why. He just had a feeling that something was terribly wrong. What did you just say? He turned his head and saw frozen, pitch-black pupils staring back at him. Contrary to Genome's expectations, the boy had not lost his mind, nor had he succumbed to madness. He was simply staring at him with eyes as dark as death. Say that again. There was no emotion in the boy's gaze. No rage, no sorrow, no shock. Only a hollow determination remained. The determination to tear the person in front of him to shreds, no matter what. I'm screwed. Genome realized it too late. He had touched something he shouldn't have. Rate and review this novel on NU to help people find this novel. Chapter 25.2 First Princess Assassination Attempt 4 Part 2 There's a saying that when rage surpasses a certain threshold, exceeding the capacity of the human mind, it leaves one cold and indifferent. I had dismissed it as just a saying at the time. But now, faced with the reality of it, I couldn't shake off a strange feeling. The trembling in my body ceased. My ragged breaths from moments ago calmed, as if by magic. It was cold, as if my heart had frozen solid. What did you just say? An excessively emotionless voice. It might sound strange, but this was the maximum extent of my rage. My emotions gradually faded. In their place, a chillingly calm rationality began to consume me. Say that again. Capturing them alive. That thought had long vanished from my mind. All I could think about now was how to make their deaths as agonizing as possible. How to make that mouth, which dared to mock my mother's death, beg for its life. My mind made up, I raised my sword once more. It was simple. I would do what I wanted to do. With that thought, I kicked off the ground. He's coming, stall for time, no matter what. Stall for time? Did they really believe that was possible? Their words struck me as comical, and I let out a faint sneer. What? My sword swung lightly, clashing with the sword of the robe in front of me. Sparks flew. I pushed forward, breaking through his defenses. Kick, creak as we engaged in a power struggle, our blades locked together. Another robe, who had stealthily approached from the side, lunged at my neck with a thrusting attack. It was a decent combination, but they should have chosen their opponent more carefully. Tui. I gathered the blood pooling in my mouth and spat it at the robe's face. The blood splattered across his eyes, blinding him. His swordsmanship faltered, his vision obscured. His attack missed its mark, narrowly avoiding my neck. I didn't miss the opportunity. I quickly shoved aside the robe in front of me and grabbed a fistful of his long, flowing hair. W8 slice. A silver line flashed through the air. A fountain of blood erupted, drenching my face. His cleanly severed head lay in my hand. As I stared down at my trophy with an impassive face, I saw the robe I had pushed aside charging back towards me. He roared in fear, swinging his sword wildly. I effortlessly deflected his attack with one hand, while my other hand, still clutching the severed head, swung it like a mace. Swoosh! The head, hurled with all my might, slammed into the robe's temple with a sickening thud. He staggered for a moment, then lost his balance and collapsed. I stabbed the fallen robe with my sword, my eyes fixed on the last remaining assailant. It was the one who had gleefully mocked my mother's death just moments ago. I sneered. Then I charged towards him, my feet pounding against the floor. David! He cursed, preparing to counterattack. I raised my sword, accepting his audacious challenge. Then, a fierce clash of steel echoed through the banquet hall. My sword danced, weaving through his defenses, exploiting every opening. Attacks like a swarm of bees, defense like a fluttering butterfly. Unsurprisingly, he couldn't withstand my relentless assault and began to retreat. Crack thud! 1 step, 2 steps! I gradually herded him toward the trap I had set. The fierce exchange continued for a while. Then, as he took his 5th step back, he tripped over something, losing his balance and falling to the ground. It was an arrow that had brought him down. One of the arrows I had deflected with reflect earlier, embedded in the floor. Without hesitation, I launched my final strike. A silver afterimage traced an arc, rising from low to high, and the sound of flesh and bone parting filled the air. Thud! A flurry of sounds followed, scattering across the floor. His sword lay there, along with his severed hands. Phew, now then, shall we have a little chat? I calmly addressed the man, sprawled on the ground, his face a mask of bewilderment. It was time for him to pay. To pay for daring to speak of my mother's death. Rate and review this novel on NU to help people find this novel. Chapter 26.1 First Princess Assassination Attempt 5 Part 1 First Princess Assassination Attempt 5 The battle had been fierce. As a result, my body was at its limit of fatigue. There wasn't a single spot from my shoulders to my arms and legs that wasn't bleeding. In particular, the left side of my face, etched with cuts, had become so severe that I could no longer feel anything. I felt like I was about to lose consciousness and collapse at any moment, but I desperately clung to my senses, because there was still something I had to see through to the end. Phew, alright then, let's have a little chat now, shall we? I stood in front of Genome, my sword still in hand. The bastard was writhing on the floor, both his hands severed. I pressed my foot firmly on his stomach to hold him in place, and pointed my sword at his throat. Genome laughed at my actions as if they were ridiculous. Haha, are you going to torture me? Yes? Then I'm afraid you're out of luck. Unfortunately, my body can't feel pain. Now that I thought about it, there was such a setting. The Seekers placed a suggestion on the operatives they deployed on missions. A suggestion that made them unable to feel pain. It was meant to increase the success rate of their operations and prevent them from succumbing to torture if they were ever captured. Wouldn't it be better to just kill me and save yourself the effort? The bastard had a nasty smirk on his face, thinking he had scored a point. I bit my lip and lowered my head. To undo the suggestion on genome, a specific incantation had to be recited. Naturally, that incantation was a closely guarded secret known only to the Seeker's executives, something outsiders had no way of knowing. The bastard had been subtly exploiting this point to taunt me. Why don't you give it a try if you don't believe me? I'm going to die anyway, so I don't really care. His relaxed demeanor made my eyes widen. My fists were clenched tight before I knew it. A maelstrom of raw emotions churned within me. Finally, I lifted my bowed head and PFF pew ha ha ha, burst into laughter, as if I had just heard something incredibly amusing. It wasn't a sneer born of disgust, nor a chuckle born of despair. It was pure, unadulterated amusement. Genome simply frowned at my reaction, staring at me. His eyes seemed to say, "Has this kid finally lost it?" I coughed up a mouthful of blood before I could finally stop laughing. Cough. My apologies. I'm not very good at controlling my emotions. Looks like you really have gone mad. Maybe I have. I smiled sweetly at Genome. Then, I applied pressure to the foot I had on him and spoke. You said your body can't feel pain, right? That's what I said. You also said I could cut you up however I pleased. Yes, you're going to regret those words. The incantation to undo the suggestion known only to the Seeker's executives. Did they really think I wouldn't know it? Me, who had read through the story of this world hundreds of times, especially about your weaknesses, a part that was covered extensively in the original. By the will of the Seekers, I command the oblivion that defies order, disperse. Destruction Chinese letter. As I recited the incantation, a secret even within the Seekers, Genome's face was painted with shock. His pupils, no longer calm, shook violently. That look of bewilderment soon contorted into one of agony. "Attacked!" The bastard screamed, his severed arms twitching. It seemed the suggestion had been lifted. I pressed my foot down harder on the struggling robe, suppressing his resistance. What's gotten into you all of a sudden? The torture hasn't even begun yet. My hands, just stay still, you're being a nuisance. I lifted my foot to calm the panicked bastard down, and then, without mercy, I gave his body a good kick. What? Crack, crunch, thud. At first, he tried to resist, flinching with every blow. But after a while, as if becoming accustomed to the pain, he gradually stopped moving. Odd. Genome was now a cripple, whimpering pathetically. I grabbed his hair and forced his head up. Don't go passing out on me just yet. I told you, the torture hasn't even begun. With that, I started stabbing my sword into his body. SHHK. Thud squish. Thud. Arms, shoulders, legs, knees, ankles, the sharp blade moved mercilessly, severing every tendon in his body one by one. All he could do, pinned down and having his tendons cut, was scream pathetically. I continued my work, his refreshing scream serving as background music. My sword pierced his body repeatedly, churning his insides. Crimson blood splatter, chunks of flesh scatter. The intense stench of blood stung my nostrils. This sting. But now, even that feeling seemed ridiculous. I was consumed by hatred. I'm sorry, my child. You should have died that day instead of mother. Young master, please stop. So much had been broken. The things I wanted to protect, the things I cherished, the things I loved, I had lost them all, one by one. Yes, struggle more. My throat tightened. My breath, which had remained steady even when my stomach was pierced by arrows and my flesh was cut by swords, was now ragged and unstable. My eyes grew hot and warm tears streamed down my cheeks. It was a complicated feeling. This choking emotion filled my chest. I couldn't tell if it stemmed from exhilaration or sorrow. My lips were stretched wide in what seemed like a grin, while tears streamed down my face. Which one was my true feeling? Crack thud, SHHK. I finished my work without finding an answer to that question. Well, it didn't really matter. Whichever it was, it wouldn't change what I was about to do. I looked down at the source of the groans. Rate and review this novel on NU to help people find this novel. Chapter 26.2 First Princess Assassination Attempt 5 Part 2. Genome lay there, no different from a living corpse. With all his tendons severed, he couldn't even resist, only able to scream and moan. Fortunately, you're still alive. I wiped my face, smeared with blood and tears, and muttered indifferently. Then, I picked up a liquor bottle that had fallen to the floor nearby. The bottle was scratched and scuffed, but its contents were intact. I held it up in front of Genome. Do you know what this is? Pug, still caught in the throes of pain, he could only whimper in response. I smiled gently at his state and kindly explained to him the purpose of this liquor. This is a liquor with an alcohol content of 89 degrees. Liquor with an alcohol content of 89 degrees. Naturally, it wasn't meant for drinking. It was a decorative piece, displayed on only a few tables. Regular liquor doesn't catch fire easily, but with a high alcohol content, it's a different story. The alcohol content at which liquor starts to catch fire is around 40 degrees. The liquor that bartenders usually use for their fire shows is around 75 degrees. Once the alcohol content exceeds 80 degrees, it burns very easily and doesn't go out easily either. In other words, 89-degree liquor. This is a liquor that catches fire very well. It was no different from excellent gasoline. Maybe it was because I emphasized the word fire, but he seemed to understand my intention right away. Why you crazy bastard, what are you thinking? I only said it's a liquor that catches fire well, haha, don't kill me please. What are you thinking, telling me not to do something? I gave him the same nasty smirk he had given me earlier. All I could think about was this bastard dying in the most agonizing way possible, consumed by fear. I'll show you something far beyond what you're imagining. With that, I smashed the top of the liquor bottle. Then, I slowly tilted the bottle over the terrified robe. A viscous liquid flowed out with a soft gurgling sound. It gently flowed down, soaking Genome's right arm. As soon as the liquor touched his arm, he let out a piercing scream. Eat! I stepped on Genome, who was trying to move, pinning him firmly to the ground. Then, I reached into my suit pocket and pulled out a few matches. A small flame flickered to life on the matchstick. They say the most painful thing in the world is burning pain, right? Still, that small flicker was both beautiful and cruel. Try your best to endure it. The match in my hand fell, and as the red snowflake gracefully drew a line, meeting Genome's liquor-soaked right arm, whoosh, with the sound of a roaring fire, a deafening scream pierced my eardrums. The bastard's right arm was burning brightly. The smell of flesh roasting wafted through the air. Crackling sounds, like branches thrown into a bonfire, escaped from his burning arm. Crackle, crackle. As if in excruciating pain, he convulsed, his eyes rolled back. He struggled, trying to break free, but really, what could a cripple with all his tendons severed do? He was destined to be scorched, to endure the agony of his arm being roasted. Stop! I leisurely savored the monstrous screams that echoed in my ears. It was my duty, my rightful privilege. Ugh. Ooh, then, when his arm was sufficiently charred, and the flames began to spread to his torso slice, I cut off his burning arm, and kicked it away so that it wouldn't stick to him. With the burning pain replaced by the agony of a severed limb, he continued to scream. I looked down at him and asked, "Why do you think I only set fire to one arm?" "Dog, because it would be such a waste if you just died all at once." This was my first chance for revenge in years. With that, I poured more liquor on his body. This time, it was his left arm. Both arms, both legs, torso, and lastly, your face. Ugh, your right arm is already done, so there are only 5 more to go. Just hold on a little longer. Set fire to a body part. Burn it sufficiently, then cut it off. I planned to repeat this process, torturing him endlessly without letting him die. I was a bit worried he might die of shock midway through, but surely, a mid-ranking executive of the Seekers wouldn't die just from having his limbs cut off. I have faith in you, so I hope you'll meet my expectations. And no. Please stop. Genome cried out desperately as if he had grasped my intentions. He spoke haltingly, his voice hoarse. "I'll tell you everything you want to know." He begged me to stop, his face a mess of tears and snot. I smiled gently at him. Yes, that's the right attitude for a conversation. You should say what your partner wants to hear, shouldn't you? Since he was showing such a commendable response, I couldn't help but reciprocate. "Shall I stop?" He nodded vigorously, a desperate affirmation. A flicker of hope momentarily crossed his pain-filled eyes. I knew. Despair was all the more agonizing when there was hope. Well, I've done enough. I guess I'll let you go, won't I? With a nasty grin, I dropped the match in my hand. His body was engulfed in flames once more, and his grotesque screams echoed through the banquet hall. Rate and review this novel on NU to help people find this novel. Chapter 27.1 First Princess Assassination Incident 6 Part 1 Bonus chapter. Thanks to Nas75 for subscription to Blink tier on Ko-Fi. First Princess Assassination Incident 6 AG. A scream echoed through the vast banquet hall. The chaotic atmosphere of the hall, stirred by the terror attack, had cooled down considerably. The only sounds that could be heard in the silent hall were the crackling of flames, followed by horrific groans. All eyes in the banquet hall were fixed on the center. Since most of the students had taken refuge in the corners, the scene unfolding in the center of the empty hall was further highlighted. It was as if a stage had been set for someone. The students were frozen, their eyes taking in the horrific sight. Pieces of flesh scattered about, pure white carpet stained crimson with blood, mutilated corpses lying haphazardly, and a foul stench stinging their nostrils. Some students gagged, clutching their stomachs. It wasn't strange. It was too gruesome a scene for teenagers who hadn't even had their coming-of-age ceremony yet. However, most students, except for a few, showed no reaction. No, to be precise, they couldn't. They were being crushed by the madness and rage emanating from a single boy. The sticky emotions, fed and grown by hatred, were enough to petrify the students. The boy laughed innocently as if he was enjoying something immensely. He had been like that from the beginning, even when he was being stabbed all over his body, even when he was slashing down the attackers who stormed the banquet hall one by one, and even now when he was burning someone alive. The boy hadn't lost his bright smile. It was calmness, though it was far too extreme to be called that. The students were terrified. An indescribable, eerie feeling was constricting their throats. If they did anything that might provoke that, they felt like their necks would snap with a crack. Gasp, gasp, but even in such a situation, there was one boy who desperately ran toward the center of the banquet hall. It was Alan Reinhardt. His golden eyes scanned the empty hall, searching for someone. Your Highness, are you all right? Your Highness. There had been an assassination attempt at the location where the Saintess and the second princess were as well. Alan, who had successfully thwarted that attack, was now moving to save Lucy. Was he too late? Such thoughts crossed his mind, but Alan forcibly pushed them away. Neria's tearful voice, begging him to save her sister, still lingered in his ears. I definitely heard a scream from here. Fortunately, Alan quickly found Lucy. She was huddled against one of the walls of the hall with her followers. Your Highness! Alan was relieved to see that Lucy was unharmed and headed towards her. However, something was strange. Despite his loud call, she didn't react at all. She simply stared blankly ahead, her face pale as snow. Alan, feeling puzzled, followed Lucy's gaze. What's wrong, Your Highness? What are you looking at? He couldn't finish his sentence. An unbelievable sight unfolded before his eyes. Alan finally saw what the other students had been staring at. Young Master Lishite, a field of blood and corpses, and a boy burning something alive in the center of it all. What is this? Fear, shock, and an indescribable eeriness. The emotions Alan felt upon seeing the boy were much different from the others. However, the intensity was on a whole different level. Others might not have noticed, but Alan, with the hero's eyes, could see it clearly. What is that? A blue aura swirling around the boy. Cold, eerie, a massive energy that gave off a suffocating pressure. Alan felt cold sweat trickling down his back. It was something he had only seen in ancient theological texts. A violent energy reminiscent of the demons of the mythical era. Alan instinctively drew his sword and shouted, "Stop it." Young Master Lishite then, Raiden, who had been gleefully burning the attacker, turned his head towards him. Alan flinched as his eyes met the boy's black orbs, because he was smiling so brightly, covered in blood, standing on corpses, setting a living person on fire. He was looking at him, and smiling. Rate and review this novel on NU to help people find this novel. Chapter 27.2 First Princess Assassination Incident 6 Part 2 Ugh, Cough. I coughed violently, spitting up blood. My body was in a terrible state. I felt dizzy and weak, as if I would lose consciousness at any moment. I forced myself to stay focused and took a deep breath. Sigh, it would be really nice to just lie down right now. Unfortunately, the situation wasn't over yet. Of course, I had protected Lucy, the target of the attack, and I had neutralized all the assassins, but you never know. This whole chaotic mess would only truly end when the Academy professors deactivated the banquet hall's barrier and entered. Until then, I couldn't let my guard down. I lowered my head slightly and looked down. A charred lump twitched in my vision. It met my gaze and let out a soundless scream. Did his neck finally give out? No more sounds came from the guy's throat. His arms and legs lay scattered on the floor, ripped apart haphazardly. All that was left of robe were his torso and face. I had only one step left in this sacred execution ceremony. I hope this brings you some peace, Raiden. I muttered softly and poured the remaining alcohol. The viscous liquid soaked his head, and the guy twitched once more. Whatever. I took out the last match with trembling hands. Strike, strike. Perhaps it was because all the strength had drained from my hands, but even striking a match wasn't easy anymore. Damn it, just light up already, strike! After several more frantic strikes, the match finally flared to life. I let out a small sigh and held it out. The guy saw me and gaped, tears streaming down his face. Judging by the way he was mumbling, he was probably begging for his life. Well, I could just ignore him. I lightly flicked the match between my fingers. With a snap, a scarlet afterimage shot towards Genome's face. Despair clouded the eyes of the guy who had been gasping for air so vigorously. A red sunset slowly descended upon the alcohol-soaked life. It might sound a bit psychopathic, but for a moment, I found the scene beautiful. And so, the sun set. Whoa! The small flame that touched Genome's body instantly grew, engulfing him. His body convulsed every time the scarlet flames flickered. I looked down at it with contempt in my eyes. When you meet Raiden's mom in the afterlife, make sure to apologize properly. There was no answer, only the crackling of flames remained in my ears. I etched the sight into my mind for a while. As I watched a life turn to ash, a familiar voice came from behind me. Stop it, young master Lishai, sharp yet gentle. A beautiful voice. The voice of our protagonist, Alan. Alan's arrival meant that the situation with the Saintess and the second princess had also been resolved without any problems. Well, it's only natural. Those guys wouldn't dare harm the Saintess. Since I was at my limit holding on to consciousness, Alan's arrival was a welcome relief. He would take care of everything even if I collapsed. With that thought, I let out a sigh of relief and turned my head. As expected, Alan was standing there. Dazzlingly brilliant blonde hair, sun-like golden eyes, handsome features sculpted by the gods themselves. It was the usual Alan. However, there was something strange. Drop your weapon! He was pointing his sword at me. Alan's face was a mixture of bewilderment, shock, and fear as he looked at me. The tip of his trembling sword was pointed directly at me. I frowned, unable to understand the situation. Suddenly, why boom! As I was about to voice my question, a massive explosion roared through the banquet hall, drowning out my words. Simultaneously, the barrier surrounding the building shattered and the doors of the banquet hall burst open. The professors, our heroes save the professors of Reynolds Academy, had broken through the barrier and entered. As I watched the professors rush into the hall, my vision blurred. Ah, it's over. I can finally relax, damn it. My mind is fading as the tension releases. My barely held consciousness snapped and my eyelids fluttered shut. My trembling body lost its strength and collapsed. In my fading consciousness, the last thing I saw was a woman with flowing red hair striding towards me. It was Corm Ronisia, the principal of Reynolds Academy. Rate and review this novel on NU to help people find this novel.